The demonic cult leader is my wife. Jin Yomyong said to himself, the absolute supreme one. Must they truly be absolutely alone? A person shouted, stop them. The Murim Alliance has reached the primordial demon pavilion. Another said, do not let them inside no matter what, as Jin Yomyong ran the other way. The combined forces of the Orthodox and unorthodox Murim Alliance numbered more than 10,000. They swarmed in like ants. Captain Sandojian said, Inner Administrator, you still have not escaped. Jin Yomyong responded, oh, Captain Sandojian. Captain Sandojian said, why are there no guards around you? This place is far too dangerous. Please, come with me. Jin Yomyong replied, I was going to get the cult leader. After instructing all the followers to abandon the main mountain, she has not moved at all. Captain Sandojian said grimly, the situation does not look good. At this rate, our defense lines will fall in less than 1 hour. Jin Yomyong tapped Captain Sandojian's shoulder and said, you should get to safety quickly. After I understand what she is thinking, I will retreat with her. But he thought to himself, it was too late though. Captain Sandojian turned and ran. Jin Yomyong sighed and muttered, flip. My life this time around is a total dud. As he kept running, he stopped at a heavy door and shouted, Cult leader! I am Jin Yomyong, the inner administrator. Are you inside? No response. He called out again, Cult leader! I am Jin Yomyong, the inner administrator. He stared at the towering heavenly demon pavilion doors. Frustrated, he shouted, Hey! Cult leader! Then the voice of the heartless demonic empress echoed from within. Come in, inner administrator. Jin Yomyong froze in shock and exclaimed, oh fudge! I was not expecting a reply. Trembling as he reached for the door, he thought to himself, Did she hear me speaking so casually to her? She will understand since I was formal at first, right? He pushed against the door as it creaked open gently. Darn it. The ones who opened the door should have at least stayed. Ah! This door is so dreadfully heavy, he muttered, sweat dripping to the ground. He entered, panting. Huff! Huff! The heartless demonic empress commented, your martial arts are still worse than a third-rate martial artist. You were watching me, huh? I am just glad the other elders or captains did not see me struggle, Jin Yomyong admitted. She said with amusement, yes. If an elder had seen you speaking so casually and freely to me, you would definitely be in big trouble. She heard it all, Jin Yomyong thought in horror. He stepped closer and knelt. Greetings, cult leader, the heartless demonic empress said coldly, the weakest of all, inner administrator. Why have you come looking for me? She was the 29th heavenly demonic cult leader and grandmaster of the demonic faction, heartless demonic empress Cheon Yura. Jin Yomyong asked, why are you still here? Lady Cheon Yura's sweat trickled down her cheek as she whispered, heaven-destroying poison, massacre blood poison, formless poison, bone-melting poison, all-crippling poison. Jin Yomyong, confused, said, what? Then he clenched his fists and growled, do not tell me that this was done by that jerk, the demonic faction lord. He gritted his teeth in fury, thinking to himself, demonic faction lord Han Mubarak, the man the cult leader chose as her husband, the one who flung open the gates of the 10,000 mountains to the orthodox-unorthodox Murim Alliance. The leader of the traitors, Lady Cheon Yura said, he told me before he left that he went through a really tough time to approach me and win over the former cult leaders in my heart. The reason he poisoned me was so I could understand a little bit of the suffering he went through. Jin Yomyong muttered, that crazy rascal, then quickly covered his mouth. Oh shoot! Lady Cheon Yura smiled faintly. Hehehe, you are truly an interesting man. This is not the time to be saying stuff like that, Jin Yomyong snapped. But inside, he thought, you always looked serious and confident. You were someone who was always stern, but in these final moments you actually laughed. Is it too late for you? He asked. Probably. The heaven-destroying poison has already taken over my energy core. I could have dealt with the others, but this one, I cannot handle. Cult leader, what if, just what if, yes, she prompted. Really, what if? If you say what if one more time, I will pull out your tongue. Get to the point, she said, irritated. Trembling slightly, Jin Yomyong gripped his leg and asked, if you had a chance to reincarnate, what would you do? Reincarnate? She asked, puzzled. Yes, that is right. Did we not talk about this in the past? That I saved the world in my past life? She scoffed. It is hard to believe someone like you could save the world, though. Let us say it is true, he said. Why are you trying to plant hope in me? If such an opportunity existed, then you should be very busy with your own affairs, she said sharply. Firstly, I am the kind that cannot stand betrayal. Secondly, this is also my way of repaying the help I have received from you. My help? She asked. Jin Yomyong smiled softly and said, well, there is no need to overthink it. Jin Yomyong said, our encounter was simply me being presented as one of the candidates for your political marriage. That is probably what you think, Lady Cheonyura spoke softly. Reincarnation, huh? If I really reincarnated like you said, what would you do? Even so, you would not remember what has happened now. Despite that, I have resolved my heart. The traitors of our cult, all the dogs of the Orthodox Murim Alliance who invaded the 10,000 mountains, and the third-party group that brought about this incident, I will use even my soul to slaughter them all. So please tell me, if there is something you desire, I, who will remember today, will do my best. Would you mind seducing me? Jin Yomyong's eyes nearly popped out in shock and confusion. Pardon? While I am confident I can stop Han Mubaek from becoming the demonic faction lord, to become your partner, she paused. I am not really confident about that. I know you hate me. Honestly, do you not know that it is close to impossible? A romantic relationship is one where both parties are willing. To be honest, when you were the young cult leader, you were just a tyrant no one could stop. You crushed every single man who approached you, on top of rejecting them. One of the reasons Han Mubaek became the demonic faction lord was because he was the only one who could tolerate that temper. Lady Cheonyura looked away and said, do not do it if you do not want to. Jin Yomyong said calmly, who said it was impossible? Lady Cheonyura glanced back at him. Jin Yomyong stepped forward. A romantic relationship starts from someone who is interested in someone who is not interested. For you, Lady Cheonyura, doing this is not hard at all. Lady, I am long past 30. Lady Cheonyura said, that is kind of embarrassing. She's beautiful. Jin Yomyong thought. He then said, please promise me one thing. As he held the edge of Lady Cheonyura's silk garment, he added, even if I speak harshly of your past self, you will forgive me. If you have any weaknesses, I would appreciate learning about them. Lady Cheonyura replied coldly, if this conversation ever leaks out, Jin Yomyong trembled. I swear I will kill you with everything I have got. I will say this only once, so listen carefully. Jin Yomyong, cloaked in demonic aura, snapped to attention. Oh, okay. Ahem. You were quite something back in the day. Lady Cheonyura blushed faintly. Shut up! She looked away and said quietly, Jin Yomyong, it seems this is where our conversation ends. The doors opened. Lady Cheonyura said, the intruders have made it this far. I could let you die peacefully if you want. Jin Yomyong said firmly, I will pass. If possible, I want to see everything until the very end. Unorthodox Murim Alliance leader, Sword Supreme Sage Guanhyun, stood tall and declared, to think I would live to see the fall of the demon cult during my generation. It is truly an honor. Jin Yomyong said, do you even know who you are keeping at your side? Guanhyun replied, of course. He is the so-called heavenly divine dragon, the one who has endured disgrace for the sake of the Jianghu, demonic faction lord, heavenly divine dragon Han Mubaek. Jin Yomyong thought bitterly, the heavenly divine dragon? He walked among the orthodox factions with a grand title like that? Han Mubaek pointed his finger at Lady Cheonyura and shouted, heartless demonic empress, the demonic faction grandmaster, it is time for you to pay for your sins. Lady Cheonyura sneered. Oh, my beloved husband has returned. Han Mubaek replied, it was all for the sake of the Jianghu. Lady Cheonyura mocked, was it not? For the sake of the heaven-defying society. A voice from the crowd echoed, the heaven-defying society. Others looked around in confusion. What is that? One asked. The heaven-defying society? Han Mubaek barked. Alliance leader, everyone, do not be deceived by the witch's words. She is trying to drive a wedge between us in her final moments. Guanhyun scoffed. You are probably right. Who cares what a demon says? Han Mubaek commanded. The cult leader's life is already hanging by a thread. There is no need to fight her one-on-one. Attack with full force, Lady Cheonyura said coldly. Even if I have been poisoned, I can handle the likes of you alone. Guanhyun retorted, you sure do talk big, cult leader. Lady Cheonyura replied, we will see about that. Her dark energy surged as she invoked her technique, heaven, slaying, demon, sword, art. The other disciples recoiled in fear. She still has that much strength left? Guanhyun roared, Golden Dragon Heavenly Sword Squad, attack them! The squad charged toward Jin Yomyong and Lady Cheonyura. Moments later, Jin Yomyong remained standing. Silent and exhausted Lady Cheonyura, wounded, said softly, so you are still alive. Jin Yomyong looked at her. Cult leader? Lady Cheon-yura smiled faintly. Thank goodness. I am glad I can say goodbye before I meet my demise. They have retreated. Once I activated the self-destruction array of the Heavenly Demon Hall, they fled. Jin Yomyong's eyes widened. See, cult leader. Lady Cheon-yura turned to face him. Why are you crying? She asked gently. Tears streamed down Jin Yomyong's face. Because I am sad. Lady Cheon-yura raised her trembling hand and touched Jin Yomyong's face gently. And she whispered, Jin Yomyong, you will seduce me, right? Jin Yomyong said, yes. And he gathered his strength. Lady Cheon-yura replied with a faint smile. That is good to know. Then suddenly, she collapsed. Even as her body failed, tears continued to fall from her eyes. A roof beam cracked above them and fell. Jin Yomyong said to himself, those were my final moments in this life. He held Lady Cheon-yura tightly in his arms, and Jin Yomyong thought, my first life was not too bad. A hero who saved humanity, a guardian of Earth. Thanks to that, the gods granted me 3 perks and promised me 2 more reincarnations. Originally, I planned to live a life of wild fun. He remembered Lady Cheon-yura's final smile. That is good to know. A light descended upon him. But in this final life, I will dedicate everything to you. Jin Yomyong opened his eyes, startled and confused. Huh? Suddenly, a voice shouted, Young master! You are awake. Guchil? Guchil nodded excitedly. Yes, it is me, your loyal servant Guchil. Jin Yomyong thought to himself. Judging by this guy's face, I've regressed into the past by quite a bit. Sweating, he muttered. What is with the wash basin? You could have just shaken me awake. Guchil stammered, oh, this is... A voice interrupted coldly. I gave the order. Jin Yomyong froze. Darn it, now I know exactly when I regress. 17 years old, when I first arrived at the demonic heaven tower, dreaming of becoming the demonic cult's playboy. Jin Yomyong turned and said, Father, I mean patriarch, it was Asura King Jin Gun-ak. He spoke sternly. Before your coming-of-age ceremony, you snuck into the upper floors and drank alcohol. I got beaten like a dog and dragged home by my father, the eldest son of the Jin clan, knocked out by 1 bottle of liquor, and at a party with heirs from other families no less. You are pathetic. Jin Yomyong dashed toward him. But patriarch, well the thing is... Silence, Jin Gun-ak barked. Jin Yomyong immediately kowtowed. Yes, sir, Jin Gun-ak sneered. I cannot believe my son is this weak. Tisk, tisk, tisk. If you are going to be weak, you had better at least be smart. Do you know why I came to drag you home myself? Jin Yomyong thought quickly. I did not answer last time and got beaten up, he replied. It must be because my exchange meeting with the young cult leader has been confirmed. The engagement meeting. The 17-year-old young cult leader, Cheon-yura, would soon meet the elite heirs of the 6 great clans. It was essentially a contest to determine her future spouse. But during the last event, no one had been chosen. And later, at the demonic faction lord selection tournament, the traitor Han Mubarak won. That will not happen again. Jin Gun-ak growled. The only reason you, a talentless and unmotivated man, were allowed to live until now was for this moment. A ruthless father, one who would even use his own son for the clan's glory. Can you win her heart and rise above the other heirs? He asked. Jin Yomyong stood up with determination. The other heirs of the 6 great clans will never win her over. Jin Gun-ak grinned. Good. If you do not want to disgrace our name, at least polish your self-defense martial arts. And with that, he left. Jin Yomyong exhaled. Phew. I did not expect to run into father the moment I woke up. Still, this reincarnation point is the best I could hope for. Not 10, but 20 years in the past. I have plenty of opportunities. He remembered Lady Cheon-yura's words. It was for the heaven-defying society, was it not? That society was probably active during this time, too. I will wipe them out, roots and all. Young master, what are you planning to do? Guchil asked. Jin Yomyong turned to him. What do you mean, what? Did you not just boldly declare that you would become the young cult leader's future spouse? Jin Yomyong paused, then said, When did I say that? Guchil spluttered, Wait, but just now. I never actually said, I will become the young cult leader's husband. I only said the other guys would be rejected by her. Guchil stared, confused. That's basically the same thing, is it not? No, they are very different. This time period's Cheon-yura cannot be won over, no matter what. She's obsessed with perfecting her martial arts and does not spare a glance at anyone weaker than her. I'll probably be rejected too, Jin Yomyong thought grimly. Suddenly, a new voice entered the scene. Oh, well, this is unexpected. You are still here? Jin Yomyong turned, puzzled. Huh? Is he Machosu, the second son of the blood dragon demonic clan? Machosu smirked. What, did you see a ghost or something? Not exactly, Jin Yomyong replied. Where's Young Yi? Why'd you come alone? Chosu, and Young Yi. Ha ha ha. Machosu frowned. I do not have a little sister with that name. Why do you always say that nonsense every time we meet? Suddenly he drew his sword and pointed it forward. I challenge you to a duel. Jin Yomyong sighed inwardly. Well, that came out of nowhere. This did not happen in my previous life. Oh, it must be because my father did not beat me up and drag me back. Unexpected things are already happening. The clans that rule alongside the heavenly demon cult and the Cheon clan are called the 6 demonic clans. Ma, Pai, Sa, So, Amaiken Huan, and Jin Hours among them are my demonic heaven's Jin clan and his blood dragon's Ma clan. And our relationship is, as the 2 clan leaders bickered loudly, you fart head. You ignorant brute. Jin Yomyong muttered to himself, the worst. He then said aloud, personal conflicts between clans are technically forbidden. Ma Chulsu scoffed. But there's an exception clause. An exception, you say? Jin Yomyong walked forward thinking, since this does not involve the survival of the clan, nor is it an official duel, this must be a matter involving the Cheon clan. He asked, is this because of the young cult leader? Ma Chulsu confirmed, yeah. Jin Yomyong of the Jin clan, if you lose to me in this duel, give up on participating in the exchange meeting with the young cult leader. Isn't his younger brother the one attending the exchange? Jin Yomyong thought, frowning. And why should I accept this nonsense? Is your brother so weak that he needs you to pick fights in the shadows? Ma Chulsu snapped. What, you scoundrel? Do not push it too far if you do not want this turning into a full-scale conflict between our clans, Jin Yomyong warned. Arr! Do not underestimate me, Jin Yomyong, Ma Chulsu roared as he charged. Guchil immediately drew his sword. No matter what happens, do not interfere, Guchil. Jin Yomyong's eyes sharpened. It's time to use my first perk. You rascal, Ma Chulsu shouted. I awaken my senses based on my life before my previous life. Young master, Guchil gasped. You do not even know martial arts. What are you trying to do? With my senses awakened, even if I may not be a match for the swordsmanship of Ma Chulsu's father against teenage Chulsu's techniques, I just have to overwhelm him. Jin Yomyong said, what do you think I'm doing? I can see it. Ma Chulsu's sword came down fast, and Jin Yomyong stopped it with 2 fingers. Guchil's jaw dropped. The stance of the flawless reversal? Then a swift kick to the chest. Ma Chulsu groaned, tumbling backward. Guchil, stunned, covered his mouth. How can this be? Just yesterday he was some carefree guy with 0 martial arts experience. Jin Yomyong turned calmly. Take him away. He addressed the hidden escorts. He'll probably freak out once he wakes up, so make sure you stop him. The guards of the Ma clan appeared from concealment. We understand, one said as they lifted their young master. And unless you want everyone to know he lost badly, keep this quiet. Oh, and one last thing, Jin Yomyong added with a casual smirk. I did not break him. Probably. I did hold back a bit. If word gets out that the Jin clan crushed the heir of the Ma clan, that would be a disaster, right? I can't let that happen. A few moments later. Welcome back, young master. Jin Yomyong gave a short nod. Chief Bayok, the steward, greeted him. Did you enjoy your little trip with your friends? Hard to say. Father came all the way to the sparring hall to drag me home himself. As the chief administrator who manages all the clan's affairs, he definitely knew that already. You can be pretty cheeky, Chief Bayok. I was merely concerned for your well-being, young master. Enough about that. Forget it. Just give me access to a training room. Sorry. Wait, are you going to train in martial arts? Gasps rang out from the other servants. Whoa, are you guys serious? Jin Yomyong thought, exasperated. And get me a few specific martial arts scrolls from the clan's archive while you're at it. In his previous life, he recalled, his master slammed several scrolls onto the table. This one and this one. If you actually master those, you'll be invincible. Are you listening, my disciple? Jin Yomyong replied. Those aren't even the full versions, they're just excerpts. The main estate being set on fire. That wasn't my fault, was it? His master sighed. These martial arts never had the chance to shine because they fell into the Jin clan's hands. People who rely only on brute strength. Goodness. Just drink more liquor, Jin Yomyong muttered. You're right, the fire at the clan's main estate will happen in 4 years. That must be why these scrolls are still untouched. Jin Yomyong clutched the scrolls, and 10 fanged divine sword art in heaven, soaring divine art. The Jin clan's techniques focus on palm strikes and kicks, not really my style. But I do have exceptional innate talent, outstanding perception, and a solid internal energy foundation. I might not meet my master again in this life, but I'll become the grandmaster he always dreamed of. I'm sorry, cult leader, but I don't think I'll be able to keep my promise to seduce you. At my current level, you just reject me anyway. 5 years. I'll isolate myself and devote everything to martial arts for at least 5 years. After I've increased my strength, I'll find and annihilate those bastards from the heaven-defying society, so that when the day comes where you become the cult leader, at the very least your reign won't be threatened. He remembered her words. That's good to know. A sudden sensation ran through Jin Yomyong's body. He stood silently, alert. When 2 weeks later, Guchil said, "Young master, are you not walking a bit slowly?" Jin Yomyong replied, "I'm the last in line anyway. Everyone's just going in to get rejected. What's the rush?" Guchil leaned closer and whispered, "Still, you can't treat an event of the Cheon clan lightly." A man nearby muttered, "He's only arriving now?" His friend groaned. "Ugh," Jin Yomyong said calmly, "It's fine. I'll deal with the consequences myself." Let's see, Jin Yomyong thought. Last time I failed the exchange event and got locked up for a year. His father's voice echoed in his memory. "You failure. You are no longer even in the running to be my heir. But this time, I'll train for 5 years straight." Suddenly, someone came flying, slamming into the wall with a loud thud. "That's a pretty aggressive greeting," Jin Yomyong muttered. Guchil squinted. "Looks like someone just got kicked out. Red martial robe, blood dragon sword. That must be Ma Jinyun of the Blood Dragon's Ma clan. It's been a while since we last met." Lady Cheon Yura's voice rang out from inside. "It looks like you might actually be useful." She walked toward Ma Jinyun. "Can you still carry on?" Ma Jinyun pushed himself up, panting. "Of course, young cult leader." Jin Yomyong turned toward her and froze. There she was, Cheon Yura, the flower of the cult. As a petal dropped silently to the ground, he murmured to himself, "It's Cheon Yura." He cleared his throat. "Ahem, well, unfortunately, I guess I'm not late." Guchil hissed, "Are you really joking at a time like this?" "Let's just enjoy the show," Jin Yomyong said with a small grin. The Ma Jinyun I remember was a dropout who vanished after being knocked out cold by a single strike from Cheon Yura. But as Ma Jinyun charged forward, "Ha!" Cheon Yura blocked him with ease, yet smiled. "Ha ha! You're better than I expected. What's going on? Was Ma Jinyun always this strong?" Then, "Ack!" Ma Jinyun dropped his sword, crying out in pain. Cheon Yura swiftly kicked him, sending him tumbling to the ground. A servant rushed to him. "Young master!" Ma Jinyun, groaning, turned his eyes toward Jin Yomyong and pointed. "Jin Yomyong, I will never lose to you." Jin Yomyong blinked. Ma Jinyun stood and bowed to Lady Cheon Yura. "It's been an honor, young cult leader. I hope that the next time we meet, you'll have grown stronger," she replied. The next time? Jin Yomyong thought. Wasn't he supposed to get rejected outright? "Get your wounds treated at the medicine hall. Thank you for your kindness." Seriously, what is happening? Jin Yomyong thought. Aren't we meeting for the first time in this life? Ma Jinyun shot him an annoyed glare as he left. Then, Jin Yomyong of the Jin clan. He turned. Lady Cheon Yura was walking toward him. "I've been waiting for you." She was waiting for me? Why though? A chill ran down his spine. That little kid from the Ma clan was pretty decent. Jin Yomyong, stiffening, turned back to face her. "If you beat his older brother, you must be even stronger, right?" "Oh, darn it. So that's what this is about. If you fail to meet my expectations, I'll be very disappointed." Sigh. This is what's wrong with the demonic cult. They try to solve everything with brute force. Going straight for the head from the start? What kind of exchange is this? "It's supposed to be a duel," he shouted. "Who starts with a killing move?" She went easy on Ma Jinyun though. Tisk. "You psychotic lady." Cheon Yura stopped. "Psychotic? Lady?" Jin Yomyong paled. No, I didn't mean that." "Fine," she said coolly. "In that case, face the sword of this psychotic lady." She charged, attacking Jin Yomyong relentlessly. Darn it. Their swords clashed, ringing through the hall. "I'll take a few hits and wrap it up." But Cheon Yura suddenly frowned. "You," Jin Yomyong's eyes widened. "You've been hiding your true strength. How did she know? Wait, is that sword aura?" She only deflected Ma Jinyun's strikes, but against me she's using sword aura? Cheon Yura's blade flared as she struck him. Jin Yomyong managed to block, but the impact sent him flying into the wall. "Kick!" He coughed violently as blood dripped from his mouth. Lady Cheon Yura said, "Trying to fake a loss while hiding your true strength. How dare you?" Do you finally intend to show your full power? As her rage surged into a violent aura, Jin Yomyong responded calmly. I have never once fought insincerely, you bastard, feigning ignorance to the very end, she snapped, pointing her sword at him. But it's true, Jin Yomyong thought to himself. I have never been insincere, not even once. It's just that my sincerity didn't lie in winning this duel. If deceiving me is truly your intent, Cheonyura said coldly, then I'll kill you as you wish. Young master, Guchil cried out. If he can't block that, he's really going to die, Guchil thought, pale with fear. Jin Yomyong stepped forward. Cheonyura activated her technique, Heaven-Slaying Demon Sword Art. See, Phantom Demon strikes, here she comes. Jin Yomyong braced himself. 10-Fang Divine Sword Art, First Fang, Heavenly, He gritted his teeth as he barely blocked her flurry of attacks. Each strike sent pain shooting through his arms. As Cheonyura raised her sword again, the two exchanged more furious slashes. Jin Yomyong's hand trembled violently. His entire body shook. I blocked it, he gasped. Cheonyura smiled. What did you block? Jin Yomyong's face twisted in shock. No way, darn it. She's only 18, yet she already knows how to use enhanced aura? I knew she had surpassed the peak realm by this age, but even so, this is insane. As the blazing aura closed in on him, Jin Yomyong shut his eyes. Then a calm voice rang out. Ho ho ho, he blinked, stunned. I'm not dead? You really lost your temper, didn't you, Yura? Said the voice. Planning to destroy the cult with that strike? Jin Yomyong's entire body jolted. He dropped to his knees immediately. The heavenly demon descends! All hail the heavenly demon. We pay our respects to the true supreme of the divine cult. Heavenly demon said to Lady Cheonyura, you nearly started a civil war in the divine cult today. Jin Yomyong said to himself, in the cult's history of more than 1,000 years, he is the third person to receive the title of supreme. On top of that, he is also the 28th leader of the heavenly demon divine cult and the current grandmaster of the demonic faction, heavenly demon Cheon Taejong. Cheon Taejong said if the Cheon clan and the Jin clan started a civil war, their supporters would join in. And while the cult's forces were distracted, the Orthodox Alliance would have pounced the moment they saw weakness. As Lady Cheonyura looks down, Jin Yomyong said to himself, that was slightly exaggerated, but he's right. The young cult leader may not know this, but there's no way the Asura king, Jin Gonak, would start a civil war just because a child he gave up on had died. I want you to apologize, Cheon Taejong commanded. Cheonyura's hands trembled in frustration. She bit her soft pink lip and muttered, I'm sorry. No, it's fine, young cult leader, Jin Yomyong said, straightening up. Wow. Who would have thought I'd live to see the day the heartless demonic empress, Cheonyura, would apologize? He glanced mentally over the structure of the cult, Cheon clan. 6 great clans. Common followers. This is the heavenly demon divine cult. It's survival of the fittest here. Cheon Taejong nodded. Looks like the Jin clan raised a proper heir. But wait, aren't you his heir candidate? According to the cult's laws, the patriarch or heir of any of the 6 great clans cannot become the partner of the young cult leader or the next cult leader. My qualifications were deemed insufficient, Jin Yomyong replied. So my younger brother was chosen as our clan's heir instead. Insufficient qualifications? Cheon Taejong muttered, eyeing him. But he definitely used sword aura earlier, he thought. Ho ho, yes. Your qualifications were lacking, I see. I understand. In any case, you're saying you're not your clan's heir, right? Jin Yomyong looked away. Yes. I only came to fulfill my duty as a man of the Jin clan, then see that duty through to the end. Of cow. I beg your pardon? Cheon Taejong turned away, walking calmly. When the next exchange is scheduled, we will inform the Jin clan. I hope I can see you getting along well with my dear Yura again then. He looked back over his shoulder. Why aren't you answering me? I understand, cult leader, Jin Yomyong muttered. I'm dead. And so, the heavenly demon, ho. It's been a while, Cheon Taejong said, smiling. Maybe I should go share a drink with that rascal from the Jin clan. Threw my entire plan into the trash. Just like that. A few moments later, I won't apologize personally, Cheonyura said abruptly. It's true that I was the one who was tricked. I know you hate me. That's why you put on that act, right? Still, it was the cult leader's command, so even if I'm not happy about it, Wait, hold on, Jin Yomyong interrupted, flustered. I don't hate you. What? She asked, stunned. In fact, Jin Yomyong glanced away, memories of his previous life flashing through his mind. Like you. But of course, not in a romantic way. It's more akin to admiration. Please don't misunderstand. Really, please don't. Please. Cheon Yura stood in silence. Jin Yomyoung looked away and said, in any case, my actions today had nothing to do with you. Ahem. Lady Cheon Yura replied, wait. During this exchange, we are equals. There's no need to call me the young cult leader. Jin Yomyoung asked in confusion. Then what should I call you? Lady Cheon Yura, also puzzled, said, let's see. Jin Yomyoung looked at her with a faint smile and said, in that case, I'll call you Lady Cheon Yura. In a few moments later, Guchil said, how wonderful, young master. You were truly incredible. Jin Yomyoung replied, yes, sure. Guchil continued, the patriarch will be thrilled. Let's go. Looks like that brat from the Ma clan survived too. But you, young master, earned the recognition of the heavenly demon himself. What now? Jin Yomyoung thought. My isolated training is ruined. Young master, Guchil called out. Greetings, first young master, said Chief Bayuk. You're finally back, brother, said Jin Yewoon. What brought you to greet me personally? Jin Yomyoung asked. I heard you were training in the chamber before going to the lesser demon hall, Jin Yewoon replied. Don't tell me, you're aiming for the heir position now? He was the second son of the demonic heavens Jin clan. Jin Yewoon. Surely you know the laws, said Jin Yomyoung calmly. A relationship with the young cult leader can be dealt with any time. It's no obstacle, Yewoon replied. This bear-like guy is unexpectedly sharp, Jin Yomyoung thought. I don't acknowledge you as my brother, Yewoon spat. You don't belong in the Jin clan. Just suddenly speaking harsh truths, are you? Jin Yomyoung thought. You're going too far, second young master, Guchil said. The first young master showed great merit in the exchange. A former assassin dares to intrude on a discussion between direct descendants of the Jin clan. Yewoon snapped. Guchil looked away, and Chief Bayok flinched with fear. Is he serious? Is this kind of talk really coming from a 16-year-old? Jin Yomyoung sighed. How annoying. How very annoying. Yewoon said, looks like I'll have to fix your rotten attitude. How dare you, in order for the clan not to drag me down in the future? Jin Yomyoung began to think. What? Are you being serious right now? Yewoon demanded. My little brother, who will become the patriarch in the future, needs to learn a bit of respect for me. Now that I think about it, we've never fought before, have we? Jin Yomyoung said as he popped his knuckles. They say that in other clans, siblings fight until they bond. Argh! Yewoon shouted as he launched a punch. Jin Yomyoung evaded smoothly. Why do you keep running away like a rat? Yewoon yelled. Isn't you being unable to land even a single hit on me a bigger problem? Jin Yomyoung teased. I'm gonna cripple you, Yewoon shouted. How dare you say that to your older brother, whom you're supposed to respect? Shut up, Yewoon growled as he activated his skill. Threefold devastating strikes. Jin Yomyoung said calmly, now, I challenge you to a duel for 3 reasons. He continued to dodge easily. First and foremost, you may have been chosen as one of the 6 demon dragons, but there's always someone stronger. He ducked, then grabbed his sword. Second of all, he continued as he swung his blade and struck Yewoon in the side. Kuh! Yewoon grunted in pain. You dare to insult the honor of the Jin clan, which I will one day lead, Jin Yomyoung declared. The first young master has changed, Guchil said quietly. That seems to be the case, Chief Bayok agreed. He used to be carefree. When did he become so serious? A disciple murmured. The second young master is a demon dragon at only 16, but he's, another whispered, shocked, a few moments later. I'll take your advice seriously, said Jin Yewoon, catching his breath. But don't expect the same result next time. Wait, my dear Yewoon. Don't you want to hear my final reason? Jin Yomyoung asked, smiling. What is that? Jin Yewoon thought, startled. It's because you don't know how to show proper respect to your older brother. When did you learn how to use sword aura? Yewoon stammered. Brother? It seems I haven't properly expressed my boundless admiration for you, Jin Yomyoung said mockingly. Etiquette isn't shown with just words, Yewoon. That night, Asura King Jingun Ok said, well now, you pulled quite the stunt. The cult leader still hasn't stopped praising you. He even complimented my competence for producing such a talent for his daughter, chuckling darkly. Kukuku, I wonder how I should take this, son. Yes, father, Jin Yomyoung responded. Do you want to become the heir? Jin Gonak asked directly. Jin Yomyoung looked down. Please give that position to Yewoon, he answered. Oh ho? Jin Gonak replied. Unlike me, he has constantly proven his value to our clan, Jin Yomyoung said. I intend to serve by the young cult leader's side and raise our clan's prestige. I didn't think you valued our clan's honor so much, said Jin Gunak as he poured himself a cup of wine. Jin Yomyong said, while the other clans waste their potential in endless air struggles, Yowon and I can build a solid foundation, both inside and out. Then in the next generation, the Jin clan will surely be hailed as the greatest among the 6 great clans. Asura King Jin Gunak set his cup down and said, that's a great idea. Can you do it? Jin Yomyong replied, I'll make it happen. Jin Gunak said, good. You've grown to be quite impressive lately. Then as your father, I should support you. Is there anything you want? The next day, since closed-door training is a goner, Jin Yomyong thought, let us start digging into the identity of the shadow organizations behind the scenes. A merchant shouted, I have silk from Jiangsu province. Another merchant cried out, everything's cheap. The reign of the heavenly demon, the current cult leader, is overwhelmingly solid, Jin Yomyong thought. So they must still be operating beneath the surface for now. A merchant called out, young sir, come try this. However, Cheon Yura is in a different situation, he continued in thought. There are many talented peers among the branch clans of the Cheon clan, leading to divisions in who they support, even within the clan itself. Jin Ye-woon said to a merchant, I do not really like things that are too hard. Is there anything that is soft? He took a bite of his food. From now on, the thing I will be investigating might become a trump card to pressure the young cult leader in the future. Jin Yomyong looked back. Ye-woon, why are you following me? Ye-woon replied, I'm curious about what you've been doing lately to become so strong. Should I really be bringing this guy along? Jin Yomyong thought. Just take care of your own body, he said aloud. Ye-woon responded cheerfully, of course. That's basic. So where are we going? We're going to the black market, said Jin Yomyong. The black market? Is that not where illegal goods are bought and sold? Wouldn't that be where heretics who've broken our cult's laws gather? Ye-woon asked. Jin Yomyong said, just remember this one thing. In the Thousand Mountains, the word illegal almost does not exist. It's just that there's no benefit in letting the regular cultists know about certain things, he thought. So we hide them appropriately. In short, the black market is under the influence of one of the 6 great clans. And the place we're going to in particular is... This place is... Ye-woon asked. This place looks exactly the same as I remember from when I was the inner administrator. As they arrived at the Hidden Gold Pavilion, Jin Yomyong opened the door and said, this is the Hidden Gold Pavilion. This is the place that truly controls this black market. An elder greeted them. Welcome, esteemed guests of the Jin clan. What brings you down to this place? Jin Yomyong replied, obviously nothing we can proudly speak of, right? Bring me the top person in charge. I'm the one in charge here, said the elder. My name is Oh Gunjong, the Golden Crow Demon. Jin Yomyong said, to deal with the Jin clan's eldest son, at least someone from the SA clan should come out, do you not think? Oh Gunjong's face stiffened. How did you know that? Know what? Jin Yomyong asked. That this place is actually the intelligence division of the Black Gold's SA clan. I'll ask again. How do you know that? As his aura surged, Jin Yomyong narrowed his eyes. You're awfully bold. Slap. He slapped Oh Gunjong across the face. I may not be good at respecting elders, but I certainly know how to hit them. A mere proxy of the SA clan dares to emit killing intent toward me, even gripping the weapon hidden in your sleeve. Suddenly a woman entered. That's enough, she said. Jin Yomyong looked up and smiled. Nice to see you again, Lady Sei. The fact that this is Sei clan territory isn't known by many, even within the clan. Are the intelligence-gathering abilities of the Jin clan greater than they thought? It was the Black Gold's SA clan direct line descendant, Sa Bion. Her side role, maid of the young cult leader, the same person who had lent her sword to Yomyong during the exchange meeting. Someone from the Jin clan wants a sword, Yomyong had said. Sa Bion asked, so what brings you here? Recently something strange has been spreading around the Red Lantern district in the back alleys, said Jin Yomyong. Something strange? Ye-woon echoed. Jin Yomyong continued, a name. Was it Black Spotted Blood? Sabion and Oh Gunjong both stiffened in alarm. How do you know about that? Sabion asked. How? Jin Yomyong replied with a grin. A memory surfaced. A woman whispered to him, young sir, something bad has been going around lately. Jin Yomyong had laughed and said, just leave it to me. Ah ha ha ha. That chattering fool Wolyang from the 7-star courtesan house has been going on and on about it, he added aloud. Disgusting. And is that really all? Sabion asked, narrowing her eyes. Black Spotted Blood. An illness that will soon begin to infect the entire cult from within. Jin Yomyong said, if we assume these schemes have been going on for a while now, from somewhere nearby, distant guttural voices echoed, Ku! Ah! Give me more! Jin Yomyong continued, then the Black Spotted Iron must be part of someone's larger scheme. Sabion replied, It's definitely something that came from outside the cult. Even with the full support of our main clan, we cannot trace its origin. At best, we suspect it's the work of a subordinate branch from one of the other 6 great clans. Jin Yomyong frowned. I expected more from the SA clan's intelligence network. He turned to leave. Let's go, little brother. Wait, just a moment, Sabiyong called out. Jin Yomyong glanced over his shoulder. What? No, under the condition that the issue is resolved perfectly, Bion has agreed to hand over all gathered intel. Sabiyong said, we'll assign someone to the Jin clan to oversee this matter. Jin Yomyong answered, thanks, I'll take full responsibility from here. As the brothers walked away, Sabiyong stared at the building. They're gone, she murmured. She turned slightly and added, young cult leader. Lady Chon Yura stood nearby in silence, deep in thought. She remembered Chon Taijong's words. That child from the Jin clan does not even realize at what point he started giving it his all. You mean he was really being serious? She had asked. It might sound strange, Chon Taijong had said, but his eyes weren't fixed on the match or on victory. They were only looking at you. Lady Chon Yura now muttered to herself, hearing the cult leader say that. It made me see him a little differently. Wolyang? In Yunru Valley, the southernmost, hidden, and most arduous valley of the heavenly demon divine cult. Even most clans avoided it. A truly lawless zone. Jin Yomyong said, if you want to catch a tiger, you must enter the tiger's den. The investigation had led them here. Black Dagger number 7, an agent of the SA clan's intelligence division, said, if we go into the tiger's den, it might just end with us getting eaten. Jin Yomyong sighed. I do not want to go. Shall I relay those words to Lady Bayon word for word? I apologize. Black Dagger number 7 added, can you really obtain intel in a place like this? Jin Yomyong pinched his nose and replied, just watch carefully. Sometimes it's easier to find information in places like this. He stopped walking. But what's that? I've been feeling eyes on me for a while now. From a distance, someone was indeed tailing them. Darn it, if they keep watching us even after we go inside, I won't let it slide. A few moments later, Black Dagger number 7 looked around. There's a lot of plant life around here. Is someone cultivating them? Seems like it, Jin Yomyong replied. Black Dagger number 7 chuckled. Ooh, there's a certain charm to this place. Even though they've been driven out of the cult, growing things like this probably gives them some peace of mind. That's marijuana, Jin Yomyong said bluntly. He narrowed his eyes. He's not a field worker, that's for sure. There's someone inside, too. A voice suddenly called out, hey, you kids over there. A bunch of brats coming here can't be a coincidence. If you don't want to get hurt, get lost. Other than the guy in the middle, the rest are just petty thugs, Jin Yomyong thought. He said aloud, yeah, that's not gonna happen. I came to meet the top dog here. The so-called dog barked back, ha! I was gonna let you go since you looked like some noble from the cult, but it looks like you're asking for a beating. Just break an arm or something. Yes, big bro. The other thugs roared as they charged. Black Dagger number 7 said, I specialize in preemptive strike tactics. I'm not a combatant. Didn't expect you to do anything, Jin Yomyong replied. Get them. Kill them. The thugs yelled. If I really die here, Jin Yomyong muttered, it's you who'll be in trouble. Meanwhile, Jin Ye-woon said to himself, why did Yomyong lie about going to the courtesan house and Wolyang? The nickname Gu Chill had come up with for him was already spreading. Back in the valley, the foul stench thickened. This is unusual, said a voice. Third Elder appeared. You brought guests. A servant bowed and said, I am sorry, Third Elder. Third Elder squinted. Exactly which of the 6 clans might you be from? Jin Yomyong smiled. If you guess correctly, you'll be rewarded in the name of our clan. 6 clans equal to super wealthy equal to very generous, Third Elder thought with a glint in his eye. Where? Where could he be from? Just where? Is it the Hidden Shadows Soul clan? He asked. Why do you think so? Jin Yomyong prompted. Third Elder replied, well, if we trace our suppliers, the Huan clan is one of them, and the Soul clan has traditionally had poor relations with them. Aha! So the Huan clan is behind all this, Jin Yomyong thought. He said, that's a shame, but you're wrong. My name is Jin Yomyong. Third Elder staggered in shock. The demonic heavens Jin clan? And you're the eldest son? With that build of yours? What the? Black Dagger number 7 hissed. Wait a minute. Is it really okay to reveal your identity like this? What if they're the supplier of the black spotted blood? If they are, Jin Yomyong said calmly, we'll just crush them with the power of our clan. Third Elder dropped to his knees and bowed low. But why would a noble from the Jin clan come to a place like this? Jin Yomyong looked him in the eyes. Because of the black spotted blood. Third Elder began to tremble. Jin Yomyong said, I heard this is where the medicine for it originated. I want to hear what happened. Third elder hesitated. About that. Jin Yomyong casually tossed a bag at him. Want me to loosen your tongue a little? Take this. The elder caught it. As he opened it and saw the contents gleaming, his eyes lit up. Gold? Whoa. He quickly said, the black spotted blood is an imported product. Even though it passes through here, we don't handle it directly. We only produce medicine for the Huan clan. We don't distribute anything to the red light district or the back alleys. Jin Yomyong asked, then who's in charge of distribution? Third elder replied, a minor sect from Goryu Fortress called the Peirang sect. They're the first step of the... Suddenly, a servant burst into the room shouting, we're in big trouble. Third elder, intruders. Jin Yomyong and Black Dagger number 7 exchanged confused glances. Us? Elsewhere. Lady Cheonyura stood silently in a field where the dead lay buried beneath the earth. She turned her head suddenly, sensing something. Another scene. Gian was snoring soundly on the ground. A man sprinted over, shouting, Leader! I think the young cult leader has appeared. 17th Hidden Scout Squad leader, Orthodox Murim Alliance, Gyeon Myonggae, opened one eye and grunted, Did you drink in the middle of the day? The scout protested, Leader! Do you really think I'm that kind of guy? She cut down. Over a dozen thugs in a single swing. They were from the Poison Frog sect too. Gyeon Myonggae sat up, startled. What? Then, even if she's not the young cult leader, she must be a high-ranking figure from one of the 6 clans, right? Exactly, the man confirmed. Gyeon Myonggae furrowed his brow. Let's see. Aside from the young cult leader, which woman from the 6 clans has that kind of martial prowess? So Soyu of the So clan, Sa Bion of the Sa clan, or the twins from the Pei clan. He paused and muttered to himself, it couldn't possibly be the one we're currently targeting. He stood up and barked, Gather everyone. Yes, sir. I'll gather the 17th Hidden Scout Squad immediately. You idiot, Gyeon snapped. Not our own guys. I'm talking about the assassins sent from the top to secure the black-spotted blood supply routes. He narrowed his eyes. We need the death squad. And earlier that day, as Jin Yomyong was being followed, one of Cheonyura's assassins whispered, If we get too close, they might notice us. Lady Cheonyura replied, I know. She stared at the surroundings. A marijuana plantation, huh? Why would our main cult leave a place like this alone? The assassin answered, because it's where they get the materials for the Huan clan's enchantment arts. Also, by leaving this area poorly guarded, they can lure and eliminate enemy spies more easily. Lady Cheonyura narrowed her eyes. Could Jin Yomyong have already known this before coming here? Keep tracking him, she ordered. The assassin said, Yes, young cult leader. Cheonyura said to herself, I want to know what he's thinking. Her thoughts drifted back to what Jin Yomyong had once said. In fact, I kind of like you, she murmured. The cult leader always said that, since I'm naturally surrounded by enemies, it's vital to distinguish friend from foe. The assassin blushed. The fact that you're thinking about such things shows that you really are developing as a leader, Cheonyura continued. Besides, does this not seem fun? If someone like a recluse master exists, this would be the kind of place they'd be in, would it not? I would love to meet someone like that at least once. She smiled faintly. Let's go. As she ran, the assassins followed, grumbling quietly to themselves. You already have many such people around you, like the elders. A few moments later, Cheonyura slowed her pace, eyes scanning her surroundings. This is strange. Not only is there no recluse master here, but we walked right in without any resistance, and every time I move, someone appears to stop me. Black Dagger number 7 tilted his head. A recluse master? That gaze I kept sensing. It was from you, young cult leader, Jin Yomyong thought. Jin Yomyong spoke. Anyway, let's head out together. Suddenly, a voice called out. What a jackpot! Turns out he was telling the truth. Jin Yomyong turned, confused. Here comes another one. Gyeon Myonggae stepped forward with a smirk. Sorry, but I need you to become our prisoner, young cult leader. Cheonyura glared at him. Who are you people, and what do you plan to do with that information? You should have just surrendered peacefully, Gyeon replied. In the background, Third Elder and his servants were already sneaking away. We're leaving, one muttered. Cheonyura narrowed her eyes. That guy's clearly a member of the beggar sect, Jin Yomyong said, which is why we should keep him alive. He looks like he has a lot of information. He smirked. I didn't expect to find a lead this quickly. Cheonyura stepped forward, commanding Dark Shadow. Tiger Shadow. Fist Shadow. She looked at Black Dagger number 7. And Bion, assist me. Sabion removed her hat and mask, revealing her face beneath the moonlight. Yes, young cult leader, she answered sharply. Then, turning toward Jin Yomyong, she ordered, dark daggers, move forward and protect him. Without hesitation, the cloaked guards surrounded Jin Yomyong in tight formation. Yes, my lady, they replied in unison. Jin Yomyong blinked, stunned. Number 7, is Sabiyon? He thought in disbelief. Gyeonmyong-gae smirked and stepped forward. What a cute little strategy, he said mockingly, before continuing. But the young cult leader's guards, they're below the level of peak martial masters. He raised his hand, and his forces pointed their weapons forward. On our side, he declared proudly, we do have a peak martial master. Lady Cheonyura narrowed her eyes and drew her sword. You seem to know a lot about our cult. Gyeonmyong-gae grinned. Ho, I know it well. Especially matters concerning the Cheon clan. Yura's tone dropped cold. Matters concerning the Cheon clan? Her aura suddenly darkened, thick, suffocating, oppressive. Listen closely, you worms, she said. The death squad trembled as her presence weighed on them. What is that? One gasped. Whatever, Gyeonmyong-gae shouted. Attack! Cheonyura's voice was death itself. None of you will leave the 10,000 mountains alive, not a single one. She vanished and reappeared mid-strike, instantly cutting down one of the squad. Blood splattered the ground. Another attacker's sword missed her entirely as she twisted aside, slashing him across the ribs. Ugh! He groaned as he collapsed. You insects! Yura spat. Already on the next, one of the death squad members dropped his axe in terror. I can't die like this, he cried, gritting his teeth. With a wild shout, he locked eyes on Jin Yomyong. You, at the very least, I'll kill you. He charged forward, screaming Jin Yomyong's name. Jin Yomyong glanced sideways, calm but concerned. Do you even know how many of my bodyguards are here? To his horror, the dark daggers leaped away from him all at once. Huh? What? He muttered, startled. Darn it, he thought. Even if he's past his prime, he's still a top-tier martial master. It's too late to dodge. He barely drew his sword as the axe came crashing down. Jin Yomyong grunted in pain, managing to block the blow but tumbling back and scraping across the dirt. Just when I need to look cool, I fall clumsily like this. Everyone's going to laugh at me. Tisk, tisk. Dark Shadow stared wide-eyed. How did he manage to block that? Tiger Shadow muttered. This can't be. The assailant stepped back, eyes wide with confusion. Why? Why aren't you dead? Jin Yomyong sat up, wincing. Hey, you crazy lunatic, how could you say something like that to a person? The man sneered. You should have died. With your head split open just now. Shh! A flash of silver, a clean slice. The man's head dropped from his shoulders, and Cheonyura stood behind the corpse, wiping her blade clean. As expected, she said coolly, you're skilled enough to withstand that much. Jin Yomyong stared, stunned. What? So she was testing me on purpose. So, he muttered aloud. Are you satisfied now that you've confirmed my abilities? Cheonyura gave a satisfied nod. Very satisfied. It's not uncommon for high-ranking superiors to conduct tests like these, Jin Yomyong thought bitterly. Darned heavenly demon divine cult. Nearby, Gyeonmyong-gae was groaning, defeated and trembling. Damn it. Kill me. Why would I kill you? Jin Yomyong asked calmly. You're a valuable witness for the black-spotted blood. Gyun's breath caught. What are you saying? Black-spotted blood? Sweat dripped from his brow. Anyway, Jin Yomyong thought, I really am a demonic cultist now. Even though I was never too serious about martial arts, I did make time to study a few things thoroughly, he added. He smiled faintly, especially the flesh-rending technique. I studied it quite diligently. In simple terms, he said, drawing close, it's a torture method. Gyun's face paled. Wait. Jin Yomyong silenced him with a wave. Please, exercise your right to remain silent. He cracked his knuckles. It's my first real fight after all. I want to have a bit of fun. Gyeonmyong-gae's body began to tremble uncontrollably. All right, Jin Yomyong whispered. Shall we start slow? Uwak, kuh, Gyeon screamed. A short distance away, Cheonyura turned towards Sabiyon. Sorry about that. I caused unnecessary trouble. Sabiyon replied gently. It's all right. After all, young Master Jin accepted the apology, although he still seemed a little unhappy. She turned toward him hesitantly. Young Master Jin? He blinked at her. Number 7, why are you calling my name? She lowered her gaze and asked quietly, what would you do if you passed the entirety of the young cult leader's test? Before Cheonyura could speak, Jin Yomyong answered first. Then, he looked out at the horizon. I dared to dream of a goal I had once abandoned. Nearby, Gyeonmyong-gae whimpered in broken breath. I'll tell you. Everything I know, please, just stop. Jin Yomyoung sang quietly, voice light but cutting. Don't give up so quickly. Lady Chon Yura, arms crossed, murmured under her breath. I know it's not just because of some courtesan. Jin Yomyoung's expression sharpened. That man Yeon Myung-gae is indeed from the beggar sect. His superior has been colluding with someone from the Cheon clan, but even he doesn't know who exactly. Cheon Yura's eyes narrowed. The Cheon clan, involved in drugs. Jin Yomyoung nodded grimly. The men they brought with them are from Goryeo Fortress's hidden manor. Sabion's brows furrowed. The third elder mentioned Goryeo Fortress too. She turned toward them. The hidden manor is a minor clan founded by a retired member of the Phantom Slaughter Squad over 50 years ago. The Phantom Slaughter Squad. Cheon Yura echoed, her tone dropped with weight. Jin Yomyoung clenched his jaw. Gu Chil's old unit. Sabiong continued. Yes. The group, now disbanded, was once part of the Cheon clan's direct assassination force. They were known as the Demon Emperor's Phantom Slaughter Squad. Jin Yomyoung turned to Cheon Yura. Young cult leader, you should return. From the moment we were ambushed, this has gone beyond what we can manage alone. He pointed toward what remained of Gyeon Myung-gae. Clandestine organizations like this rarely use their main base for operations. If they sense anything is off, they'll erase their trail and vanish. Sabion stepped forward. What will you do now, young Master Jin? Jin Yomyoung replied. Even if the situation has changed, I'll start again from the lowest level groups, like the Perang sect. Cheon Yura bit her lip. There's a better way to do this. The key is speed, before groups like the Law Enforcement Council or others have time to react or prepare an all-out assault. Jin Yomyoung nodded. Yes, Cheon Yura continued. In that case, I'll go meet them myself. An official visit by the young cult leader is not something they'll dare oppose openly. No, Jin Yomyoung interrupted firmly. We cannot risk your life for this. She stared at him. Something like this? He looked at her seriously. Compared to your life, this is a minor matter. Her voice softened. But because of me, your plans changed. I want to make up for that. Jin Yomyoung sighed, then thought to himself, this is exactly why I fell for you. And at the hidden manor of Goryeo Fortress, outskirts of the 10,000 mountains. The heavy wooden door exploded inward as Lady Chon Yura kicked it open. Inside, On Shojong, the hidden manor's leader, stumbled backward in shock. What? The young cult leader has arrived. He scowled inwardly. I was just about to retreat because of that mess in Yunru Valley. But I never imagined the kidnapping target would walk in herself. He hurriedly bowed. Well, welcome, young cult leader. What brings you to such a humble place? Cheon Yura stepped inside calmly, eyes scanning the interior. Your grandfather was part of the Demon Emperor's Phantom Slaughter Squad, was he not? I've been negligent toward those who once pledged their blades to the Cheon clan. She looked around. Though it seems everyone here is quite busy, almost like they're preparing to leave in a hurry. She glanced pointedly at the scattered documents and packed crates. Aren't you going to offer your guest a cup of tea? Yoon Chil-jung chuckled nervously. In the 10,000 mountains, the young cult leader isn't treated as a guest. Please, come in. I'll escort you personally. In the shadows, an assassin whispered, Squad leader, what should we do with the target? The squad leader replied coldly, We've been given another chance. This time we capture her, alive. Yes, sir. As they stepped deeper into the manor, Cheon Yura glanced at the walls. This place looks worn down. I take it you don't receive many visitors. Yoon Chil-jung laughed stiffly. Ha, 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 ha. At last they entered a dim hall. Now then, young cult leader, Yoon Chil-jung said with a twisted smile. Cheon Yura's gaze hardened. Speak with respect, you insolent fool. Kuhuhu, he laughed again, dropping the act. Since we both know why you're here, there's no point in pretending anymore. At his signal, assassins appeared from the shadows and surrounded them. If you surrender quietly, he said, I won't be rough with you. Cheon Yura looked around once and said calmly, Fine, I see what level you're operating at. Un Chil-jung's sneer widened. You think you're unstoppable just because you defeated one assassin? Don't be so naive. This isn't all we prepared. Suddenly, a rumble echoed from above. The ceiling split open, columns moving into place, and strange lines lit the walls. Cheon Yura's eyes narrowed. A trap enchantment? Un Chil-jung chuckled darkly. It's called the Maze Slaughter Trap. You think I let you in without preparing? To set up something like this, she thought, would require immense funds and manpower. There's no way a retired assassin did this alone. She drew her sword with one clean motion. It seems there are many questions I need to ask, but first. She raised her blade to Yoon Chil-jung. Are you still dogs of the Cheon clan? Or have you betrayed us and sided with outsiders? Yoon Chil-jung's eyes turned cold. Kill them. The assassins charged. Cheon-yura darted forward, blade flashing. "I've heard enough." Her sword met the first attackers with a loud clang. Moments later, the room erupted into chaos. And amidst the flashing blades, Cheon-yura's voice rang clear. "It seems I still have a long way to go," she murmured coldly. "To think I allowed my body to be stained with the blood of trash like this." Un Choljong shrieked from the ground, eyes wide in terror. "Ak, a monster!" Her eyes flared. "Because of scum like you, I had to suffer under him?" She stepped forward, voice laced with malice. "Perhaps if I cut off your tongues, you'd finally learn loyalty." Un Choljong's thoughts raced. Sword energy pressure point ceiling? She's planning to interrogate us. We, the Phantom Slaughter Squad, devoted everything to the Cheon clan. "If you do this," but before he could finish, a scream pierced the air. "Gah! Young cult leader, please be careful," a voice shouted. Cheon-yura spun, eyes narrowing. A blade came slashing toward her. She raised her sword just in time to parry it, the shock rippling through her arms. A martial master, she realized. The man grinned confidently. "You've arrived," Un Choljong gasped, relief flooding his face. But the man's gaze didn't linger on him. He moved past Cheon-yura without a second glance. "He just passed by me." That easily, she thought, unsettled. Un Choljong, unaware of the danger, grinned triumphantly. "This is the young cult leader herself. Now that she's in the slaughter tra..." His head flew from his shoulders before he could finish. The mysterious martial master flicked the blood from his blade. "A failed hunting dog deserves no mercy." Cheon-yura narrowed her eyes. "I'm quite curious about your affiliation," she said calmly. "If you reveal it now, I'll personally pay to have your name sung across the Central Plains. A request through the beggar sect would be appropriate." One of the hidden assassins muttered nervously. Would he really confess? Just like that? Another whispered, "The young cult leader, this is dangerous." "I know," Cheon-yura replied without turning. "That's why I'm curious. Just how close have I come to the realm of enhanced sword energy?" The man chuckled and turned toward her. "The information that the young cult leader of the demonic cult is this reckless will fetch a fine price." "This is confidence," she said, lowering into a stance. He sneered. "No, this is arrogance, you naive brat." With that, he lunged forward. Their swords collided, releasing a brilliant flash of sparks. "Oh, you managed to withstand that," Cheon-yura said coolly. "With the heavenly demon divine art, I won't be overpowered by brute strength alone, even if your technique surpasses mine." The man's eyes narrowed. "Impressive. However," he launched another flurry of attacks. "Regardless of your talent," he hissed, slashing across her chest. Cheon-yura gasped, blood spilling. The gap born of experience is not one that can be crossed by effort alone. She gritted her teeth and blocked another strike, but the impact threw her against a pillar. "Ack!" she cried as her back slammed into stone. The martial master approached, voice low and lethal. "A little demon has taken root within the demonic cult. That person asked me to ensure you were captured alive, but if we do not end you here and now, you'll become a calamity in the future." Cheon-yura panted, chest rising and falling. "That person? In 20 years, he said, we might have to poison you just to stand a chance. You've got quite the eye," she said between breaths. He smirked. "That's exactly why you must die today." Cheon-yura smirked right back. "Actually, I already knew. I knew this place had trap enchantments, and that I might face a martial master I could not defeat." The man froze. "You knew, and still came?" "If there was a miscalculation," she said, eyes glinting, "it was merely a difference in opinion. Wouldn't you agree, Jin Yomyoung?" A calm voice answered behind her. "I told you, didn't I?" Jin Yomyoung said as he entered. "They fear your potential more than your title." He walked toward the fight, sword drawn. "So, how was it, facing them yourself?" Cheon-yura wiped blood from her lip. "Indeed. They're tricky. No wonder the 9 great sects are called prestigious." "You're certain he's from the 9 great sects?" Jin asked. "His sword techniques are completely at odds with anything from the demonic cult." "Well, you can relax now," Jin said. "I'm here." The martial master's eyes widened. "Jin Yomyoung? Jin, could you be from the demonic heavens Jin clan?" This is an unexpected gain, as a trap activates. A dagger came out and the martial master said, "Although we must kill the young cult leader, you." As the martial master was shocked and confused, as he evades the dagger and said, "Could you be?" Jin Yomyoung said, "You said it was the maze slaughter trap, right? This is mine now. Why do you think I came alone? I directed all the other forces elsewhere." As Jin Yomyoung points his sword at the martial master and said, "You people, do you plan on overthrowing the very heavens? Defy heaven. Overturn the heavens?" Jin Yomyong asked the Qingsheng sect's martial master, "Are you planning to defy the heavens?" The martial master was visibly shocked. Shion Yura glanced at him and said, "Why is he reacting so strongly to that?" Jin Yomyong replied calmly, "For now, just focus on surviving. They're almost done cutting off loose ends. You probably haven't noticed it inside the enchantment, but outside of here is a sea of fire. If we keep wasting time like this, we'll all burn together." The martial master slowly removed his veil and sneered, "And yet you're not running?" He threw the veil aside and declared, "Then I'll show you the same courtesy. This is the Qingsheng sect's Crimson Cloud." He readied his stance. Jin Yomyong muttered under his breath, him revealing his identity means he fully intends to kill us. Then he asked aloud, "Is the Qingsheng sect behind all of this?" The martial master charged toward them and shouted, "Go ahead and ask the king of hell." Qian Yura raised her sword and called out, "Jin Yomyong, can you match my rhythm?" Side by side, like a pair dancing into battle, they raised their swords. Jin Yomyong answered, "I think I can manage somehow." "Good," Qian Yura replied with a slight grin. They both leapt forward, blades drawn, closing in on the martial master. Their strikes collided violently. Suddenly, several daggers flew toward the Qingsheng sect's martial master. He jumped back, snarling, annoying. "To the right!" Qian Yura shouted. Jin Yomyong shifted, intercepting the next blow. No need to block his attacks head-on, he thought. I probably couldn't anyway. While Qian Yura attacks, he parried and continued aloud, "I'll disrupt the enemy." The martial master clicked his tongue. Sabiyon from the shadows shouted, "Fire!" Another dagger shot through the air, forcing the martial master to dodge. Bion is assisting, he realized, frowning. Qian Yura smirked. "Not bad at all, Jin Yomyong." Jin Yomyong responded, "That's a relief. It's working just like I thought." Qian Yura narrowed her eyes. "Also, I'm starting to see it clearly now, his sword." The martial master spoke coldly. "Looks like in order to kill you, I'll have to risk my life. I plan to avoid using large techniques due to the trap enchantments, but I guess I have no choice." He began to turn. Qian Yura's expression darkened. "Run, Jin Yomyong. We'll give up on capturing him alive. I'll hold them off and escape eventually." "So you go ahead first." The martial master scoffed. By now the guardians should have arrived. He glanced back with disappointment. "It's a shame." Qian Yura murmured, "That's enhanced sword aura. It's different from mine. It's a perfectly refined straight-line sword aura." Jin Yomyong clenched his fists. "I can't let that happen." Qian Yura blinked. "What?" Then she realized. "You never intended to run from the beginning, did you?" "Don't throw your life away alone," she added. "If we live together." They stood back to back, blades ready. Qian Yura took a slow, steady breath. Qian Yura said, "I'm going to use union energy. You have to match me." Jin Yomyong nodded. "All right." Their auras surged and intertwined, rising like twin flames. The Qingsheng sect's martial master scoffed. "Union energy? Ha! What are you two, a married couple?" With a fierce cry, he launched forward. "Die!" Jin Yomyong and Qian Yura intercepted his strike in perfect synchronization. A blinding light erupted from the clash of forces. The martial master screamed in pain. Jin Yomyong grit his teeth. Qian Yura instinctively closed her eyes against the radiance. A few moments later, Qian Yura coughed, struggling to stay upright. The Qingsheng sect's martial master chuckled hoarsely. Hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo-hoo, you two really surprised me. If we fight again, the result might be different. Though I doubt that will happen." His sword hovered next to Jin Yomyong's neck. Jin Yomyong muttered, "Knowing that my life could be of such great help to the grand plan." The martial master finished the thought. "Is touching." Suddenly, a shout echoed, "Scoundrel!" It was the right guardian, Crimson Battle Demon. The martial master turned, shocked and confused, just as Crimson Battle Demon descended upon him with a ferocious blow. "How dare you lay a hand on her?" "Quah!" The martial master groaned as his body was flung backward like a broken doll. Qian Yura, exhausted, remained silent. Crimson Battle Demon rushed to her side. "Young cult leader, are you all right?" Meanwhile, Gu Chil had already snuck in, silently approaching the fallen martial master's body. Qian Yura exhaled slowly. "Whew. You're late." Crimson Battle Demon stammered, I apologize. I was away and only just received the message." Jin Yomyong narrowed his eyes and thought, "You were away? You're part of the Guardian Corps, sworn to protect the cult leader and their family. And you're a high-ranking guardian at that." As Crimson Battle Demon continued apologizing, Gu Chil quietly slipped away. Qian Yura spoke coldly, "Forget it. That man claims to be an elder of the Qingsheng sect, but this could all be a setup. meant to provoke a war between the Orthodox sects and the demonic cult, so take him away and interrogate him thoroughly. Crimson Battle Demon broke into a nervous sweat. Young cult leader, that might be a bit earlier, His voice trailed off as he recalled the blow he had just delivered, one that shattered the martial master's spine, neck, shoulders, and ribs. He bowed in panic. Sorry. I'm deeply sorry. Jin Yomyong thought to himself, was it on purpose? He glanced at the Crimson Battle Demon, one of the supreme martial masters of the divine cult. 20 years later, the entire Guardian Corps betrays us, but Wang Shangzhou had already retired by then. And right now, it doesn't make sense for him to betray us. Not with this timing, not in this situation. Cheon Yura turned to Jin Yomyong and said, this was something I insisted on proceeding with. I have no excuse. She looked at him seriously. I'll repay this debt, and next time, I'll definitely... She did not finish the sentence, but the silence lingered with weight. A few moments later, Cheon Yura and the others began to walk away. Jin Yomyong called out quietly, Guchil. From the shadows, Guchil emerged. Yes, young master? Jin Yomyong asked. How did it go? Guchil replied, most of it was already burned, so there wasn't much. But we did find this on the corpse of the hidden manor master. He handed over a charred paper. Jin Yomyong raised an eyebrow. In that chaos, you had time to find that? I guess it's thanks to the right guardians trolling. Guchil tilted his head. Huh? What? Jin Yomyong waved it off. I'm just talking to myself. It's nothing. As he opened the paper, his expression froze. What is this? He murmured to himself, shocked and confused. Jin Yomyong slipped the letter from its envelope and read it to himself. What is this? He murmured. The letter declared, Cheon Il Gate, top assassination order. Pass on smoke request. He frowned as he folded the parchment and tucked it into his pocket. An assassination order from the Cheon Il Gate. He could scarcely believe it. What a coincidence, he thought. They're the perfect scapegoats for shutting the place down. Young master, Guchil ventured hesitantly. Could you explain it in terms I can understand? Jin Yomyong glanced at his aide. Very well, Guchil. You have a right to know my plan. He smiled. It seems we'll be parting ways for a while. What? Guchil exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. An elder's voice rang out in outrage. Drugs? How dare they employ such lowly, unorthodox trickery in our cult? Heavenly demon, we must destroy the Qing Cheng cult immediately. An orthodox demonic war. Heavenly demon Qian Taejong raised a hand for silence. The divine cult's fury must be both thorough and precise. Heavenly demon, the elder stammered in reverence. Qian Taejong nodded. First, we must determine whether they are truly an orthodox cult or mere imposters pretending to be one. Left Guardian, I have a task for you. I shall obey, the Left Guardian replied with a bow. Meanwhile, in the demonic heavens Jin clan, a boy whispered excitedly, Did you hear? Our young master helped the young cult leader resolve the incident. Another grinned. Won't the 6 demonic dragons ask him to become the 7th dragon? The patriarch will be thrilled. Asura King Jin Gonok slammed his fist on the table. What did you just say? Jin Yomyong replied calmly. I said I wish to be appointed to the Cheon Il Gate. The king's rage boiled over. He struck the table so hard it splintered. You lunatic! You belong in the Demon Dragon Hall! I seek broader connections, Jin Yomyong explained. Yewun excels at building ties there. I wish to learn from the talents of the Cheon Il Gate. Scout those who might later be recruited by the Ma or Pei clans. As you know, members of the Demon Dragon Hall often have ties to major clans. Unaffiliated ones fall under the Cheon clan, not ours. He paused, letting his words sink in. Last year, Ma Chul-su graduated from the Cheon Il Gate with the same goal. Am I inferior to Ma Chul-su? Jin Yomyong flashed a grin. The king's eyes nearly popped from his sockets. Of course not. The young strategist pressed on. If you offer me a little support, Patriarch, I will return with people who will champion the next generation of our Jin family. Moments later, outside the clan hall, Jin Yewun charged up to his brother. The Cheon Il Gate? Are you insane? Jin Yomyong handed a document to Guchil. This is my application. He turned to Yewun. You too? Today alone, more than 10 people have asked if I've lost my mind. Obviously, Yewun scoffed. Who in their right mind from a main clan would go there? If someone from a branch clan goes, they're considered cast out. A bystander murmured, Young Master Yomyong has been exiled. Another added, well, he did endanger the young cult leader. Guchil's face fell into shadow. Yewun grumbled, that's way too low class. Little brother, Jin Yomyong said gently, Do you not know that the founder of the Cheon-il Gate was none other than our heavenly demon ancestor? In the early days, he continued, training was so brutal that many upper-class children perished, which led to the creation of the Demon Dragon Hall. Afterwards, the Cheon-il Gate's regimen was eased. My goal is to experience that original course, to understand the process that forged relentless warriors obsessed with martial arts. Ye-woon frowned to himself. His brother had never cared about the patriarch's seat. Why this sudden obsession with martial prowess? As the wind blows, Jin Yom-young said, a great storm is coming. Please practice everything I've taught you. Ye-woon swallowed. What are you planning? You'll find out soon enough, Jin Yom-young replied, already turning away. He thought with a wry smile, entering the Cheon-il Gate now is like a man running off to war in the middle of a marriage meeting. Sa-byeon sipped her tea and asked softly, the young cult leader. He told me to ask you this. Are you crazy? And he wanted a clear answer as to what you're thinking. Jin Yom-young muttered to himself, my answer. It will decide whether I live or die. He looked at Sa-byeon and said firmly, it's because I realized my powerlessness. If I had at least reached the entry stage of the peak realm, I wouldn't have gone down so easily back then. Then, under his breath, he added, I need to sound as tragically resolute as possible. Sa-byeon replied, it's not like you were defeated. Jin Yom-young shook his head. No, that definitely counts as a defeat. I can't exactly say it's to prepare for what's coming, he thought. They'd think I'm delusional. Instead, he said aloud, in this cult, everything is proven through strength. I want to meet the minimum qualifications to stand at the young cult leader's side. Oh, Sa-byeon said quietly. You two are actually alike to a certain extent. Alike? In what way? The young cult leader. She blamed herself deeply for her own shortcomings too. That's why she's gone into closed-door training. She said that once she emerges, she'll compare her results with yours. Jin Yom-young's eyes widened. Is that her way of saying, she'll kill me? In Cheon-il Gate, White Lotus Peak, a one-eyed, bald instructor bellowed, move, you lazy slugs. Don't loosen your thighs or hips. Kuh, kuh. The disciples groaned as they struggled up the steep trail. You only have 2 futures, the instructor roared. Conquer this peak or fall and die. Miss Baek cursed under her breath. Gah. You crazy demonic cult freaks. I'm going to curse you, old man. How could you throw me into a place like this? It'll be just a little hardship, she recalled his words bitterly, now crying. You said a little. A little. As she clung to the cliffside, Miss Baek muttered, if I fall from here, no amount of inner energy will save me. I'll die instantly. I'll survive, she growled, pulling herself upward, and I'll give that old man a taste of his own medicine. Suddenly, the rock under her hand broke loose. Ah! She gasped as she slipped. So this is how I die. Then, a hand caught her wrist. Panting, cold sweat running down her face, she looked up. Are you all right, miss? Asked a calm voice. It was San Do-jeon, during the Cheon-il Gate's 108th Batch Mountain Climbing Challenge. Moments later, Miss Baek said, thank you. Oh, not at all, he replied. We should help each other out. You're a strange one, she said, considering we're part of the demonic cult. Sir? San Do-jeon chuckled awkwardly. I'm not worthy of being called that? Why not? Miss Baek countered. If someone acts with chivalry, they deserve respect. He cleared his throat, looking away. Ahem. Around here, the term sir doesn't carry much weight. Right, she muttered to herself. This is still the demonic cult, after all. Nearby, a man sneered to himself. He should have just let her fall. What a shame. Another thought darkly. He should have pushed her. What a waste of an opportunity to cut down a competitor. San Do-jeon spoke again. This kind of physical training will lessen over time. Once the next batch of trainees arrive, we'll shift to theoretical lessons. Did someone named Senior Baek say that? Miss Baek asked. Yes. And he also said someone important is joining Cheon-il Academy soon. Someone from a direct bloodline of one of the 6 great demon clans. From the Jin clan. Demonic Heaven's bloodline. Oh, an exile, Miss Baek thought to herself. I better steer clear of that one. No need for unnecessary trouble. Elsewhere, Gu-chil cried out, Young master, do you really have to go? Jin Yom-young answered firmly, this was decided a long time ago. Why are you still whining about it? Because you and I are like one body, that's why, Gu-chil sobbed. Just focus on the tasks assigned to you, Jin Yom-young said. I'll be calling on you plenty, even from there. As he walked away, Gu-chil's expression darkened. But still, Jin Yom-young thought, observing his fellow trainees. I don't know about their skill, but the look in their eyes isn't bad. All of them probably walked in here carrying someone's expectations, envy, or burdens on their shoulders. It'd be nice if just one of them stood out. A few moments later, Jo Jin-sang addressed the gathered students. Time's up. I welcome you all to Cheon-il Academy. Hoo-oh. Your eyes are all burning with spirit, Jo Jin-sang chuckled, his smile thin and unreadable. They look real good, hoo-hoo. A boy in the crowd whispered. That's the head of Cheon-il Academy, right? His friend frowned. He doesn't have an imposing presence. That's odd. Jo Jin-sang remained silent, still smiling, until a wave of dark energy rippled from his body. His voice dropped into a chilling tone. Listen well, you brats. The air turned heavy. He is Cheon-il Academy head Jo Jin-sang. Jin Yomyong's eyes narrowed. What terrifying killing intent, he thought as a suffocating pressure weighed down on everyone. The crowd of disciples winced and staggered under Jo Jin-sang's oppressive aura. This academy, Jo Jin-sang declared, is not merely an educational institution. It is a ruthless forge, ruled by the demonic cult's iron law, survival of the fittest. Suddenly, a group of senior disciples stormed forward. Their presence was overwhelming. Gasps erupted from the first years. These are your seniors, Jo Jin-sang said. At most, they entered only a year ahead of you. And yet, do you see the difference between yourselves and them? Jin Yomyong's eyes sharpened. Scars, he said aloud. Then to himself, and one more thing, he spoke up again, the look in their eyes. Jo Jin-sang raised a brow. Oh? That's correct. I don't know who you are or where you're from, but it seems someone with sharp eyes has joined us. He gestured to the seniors. They have already faced death, bled, and survived. That is what forged those eyes. Jin Yomyong suddenly stared at one of them. Wait, that man, is he? His thoughts raced. Team leader San Do-jin? Incredible. He broke past the ceiling imposed on Cheon-il Academy alumni, even without being from the Demon Dragon Academy. He rose to become leader of the Wind Demon Unit, one of the cult's top 3 elite divisions. His name is San Do-jeon, better known as the Bloodless Storm and the Butcher Blade. Even if I have to ignore everyone else, I'm taking that man with me. A few days ago. Flashback. Jo Jin-sang sat alone, grim-faced. Damn that Asura king. Does he really want to prove his son's worth even as an exile? So much so that he offers me such a position. He recalled their recent meeting. Asura King Jingun-ak had said, didn't you once say that before retiring you wanted to swim in a bigger pond? The head of the Demon Dragon Academy is set to retire in 2 years. I'm prepared to recommend you for the position. Jo Jin-sang's heart had nearly stopped at those words. That role, one of the most coveted within the cult. Even those without clan blood can enter the Elder Council through it. But then, why send his own son to this place? Turning to the Vice Academy head, Jo Jin-sang asked, what do you think? If it's not the Asura King's personal will, then it's one of 2 things, the Vice head replied. Either it's the will of the cult leader, or the will of that fledgling, Jin Yomyong. What if it's the cult leader's will? The Vice head nodded. Due to the Hidden Manor incident, the young cult leader was placed under disciplinary probation, and since Jin Yomyong was with her, perhaps this is also meant as punishment for him. Jo Jin-sang shook his head. I doubt it. The Asura King's request was too unique for this to be a mere punishment. What do you mean? He didn't ask me to guarantee grades or safety like the usual requests from nobles. Instead, he asked for minor conveniences so that his son could train freely. He frowned. At the very least, it's clear the boy came here with serious intent to grow. Could that be the reason? That night, secret meeting. The second leader stood under moonlight, cloaked in silence. Please understand, I have my reasons for calling you out here like this. Even I find it a little awkward. A subordinate rushed in. Excuse me, second leader. Urgent order from the top. Urgent? He frowned. Urgent enough to interfere with a mission I've spent years preparing? The servant gritted his teeth. He's no match for me in martial arts, yet acts so arrogantly. But I must remember, he's favored by top executives and a candidate for the next generation of key personnel. I apologize, the servant said aloud. Originally, this task was assigned to the Hidden Manor's assassins. Was assigned? They got involved with the young cult leader and were wiped out. The young cult leader, the second leader murmured. The mission has now been reassigned to you, as you're closest to the target. All right then, he said. Tell me, who's the assassination target? I'll inform you through frequency whispering technique, the servant said, stepping close. A moment passed. The second leader's eyes widened. Then he smirked. Ha! He burst out laughing. As second leader, the servant asked nervously, didn't you say you snuck out? Shut up! The second leader's eyes narrowed. Wait a second. Wasn't that guy under the first leader's charge? He smirked coldly. So, he failed to persuade him? He chuckled. Well, I don't mind cleaning up his mess. Then he thought to himself, this might even make me the next first leader. He turned to his subordinate. Report this to the higher-ups. I'll handle it cleanly, without leaving any consequences. The next day, Cheon-il Academy courtyard, Zhou Jinsang approached with a curious glint in his eye. "Oh, are you the Jin Yomyong I've heard about?" Jin Yomyong bowed respectfully. "Greetings, head of Cheon-il Academy." Zhou Jinsang nodded with interest. "No wonder you have a keen eye. Unlike the Demon Dragon Academy, even members of the 6 great clans have no special privileges here. Your father must be quite displeased." Jin Yomyong replied calmly, "I will conduct myself properly." Zhou Jinsang raised an eyebrow. "You're more courteous than I expected. Unlike the second son of the Ma clan, I am not arrogant enough to be rude to the iron-blooded demon cult leader," Yomyong said plainly. "The official nickname of the Cheon-il Academy head is Mistbound Fiend," Yomyong thought to himself, "but he prefers to be called the iron-blooded demon cult leader, a title the orthodox factions gave him. That's how all Brown knows him." Zhou Jinsang smirked. "You're interesting. I like how you talk." It worked, Yomyong thought. Zhou Jinsang asked, "Is there anything you want?" "Of course, things like going outside or overnight stays are not allowed, but I can grant you a certain level of convenience." Yomyong replied, "I would appreciate it if you could allow me to participate in the exchange events. After all, it is a Cheon clan event." Zhou Jinsang nodded. Nothing can be done about that. Anything else?" Yomyong narrowed his eyes and thought, "Is he asking again because he's expecting a particular answer? Perhaps. The real reason I came here." He spoke clearly. "Please grant me access to the mainstream. It is said to have been created by the first heavenly demon to train his closest aides. I wish to experience the greatness of the mainstream." Zhou Jinsang's eyes widened slightly. "Ambitious, aren't you? Do you even understand how dangerous that is?" He crossed his arms. "The current graduation rate and death rate of Cheon-il Academy is around 20%. The rest fail to meet the minimum requirements and are expelled. However, the graduation rate of the mainstream within Cheon-il Academy is only 5%. Do you know what the death rate is?" Yomyong smirked. "Yes, I do." "It's everyone else," he thought. Zhou Jinsang asked, "Yet despite knowing that, you still want to challenge it?" "Yes. I must become stronger, no matter what. After all, for me, it is a matter of life and death." Zhou Jinsang sighed. "Very well. If you insist, I won't stop you. Thank you." "However," Zhou Jinsang continued, "you cannot do it alone. At its core, training in the mainstream is conducted in groups of 6. Yomyong realized, because the heavenly demon had 6 close aides. Zhou Jinsang added, "Within 6 months, you must gather at least 6 people, including yourself, or several groups in multiples of 6. Yomyong raised an eyebrow. "Are you saying I can bring as many as I can gather?" Zhou Jinsang grinned. "That was part of your goal anyway, wasn't it?" Yomyong said. "I didn't expect you to be so upfront with your approval," Zhou Jinsang responded. "However, all of this is only valid on the condition that you pass the Cheon-il Academy entrance test. Now that I think about it, because of the harsh training, even the Ma clan's kid looked like a corpse during his first year. Despite that, you're only giving me 6 months?" Yomyong thought. "Since you've given me the authority to select my own talented people, I'll make sure you regret it." As murmurs echoed in the background, "Whisper, whisper, Jin Yomyong. That's the Jin clans." Yomyong walked alone, but not unnoticed. Suddenly, someone called out to him. "My name is Ma Jin Song, the one you injured with a cowardly move, Ma Chosu." "He's my 6th cousin." Yomyong looked at him blandly. "So, what business do you have with me?" Ma Jin Song grinned. "Nothing in particular. I just wanted to carve my existence onto your mind." "Ah, okay then." Ma Jin Song exhaled deeply, satisfied. What is with him? Yomyong thought. Elsewhere, the heavenly demon's training grounds, the heavenly demon Qian Taizhong watched coldly, not even close. "Your technique's flow is sloppy, and your inner energy circulation is rough." He pointed his finger at Qian Yura. "If you had fully maximized the heaven-slaying enhanced energy, you wouldn't have been pushed back by an elder of the Qingqing sect." Qian Yura stood there sweating and ashamed. That's... Qian Taizhong interrupted. "Are you still afraid of falling to your demonic nature?" Qian Yura gripped her sword tightly. The heavenly demon, Qian Taizhong, spoke coldly, "Afraid that you might kill someone like Bayon? Or that child from the Jin clan with your own hands?" "Yura," he called again. Qian Yura replied quietly, "Yes, cult leader." Qian Taizhong continued. "In the 1,000 years since the founding of our cult by the first heavenly demon, only 3 heavenly demons have ever emerged." Heavenly demon. The title belongs solely to the absolute being who arose once every several generations. Yura, you have the potential to become the next heavenly demon. You could be the first in our cult's history to inherit the title directly from the previous generation. He looked down at her with unwavering intensity. Being swept up in your demonic nature is for the ordinary, but for people like us, we must seize control of our nature, no matter how fierce it becomes. We must do so, he added, even if it means losing something precious. Of course, one day you must marry and continue the Cheon clan's bloodline, but at least for now, do not get distracted. Just focus on perfecting your martial arts. Usabiyon, listening from the shadows, muttered to herself, "What's happening? I thought the cult leader liked young Master Jin. Is that not the case?" But Cheon Taejong remained silent. Then finally he spoke again. "Those people are by no means easy opponents." Cheon Yura's eyes widened, caught between shock and confusion. And back at Cheonil Academy, disciples strained as they carried heavy boulders on their backs while climbing a steep hill. Spare me." The one-eyed bald instructor clicked his tongue. "Tisk, tisk. What kind of warrior is this weak? That's not enough to kill you." Moments later he barked, "We'll take a short break." The disciples dropped their boulders with exhausted groans. Jin Yomyung gasped, "This is going to kill me." But then, he thought to himself, "Still, judging by how quickly I recover, I guess I really do have some of the Jin clan's blood in me. If it were Ye Woon, he would have done this with a smile." The instructor suddenly shouted, "You all know about the recent expansion from the 4 pavilions to the 5 pavilions, right? That's why the Heavenly Intelligence Pavilion is actively recruiting field operatives." He added, "Cheon Il Academy can now only recommend up to 3 people per student batch." The men around Yomyang gasped with excitement. "Oh, the shortcut to success," Jin Yomyang thought. "Even I'm interested in that." From a distance, Ma Jin-song watched him closely. Jin Yomyang's thoughts deepened. The Heavenly Intelligence Pavilion, essentially the intelligence agency that will one day control the entire sect. Yet they failed to detect the betrayals of the Guardian Corps and several of the 6 clans. They even recommended Han Mubarak for the demonic faction lord selection. That's very suspicious. Now there's a chance to infiltrate that agency. Safely. The one-eyed bald instructor said, "Well, for you all there's also an alternative route to success, comparable to being in the Heavenly Intelligence Pavilion itself." "Right. Jin clan's child?" Jin Yomyang, surprised, muttered to himself, "That bastard." Then aloud he said, "You're not wrong. Well, if you insist," he added, smirking, "I can leave the front gate guard position at the main clan empty for you." The instructor blinked in confusion. "What?" Yomyang crossed his arms. "Does being the Jin clan's gatekeeper sound like a joke to you? He earns at least 3 times your monthly salary, you know?" The instructor frowned. "Do you even know how much we make?" Yomyang grinned. "A regular instructor earns 15 nyang. A senior instructor gets 20 nyang, right?" The instructor's eyes bulged. "How do you know that?" Yomyang smirked again. "Opportunities are always present." The instructor trembled in anger, clenching his fist. "You, little." But then he leaned in close and whispered, "Are you serious?" The others looked on, stunned. The instructor quickly straightened up. What? So what? I was just asking, all right? Money's always a good thing." He chuckled to himself, thinking of gold and silver. Then, changing the topic, he said, "Anyway, if you reach a certain level of mastery in the heaven-soaring divine art, you will no longer be harmed by fire or water. That's one of its effects." Jin Yomyang yawned. Sure, have a drink," as he swung his sword through the air. He thought to himself, though, oddly enough, this sword technique feels like something from an orthodox sect and Cheonil Academy training room. Yomyang stood alone, sword in hand. Actually, sword styles of different natures usually don't work well together. However, back then, Cheon Yura's and my techniques connected smoothly, like flowing water. Let's take a closer look at it once more. He imagined Cheon Yura before him. She raised her sword and swung. Yomyang stepped back to evade. She struck again. This time, Yomyang blocked her attack cleanly and grinned. "This time, I can receive it." Cheon Yura froze mid-movement. Yomyang smirked and teased, "Are you upset because my foundation didn't shake?" Then he thought, "Also, the blockage is starting to clear. The flow of energy throughout my body. Before, I barely fended off attacks using technique or instinct. But now, I can see them." Cheon Yura said, "What exactly did you say you blocked just now?" As Jin Yomyang looked back, he was shocked. He thought to himself, "There is one thing I am becoming more certain of. The 10-fang divine sword art shares its origin with the heaven-slaying demonic sword art. But how? The heaven-slaying demonic sword art is a secret sword technique passed down only through the Cheon clan's direct bloodline." As Cheon Yura's sword swung toward him, Jin Yomyung said, "Sixth form of the 10-fang divine sword art." He continued in thought, going past basic sword techniques and beyond sword energy. "I'm stepping into the realm of sword masters, gazing past the wall into the path beyond. The limitless demon realm." As Jin Yomyung charged forward and clashed head-on with Cheon Yura, a huge blast erupted in the training room. Jo Jin-sang was shocked. One-eyed bald instructor turned around. Jo Jin-sang exclaimed, What's going on?" One-eyed bald instructor said, "Is this an ambush?" Jo Jin-sang said, "Ha!" That reinforced wall fell apart like tofu. One-eyed bald instructor said, "Fortunately, he was using the training room, so there were fewer casualties." Jo Jin-sang asked, "Was Jin Yomyung the one who reserved the room?" The instructor replied, "Yes." According to him, the wall suddenly collapsed with a bang, and a powerful wave of energy overwhelmed him. Given his status, we are also considering the possibility that it was an assassination attempt. Jo Jin-sang thought to himself, an assassin going wild like this. Honestly, it would be more believable if he had just wrecked the place while training, though I would not bet on it. He cannot have already reached the peak realm at his current age. He is not even the cult leader or the young cult leader. And then, a few moments later, the guard shouted, "Search every corner." Another guard said, "There might be an infiltrator." Meanwhile, Jin Yomyung thought, how did the 10-fang divine sword art end up in the Jin clan's secret library? And how did Master know its identity? "Master? Just who are you, really?" Guchil whispered. "Young Master." Jin Yomyung asked, "Did you leave any trace behind?" He thought to himself, I still do not want people to know I can use sword energy, so it is better if it looks like an assassination attempt. Guchil said, about that. As ordered, I left traces that suggest a connection to an outsider group, but, Jin Yomyung asked. But? Guchil said, it seems like there was someone else besides me. Jin Yomyung looked at him, shocked. He said, what did you just say? Guchil said, there really was an intruder. Jin Yomyung replied, talk about catching a rat while backing up blindly. Guchil added, also, it is not just any rat. It is a big one. Jin Yomyung asked, can you track them down? Guchil smiled. Who do you think I am? Jin Yomyung thought to himself, the Royal Demon Phantom Assassin Corps, under the direct authority of the Cheon clan, second in command of the Cheon clan's Royal Demon Phantom Assassin Corps, Bayok Cheon Woon. That is Guchil's former name. A few days later, a servant spoke nervously. It has already been a month since we received that order. It is directly from the Eight Heavens General. Do not ruin the grand plan. The second leader replied, I will resolve it as quickly as possible. His hands trembled in frustration as he muttered, it is just that Shonil Academy's security suddenly tightened. But the field practicals are taking place soon, so do not worry. If they cannot be recruited, we will eliminate them outside. Jin Yomyung, deep in meditation, released a breath. He thought to himself, though I wrecked the training room, it ended up giving me more time to focus on cultivation. It has stabilized. It forcibly cut off my impatience and craving for higher realms, which could have led me to fall into my inner demons. I should stop here and return to the dorms. As Jin Yomyung arrived at the dorms, a man shouted, young master has arrived. His friend followed up, everyone clear out, you scoundrels. The young master needs rest. Another mumbled, sigh. If I get recruited into the Jin clan, my life changes overnight. A friend whispered, though they say you have to prove your worth by yourself, to be in the mainstream or something. And Jin Yomyung arrived in his room, which was clean, neat, and sparkling. A boy said, young master, we have prepared new sheets for you. His friend added, please rest here. Jin Yomyung replied, thanks. Madam Ma Jin Song appeared at the door. Ugh, the alley boss is here. A man inside muttered, that guy is being rude. Another said, how dare a branch family member act so boldly? Jin Yomyung said coolly, an alley boss. If you want, I could make you one. Ma Jin Song snapped back. You think I would serve you? He stuck out his tongue. Jin Yomyung replied, if you undergo the mainstream's training, you could even surpass Ma Chul-su, the man you admire so much. Ma Jin Song stammered, for real? Jin Yomyung slammed the door. Take your time to think. Oh, there is still time. Ma Jin Song stood frozen. I can surpass Chul-su. Jin Yomyung sat on his bed. What I asked for. A man stepped forward. Yes, young master, I have confirmed it all. The factions and internal statuses of the upper-ranked students. Jin Yomyung opened the scroll and thought, shoot, there are so many students with names containing Sang and Yon. There are dozens of them. He remembered the old letter, Shon Il Academy. Target. Must kill, smoke, delivery request. He muttered, oh, now that I think of it, Captain Sandojon. He is one rank above me, is he not? Despite that, he is a stubborn martial artist who lacks tact and flair. He is probably staying far from all this faction business. But then he frowned. He is in a faction too? He looked back down at the paper. It read, Han Muyon Jin Yomyong thought, why does this name sound so oddly familiar? Jin Yomyong said to himself, Han Mubaik, Han Muyon? Ha, this feels so out of place. His roommate said he is currently the most noteworthy talent in Cheonil Academy. He can use sword energy. Sword energy, you know. Jin Yomyong said to himself, well, I told them to investigate further, but for today, let us focus on team battle training. The bald, one-eyed instructor said, all of you will be divided into 9 squads. Each squad will spar twice in mock battles. Ultimately, the 3 squads with the lowest scores will be expelled from Cheonil Academy. The rest will be sent into real combat. Your deployment zone will be within the sphere of influence of the unorthodox tyrant heavens. Jin Yomyong said to himself, the unorthodox tyrant heavens. Jin Yomyong said to himself, Gu Yomyong, also known as the heinous king, was one of the 5 great unorthodox sect kings of the Central Plains. However, after Gu Yomyong was killed without naming a successor, an internal war broke out immediately. It was already unusual that the youngest disciple, rather than the first disciple with the largest force, achieved victory in that civil war. Then, to add fuel to the fire, the orthodox sects and the unorthodox tyrant heavens suddenly formed a very close relationship. As they shook hands, they said to each other, let us not fight. Agreed. The demonic sect said, that came out of nowhere, Jin Yomyong said to himself, because that moment ultimately formed the root of the alliance between the orthodox sect and the Murim Alliance. As the other sects said, our enemies are the demonic cult. The demonic sect said, freak, Jin Yomyong said to himself, just thinking about it still infuriates me. Just you wait and see. The bald, one-eyed instructor said, group leaders will be chosen from the top-ranked students, those who passed the previous team test with excellent results. Jin Yomyong said to himself, since I am in Group 2, my leader is... A trembling voice said, hello everyone. I have been appointed as the leader of Group 2. A boy at the back said, huh, is she not supposed to have top scores? Another added, hey, Jin Yomyong said to himself, what is this? Baiksanga, trembling, said, I'll be in your care. Baiksanga said to herself, this is a disaster. I am completely doomed. The one I most wanted to avoid is in my group. As she looked at the other students, oh no, 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 no. Jin Yomyong said to himself, in a team battle, the leader's ability is crucial. This is really important. Baiksanga trembled in front. She said to herself, I am doomed. 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 Jin Yomyong said to himself, this is definitely a disaster. Ma Jin-song raised his hand and said, question, leader? Baiksanga replied, yes, speak. Ma Jin-song said, is there any way to change the group leader? Baiksanga answered, sorry, but that is not possible. The instructors made the decision, so we cannot change it on our own. Ma Jin-song said, even if the leader is not reliable? Jin Yomyong said to himself, in a place full of rebels, the moment anyone outright says no, that squad will instantly collapse. I could step in to mediate the situation, but I want to see how she responds. Baiksanga said, do you have a problem with that? Jin Yomyong said to himself, Baiksanga unsheathed her sword and said, my grandfather once said this. Baiksanga continued, children who will not listen need a beating. Then they will learn to obey. All of them were shocked into silence. Ma Jin-song said to himself, your grandfather taught that to you, his granddaughter? Jin Yomyong said to himself, what kind of monster is she? Baiksanga said, it seems you want to test my capability as a group leader. Fine, come at me. If you defeat me, Ma Jin-song asked. If I defeat you, Baiksanga finished, I will resign as leader and leave Cheonil Academy myself. As the others stood up and exclaimed, wah! Jin Yomyong said to himself, at this point there is no backing out. Ma Jin-song said, ha, kick! Do not regret what you said later. He jumped and shouted, ha! Jin Yomyong said to himself, ah, that is what Ma Chul-su was about to unleash the last time. Ma Jin-song used his skill, demonic blood sword technique, soaring blood. Baiksanga said, She swung her sword and her eyes became serious. Jin Yomyong said to himself, huh. Ma Jin-song's blade clashed with Baiksanga's sword. Baiksanga struck Ma Jin-song, followed up with a palm strike and hit him in the chest. Ma Jinsong groaned in pain, "Kuch," and flew away. Jin Yomyung looked at Ma Jinsong and said to himself, "I feel like I have seen that posture somewhere before." Then he looked at Baek Sanga and thought, no, it cannot be. She would need another sword for that. Right. That is impossible. If it were true, the entire divine cult would have been turned upside down. Ma Jinsong, grinning in frustration, said, I will defeat you." He pointed at Baek Sanga and grew angrier. Ma Jinsong said to himself, the minimum qualification to be called a martial master, the energy-charged sword. A girl said to her friend, "Oh, amazing. Whisper, whisper." Her friend replied, "You are seeing that demonic blood sword technique for the first time, are you not?" Jin Yomyung said to himself, "Looks like he is really angry." Baek Sanga said, "Consider this a warning. You had best sheath that sword, if you do not wish to sustain any serious injuries." Ma Jinsong shouted, "You brat! How dare you look down on me? I am from the Ma clan." Suddenly, the bald, one-eyed instructor interrupted. "That is enough, Ma Jinsong. If you push this further, you will be crossing the line. Calm yourself." Ma Jinsong protested, "But," the instructor said, "even though our cult is all about the survival of the fittest, we exist in a structured society, bound by laws. You understand what that means, do you not?" Jin Yomyung said to himself, the founder of the 6 clans is the one who made the laws after all. For Ma Jinsong, breaking them would be to humiliate his own ancestor. Ma Jinsong muttered, "I understand." The instructor nodded. "All right. Now, split into your groups. Group leaders, explain the detailed schedule." Jin Yomyung said to himself, "With this, we can at least unite under our group leader. She has proven her skill, after all." Baek Sanga said, As Ma Jinsong looked at Baek Sanga approaching, she asked, "Are you okay with this grouping?" Jin Yomyung said to himself, "It seems like genuine concern, but why does it feel like she is messing with him? What is she up to?" Half a month later, Baek Sanga shouted, "Deploy the diagonal line formation." A student responded, "Ha!" Baek Sanga continued, "Next, the phantom slaying formation. And then, the 9-cloud formation. Finally, the battering ram formation." As they charged, they shouted, "Attack!" "Okay." They hit the target. Baek Sanga said, "Great." Next up, as they panted, "Huff, huff, hoo, ka." A few moments later, Ma Jinsong said, "What now, Jin Yomyung?" Jin Yomyung replied, "What do you mean?" Ma Jinsong said, "What else? Are we all going to be disqualified because of an incompetent group leader?" Jin Yomyung replied, "You are the one who got knocked out in a single blow by that incompetent leader." Ma Jinsong grumbled, "That is not the point here. You know it too, that clumsy commanding, as she said before. Finally, the battering ram formation." "Seriously?" Jin Yomyung said to himself. He is not completely wrong, though. He asked, "So, what are you suggesting?" Ma Jinsong said, "You should give the commands in the actual mock battle. Otherwise, we will be utterly humiliated." Jin Yomyung silently looked at Ma Jinsong. Ma Jinsong said, "Honorable, honestly, following your orders is humiliating. But you are the most qualified. Everyone else would willingly follow you too." He pointed at Jin Yomyung. Jin Yomyung took a drink and said to himself, "That is not wrong." But he stopped drinking. Jin Yomyung said, "No." Ma Jinsong, frustrated, asked, "Why not?" Jin Yomyung answered, "Because..." A voice suddenly shouted, "Do not give me that nonsense." Jin Yomyung and Ma Jinsong looked behind, confused. A boy shouted at Sandojian, "Why did you use the battering ram formation instead of the square battle formation? Were you planning to send us to our deaths?" Sandojian calmly said, "I told you. The group leader's orders are absolute." Jin Yomyung said to himself, "Sandojian." The boy shouted, "You do not care if our group gets disqualified because it does not affect you. But we are desperate. We must survive and advance." Sandojian was silent. The others shouted, "No matter how senior you are, your tactical judgment is awful. If you have any conscience, step down as leader." They chanted, "Step down, step down." Jin Yomyung said to himself, "Sandojian must be hurting now. His other nickname is Father of the Wind Demon Corps. He led the most ridiculed of the 34 Demon Corps with pride. Because of that, the Wind Demon Corps would lay down their lives at his command, even until the very end." Sandojian suddenly burst with a powerful aura and declared, "I will not repeat myself. Follow the order, else I will subdue you by force." The boy raised his sword and said, "Ha! Let us see you try. Can you really handle us all alone?" His friend shouted, "Hey, that is enough." Jin Yomyung said to himself, "Desperation is the cause of rebellion." The boy looked back and said, But everyone was okay with things just a moment ago. Jin Yomyong said to himself. Desperation also lets one endure their situation. Baeksanga shouted, "Do you want to be expelled without even taking the test? No matter how unhappy you are, this is not the way." Jin Yomyong said to himself, "Group leader Baeksanga is here too. This is not just a coincidence." He said to Ma Jinsong, "Have you not found it strange? All the group leaders seem unreliable, yet we are expected to follow them without question." Ma Jinsong replied, Could it be that they are intentionally spurring insubordination to observe our reactions?" In a few moments later, Baeksanga said, "Sigh," and then sighed even harder. "See," Sandojian responded, "Who?" As if her soul left her body, Baeksanga collapsed forward. Baeksanga and Sandojian said in unison, "Sigh." Sandojian said, "Things are not going well for you either, huh?" Baeksanga replied, "Same for you." She looked at Sandojian. "Are your group members not listening?" Sandojian said, "No, they mostly follow my lead even though there are some complaints occasionally. But the rest have managed to endure so well, yet a certain grown man caused a mess." He glanced at the boy and added, "You useless donkey." Baeksanga said to herself, "That was his humiliating moment last year." Sandojian said, "If it were not for your mediation, I really would have been expelled." Baeksanga asked, "Speaking of which, are you going to try recruiting me again?" Sandojian said, "Sorry, my senior is very insistent about recruiting you." Baeksanga replied, "You do not have anything to apologize for. However, as I have said repeatedly, I cannot be affiliated with any group due to personal reasons." Sandojian said to himself, "Now what do I do with this heavy atmosphere? Should I change the subject? Yes, I should change the subject." He said aloud, "Speaking of which, there is a big shot in your group, is there not?" Baeksanga said, Yes, that is right." "I am so doomed." "Grumble." Sandojian asked, "Sorry?" Baeksanga, frustrated, said, "He listens well and he does not look like he is planning to rebel, but he can crush me effortlessly if he wishes." She pulled at her hair in despair. Sandojian said, "Please calm down." Suddenly, Jin Yomyong interrupted, "That is right. How could you talk behind someone's back while they are right there, huh?" Baeksanga and Sandojian turned to the direction of the voice. Baeksanga said, "Huh?" Sandojian said, Jin Yomyong said, "It has been a while. I mean, nice to meet you. Captain Sandojian. I mean, Senior San." Jin Yomyong said to himself, "It feels so unnatural to speak politely." He walked toward them and said, "I actually have business with both of you, so this worked out well." Sandojian stood up and asked, "What, with me too?" Baeksanga muttered to herself, "That is Jin Yomyong. That is Jin Yomyong. That is Jin Yomyong. That is Jin Yomyong." Jin Yomyong extended his hand and said, "Senior Sandojian, will you not join me?" Sandojian asked, "You know who I am. It is our first time meeting and you are asking me this." Jin Yomyong said, "Of course I do. Are you not Sandojian, the butcher blade of the Great Bear Stronghold?" Baeksanga gasped, "Butcher Bloody?" "His nickname has butcher in it." Sandojian said, "Amazing. You know my past and you are from the 6 great clans." Jin Yomyong smiled and said, "I guess you could say I am quite interested in you." "I did not do anything that would attract your attention, though?" Jin Yomyong said, "The time when the 7th elder yanked an entire stronghold out with his bare hands was unforgettable. As the 7th elder said, I picked this up on my way back." He mimed holding the Great Bear Stronghold. He continued, "Even so, while you have great talent, you also have a weakness." Sandojian was shocked. "A weakness?" Jin Yomyong said, "Your internal energy and advanced martial arts." Sandojian asked, "You think you can help me with those?" Jin Yomyong declared, "On the name of Jin Yomyong, I promise to make you a supreme peak martial master within 10 years. Baeksanga covered her mouth. "Supreme peak." Jin Yomyong said to himself, even though he only learned second-rate techniques late in life, he still led the Wind Demon Corps. In his past life, he would sometimes vent his regrets to me. Jin Yomyong remembered Sandojian's words from the future. "If only I had advanced martial arts or elixirs back then. Ha ha." Jin Yomyong said to himself, "Now, the very thing he wanted most is right before his eyes. He cannot possibly refuse this. Just one word of acceptance, and he will receive full support from the Jin clan. Come on, accept it." He smirked while looking at Sandojian. Sandojian trembled and said, "Sorry." Jin Yomyong was shocked and said to himself, "What did he just say?" Sandojian said, "I am truly grateful for the offer, but I cannot accept it." Jin Yomyong said to himself, "He is rejecting it?" Sandojian trembled, cleared his throat and said, "Ahem. I really appreciate it, but..." Baek Sanga interrupted. Why not just accept it already? You will really regret it if you do not. Sandojeon replied, still, I cannot betray the one I serve. Jin Yomyung thought to himself, I did not think Sandojeon was this loyal to the seventh elder. If I remember correctly, he was not so devoted before. Jin Yomyung then said aloud, the seventh elder would understand. His own disciple is being given a chance to spread his wings. There is no reason for him to stop that. Sandojeon looked down and said, no, he assigned me a mission. Jin Yomyung looked at him, confused. Sandojeon explained, that is why I must stay by Instructor Han's side and assist him. Jin Yomyung thought, Instructor Han? Could it be? Baek Sanga asked, you are referring to Han Muyon, right? Jin Yomyung thought to himself again, so that is how this all connects. Sandojeon said, he is the true heir to the seventh elder. Jin Yomyung's thoughts raced, what? In my past life someone else inherited that role. Did he get expelled before that? Maybe he did not grow enough in 20 years? Or perhaps he changed his name. Just who is Han Muyon? Jin Yomyung then turned to Baek Sanga and said, anyway, it seems you have a question for me too. Baek Sanga blushed and asked, are you going to give me the same offer? Jin Yomyung answered, no. Then as if reaffirming his decision, he said firmly, of course not. I'm going to talk to you about Group 2. Baek Sanga looked disheartened and said, is it not? Jin Yomyung cut her off, about time you step up and do your job properly. Baek Sanga admitted, so you noticed. However, it is still not time, Jin Yomyung replied. Because it is the Cheonil Academy's policy. Baek Sanga nodded. Correct. Until the mock battle, I need to draw out as much opposition from the team as possible, Jin Yomyung said. But since I have seen through your plan, is it not time to assess how I handle things? Baek Sanga looked surprised. So you even figured out the purpose of this? Jin Yomyung said, as vice leader, I will back your authority, so please go all out for Group 2's victory. Do so with that same burning passion you used to blow Ma Jinsong away. Baek Sanga trembled and blushed. I got caught up in the excitement of following my grandfather's teachings. Jin Yomyung smirked. Good thing it only ended with feelings of excitement. If you had one more sword, it might have resulted in serious injuries. As Baek Sanga held her face and slowly lowered her hands, she asked, who are you? Jin Yomyung responded, who am I? As the wind blew, Baek Sanga asked, how do you know that? Jin Yomyung thought to himself, I was just guessing, but now I am sure. He cleared his throat and said, ahem. Then to himself, still, it is better for me to fake a cough once and act clueless here. Then he spoke, do you take me for a fool who does not even know the basics of dual-handed swordsmanship? When someone accustomed to dual swords uses only one, the openings show, and any decent martial master would notice. Baek Sanga asked, are you saying you are that kind of martial master? Jin Yomyung picked up a twig from the floor and replied, of course. Baek Sanga looked shocked and confused. Jin Yomyung infused the twig with aura and said, how about now? Is this enough proof? Baek Sanga thought to herself, sword energy. And he is doing it with a twig. Drawing out sword energy with a twig is as hard as producing enhanced energy. Without precise control, the twig would explode from the energy. She looked down and said, so you are one of the famous 6 demonic dragons? Jin Yomyung corrected her, no, that is my younger brother. Just as you keep your dual swords a secret, I would like to keep my skills secret too. So, how about we call it a draw and share secrets? Jin Yomyung thought to himself, just as I thought, Baek Sanga is an outsider hiding her identity. She is probably from an incredibly powerful clan. As Baek Sanga walked away, Jin Yomyung ordered, Gu Chil, keep a close eye on her. Gu Chil asked, if she seems suspicious, should I just eliminate her? I am confident in making sure no traces are left behind. Jin Yomyung flicked Gu Chil's bald head and said, what are you talking about? We have to protect her. Gu Chil winced. Ouch! Jin Yomyung thought to himself, because Baek Sanga does not exist in the future. I know. I think I have found the assassination target. Then he thought deeper. There is only one place that has ties strong enough to send a child to the demonic cult and uses dual swords. The greatest sword clan in the Central Plains, Nanthian's Baek clan. The current head of the Baek clan is one of the 5 kings and the leader of the Orthodox Alliance. It is very possible Baek Sanga is his granddaughter. In a few years, both the Baek and Namgung clans will be annihilated together. New leader of the Orthodox Alliance, Sword Supreme Sage Guan Yun, said in the future that the demonic cult is behind this. As the demonic cult said, I will remain silent. As the others shouted, revenge! Enact justice! Let us burn the demonic cult. Jin Yomyung thought to himself. At the time, I wondered why we did not defend ourselves when we were blamed. However, all the pieces of the puzzle would fall into place if something had happened to Baek Sanga there. Still, why would he send his granddaughter here? Wait a second. Surely the cult leader was informed beforehand, right? Would it have killed him to give me a heads up before I came here? I am supposed to be the potential son-in-law, am I not? At the demonic cult, heavenly demon Cheon Taejong scratched his ear and muttered, my ears are suddenly itching. Jin Yomyong stepped forward and said to himself, sigh. In any case, I will make sure to keep Baek Sanga alive and foil all your twisted plans. 1 month later, the head instructor declared, now then, we shall begin the mock battle between Group 2 and Group 4. The flag bearers may only issue orders, nothing else. The group that breaks the opponent's flag first wins. Begin. Group 2's leader, Baek Sanga. Group 4's leader, Ju Gukseon. Baek Sanga and Ju Gukseon both shouted, deploy the diagonal line formation. The two groups charged at each other, yelling, wah! One instructor exclaimed, oh! His friend asked, are they going for a power clash right from the start? As a silver tail was tossed, another instructor said, 1 silver tail on Group 4's victory. Group 4, not Group 2? Oh, Instructor Jeon, you're going all in. You do not get it. Those three were the first to figure out the mutiny test, and they tried their hardest to follow their leader's orders. As the charge continued, the crowd roared, ah! A white-haired boy shouted, their coordination is insane. Then the trio stepped forward. Baeksa said, I am Baeksa. Hoksa said, I am Hoksa. All three said together, we are the Demon Snake Trio. Jin Yomyong, pleased to meet you. Jin Yomyong thought to himself, they're doing self-introductions here? The white-haired boy added, mid-attack, the moment I saw you, I fell in love at first sight. As their weapons clashed, Jin Yomyong broke into a sweat, thinking, what, was this their plan all along? One instructor commented, that might seriously distract him. Another said, in team battles, coordination is everything. Another shouted, charge, smash them to pieces. The head instructor raised his voice, 10 gold tails on Group 2's victory. Everyone turned in shock. What? You're betting half your monthly salary. The head instructor smiled and said, if you are scared, you can choose to give up now. Earlier, the Demon Snake Trio had thought to themselves, we are insignificant. In the streets, a girl tugged at her mother, sweets. A lady asked, how much is this? A man said, your goods are of good quality. The trio reflected, normally, we would not even be able to get close to a place like the Cheonil Academy. We are at the absolute bottom, worthless underclasses. We are the three worms. At least, that was until the demonic Heaven Tower Master showed us grace. The demonic Heaven Tower Master had asked, your names are worms? Could you not have been called snakes at the very least? You have missed the prime age to learn advanced martial arts by a bit. But if you wish, I could teach you some of our guard skills. Want to give it your best shot? Shocked, the trio had thought, we will surely repay the madam's grace for allowing us entry into Cheonil Academy. The white-haired snake had declared, ha! We pledge our loyalty. Then to himself, to do that, we must get into his good graces. And they had shouted, please accept us. Now, during the battle, Jin Yomyong said, your passion is clear, but the mock battle is still in progress, you know? The trio continued attacking and shouted, we had hoped that if we ever got a lord, it would be someone like you. Onlookers muttered, what are those brats doing right now? Ju Gukseon gritted her teeth and said, what the heck are they doing? They should be trying to defeat the opponent with all their might, yet they're pulling this. Jin Yomyong calmly said, I understand your situation. Let's continue after the mock battle. The trio shouted, all right, all right, all right. Ju Gukseon screamed in anger, those darn lowborns. I will not let them get away with this. Group 4's leader, Ju Clan's Ju Gukseon. She thought to herself, if it continues like this, I, Ju Gukseon of a reputable clan, will lose to some commoners? They even have people from the Ma and Jin clans. That's totally unfair, she shouted. Switch to surging flow formation. Then to herself, I will defeat Baek Sanga and obtain victory as the group leader. The white-haired snake yelled, breakthrough, and the trio charged. Baek Sanga thought, they're targeting me directly. She shouted, rushing formation from both flanks. As Group 4 charged, Ju Gukseon realized too late, wait, we are not breaking through. They're letting us through. It's a tactic to lure us into close combat. The clash was chaotic. Stay, thump, ga. Jin Yomyong said to himself, now's the time. Baksanga said to herself, signal confirmed. She shouted, battering ram formation, break the chaos and launch a counterattack. One opponent cried out, no, stop them, stop there, as Ma Jinsong stepped forward to hold them back. Jin Yomyong said, let us go. His teammates responded, yes, sir. Juguk-san shouted, stop them no matter what, you fools. As the white-haired snake yelled, we will not let you pass. He swung his sword fiercely. Jin Yomyong easily evaded and said, you seem exhausted. Baek-sa muttered, if we are breached here. Another followed up, then we are not worthy of being her subordinates. Jin Yomyong calmly replied, well, it does not matter, even if you do not let me through. The white-haired boy exclaimed, what? Baek-sa was kicked in the stomach and groaned, ah! Suddenly, a shadow leapt from the distance. Jin Yomyong said, to be honest, I am not the main lord. The white-haired snake stammered, well, what? Ma Jinsong smiled as he landed gracefully and jumped away. Juguk-san whispered to herself in disbelief, the main lord is Ma Jinsong. With a fierce kick, Ma Jinsong struck and broke Group 4's flag. Result of the mock battle, Group 2 wins. Group 2 erupted in cheers. Yay! Ma Jinsong raised his hand and declared, I am from the Ma clan. Jin Yomyong thought to himself, I understand their happiness. The instructors who bet on Group 2 were thrilled, especially the head instructor. I understand their joy as well, Jin Yomyong reflected. Meanwhile, Group 4 sat in frustration, their faces tight with defeat. Group 3 and 4 are especially grief-stricken, Jin Yomyong observed and thought, is that not a bit much? It is not like they are being expelled. He walked up and asked, why the long faces? Who made you so angry? The white-haired snake looked at him in confusion. Sir? Baek-sa hesitated. No, it is just that. Jin Yomyong asked, are you frustrated because you did not get to shine? Or were you planning to bring down the entire demonic heaven tower if you lost? The white-haired boy's eyes widened. How did you know that? Jin Yomyong simply answered, it is just instinct. Then he added to himself, I have lived too meekly for someone in my position. My meek self. He looked up and said, to be honest, once one is at the level of the 6 clans, power abuse is tradition and tyranny is routine. He then told them, well then, I will stop them for you. Baek-sa gasped, really? You mean it? The white-haired boy added, I will never forget this kindness. Jin Yomyong waved it off, no need for thanks. Though, you do know what it means to become my subordinate, do you not? You asked, to be accepted, right? The white-haired snake nodded firmly. Of course we do. You are recruiting people for mainstream, that special trial, right? Jin Yomyong responded, you have to survive that too. I cannot take the dead as subordinates after all. Then, thinking to himself, so, do you have the guts to follow me to hell, if it comes to that? The demon snake trio silently looked at him. Then, without hesitation, they bowed and declared, we do. We will follow you to hell if that is what it takes. A few moments later, a chair was thrown across a room, breaking on impact. Juguk-seon screamed, darn it, those filthy lowborn scum. She kicked a table violently, shouting, I am the niece of the Jin clan patriarch. How dare they? How dare they use Jin Yomyong to threaten me? Her mind recalled Jin Yomyong's calm voice. The demonic heaven tower is one of my favorite places. If it disappears, I would be really sad. The implied message was clear. Go ahead and challenge the Jin clan, if you dare. Juguk-san fumed to herself. Normally, people of the same level should associate with each other. So why is he doing that? At a distance, Baek-sanga spotted someone. Ah, Jin Yomyong. Jin Yomyong turned and smiled. Lady Baek. Juguk-seon watched from afar, her expression darkening. Jin Yomyong said, Group leader, please just call me vice group leader. Baek-sanga giggled. Eh. Shall I then? Vice leader. Juguk-seon's thoughts boiled over. Where did that guy even crawl out from? Why is she being so friendly with him? Why is she looking at him with those eyes? This is all wrong. Everything's reversed. This is all Baek-sanga's fault. She clutched her fists and rationalized. Think about it. If everything, the mock battle loss and Jin Yomyong's involvement, is Baek-sanga's fault, then it all makes sense. Suddenly, a calm voice spoke. Did I come at a bad time? Juguk-seon turned and gasped. You are! Han Muyon said, your hatred toward Baek-sanga seems intense. Is that hatred so strong that you wish to kill her? Juguk-seon replied, what? And she thought to herself, what if Baek-sanga seduced the instructors and manipulated them into making the Jin clan part of the group? She imagined Baek-sanga smirking and saying, ha! Juguk-seon, you can have the commoners. And she thought again, what if Baek-sanga wagged her tail and the naive Jin Yomyong got caught in her trap? She pictured Baek Sanga gazing lovingly at Jin Yomyong and saying, "I dream of a love that crosses the status divide." Ju Guxian whispered to herself, what if Baek Sanga wagged her tail and the naive Jin Yomyong got caught in her trap? Then she said aloud, "Of course it does." Han Muyon looked at her in silence. He leaned in and whispered, "Then, shall I make it happen for you? The chance to kill?" Ju Guxian finished in her thoughts, Baek Sanga. A few moments later, choosing the leader of Unified Squad 1, composed of groups 2, 4, and 5 for the second mock battle. Ju Guxian said, "There's no reason to make the loser the captain, is there? So let's have the only victorious group leader, Group 2's leader, take the position." Baek Sanga listened calmly. Jang Ho, Group 4's leader crushed in the first mock battle, said, "No objections here." Ju Guxian declared, "Then it's decided." Jin Yomyong thought to himself, "Something feels off." She apologized to Groups 3 and 4 too. Somehow that makes it even more suspicious. Oh my. Yomyong. From my experience across my past 3 lives, she definitely holds grudges the way a snake coils its body. What is she planning? Don't tell me. He remembered the letter, Cheonil Academy, target, must kill smoke, delivery request. Jin Yomyong thought in silence. Is she in on it too? A few moments later, mock battle preparation, Squad 1 training field. Jin Yomyong asked, "What do you think of the squad's condition?" Baek Sanga, smiling brightly, replied, "It's a mess." Jin Yomyong laughed. "Ha ha, right?" Baek Sanga proposed, Black Star formation. In her ideal, but in reality, the 3 snake demons muttered, "Lousy Black Star formation." Jin Yomyong said, "The way things are going, we cannot bring out the essence of formation tactics. There's no helping it. For now, let's focus only on cohesion." Baek Sanga nodded. "Well, true. We cannot expect high-level movement from newbies in the Cheonil Academy." Meanwhile, in the meeting room, head instructor announced, 10 silver nyang for Squad 1. An instructor sighed, "There he goes again." Another muttered, "There he goes again." Baek Sanga said, "If Squad 1 doesn't fall apart like the total mess that was Squad 3, it's progress in itself." Jin Yomyong blinked, confused. Baek Sanga explained, "Oh, they couldn't even agree with each other on who'd be the leader." Jin Yomyong thought to himself, so apparently the 3 group leaders are all guarding the flag equally, to be fair. He added, "Squad 2, our opponent, also had some drama." Sandojeon said, "I've already told you guys to stop fighting a few times. I'm the leader of Squad 2, got it?" Jin Yomyong recognized the name, "Oh, Sandojeon." He thought to himself, a high-power combatant who could crush enemies is now busy being the leader. From the side, people groaned in pain. Ah. Jin Yomyong thought, well, that works in our favor. He told Baek Sanga, "We clearly have the upper hand now." Baek Sanga smiled, "We are so lucky." In a different scene, Han Muyon ordered, "Kneel." The disciple knelt, and he said, "Yes." Han Muyon said, "You did well by provoking Sandojeon into becoming leader. Now his hands will be tied during the mock battle." The disciple said, "Due to the previous incident, the Cheonil Academy has tightened surveillance. If I move now, I risk exposing my identity." Han Muyon sighed, and he said, "Who in the world was the idiot who barged in recklessly and dragged us all into this mess? But for that very reason, we need to act now. Because if you kill Baek Sanga, all the attention will be on you. You will end up taking the blame for everything. I'll find an escape route for you." As the disciple said to himself, "An escape route? Will you really? It does not matter. I am a tool, a tool. If my owner discards me, I should be disposed of quietly. That is what an assassin is." And he said, "Yes, sir." A few moments later, the mock battle between Squad 1 and Squad 2 begins. As the leader shouted, "Squad 2, move into the surging flow formation. Squad 1, counter formation." As the 2 squads faced each other, they shouted, "Whoa!" and they clashed. The leader shouted, "Squad 2, break through. Squad 1, hold the line." The white-haired demon snake said, "Let us show our lord what we are capable of." As their attack clashed, Baek Sanga said, "Groups 4 and 5, focus on the center. We cannot afford to lose in a battle of strength." Jo Jinsang said, That corner over there seems a bit." Sandojeon, watching, said to himself, "An opening." As a leader shouted, "Squad 2, switch to the rushing formation." Jin Yomyong was shocked. He looked at Group 4 and said to himself, "Group 4 has pulled back." Ju Guxing said to herself, "Take this, Baek Sanga." A betrayal by Ju Guxun. They have broken through. As the disciple Han Muyon jumped away, he said to himself, "Move in." The target is the leader of Squad 1, Baek Sanga. They will not be able to tell if this is a move to take out the flag or not. At least not until I draw my specially treated hidden weapon. The head instructor said, "Wait, what is that?" Beksanga said to herself, "It's killing intent." The assassin said, "It's too late." As he looked at Beksanga and said, "Die," suddenly, Jin Yomyoung's foot came rushing in. As he kicked the assassin, Jin Yomyoung said, "How about you die?" A nearby instructor shouted, "Stop the mock battle." The head instructor added, "Everyone stand down." Jin Yomyoung said to himself, "What's going on? If they are just surrounding the assassin without capturing him." Jo Jinsang raised his finger and made a downward sign. Jin Yomyoung, not amused, looked at Jo Jinsang and said to himself, "That darn old man." A few moments later, Jo Jinsang said, "Let us leave dealing with the assassin to Jin Yomyoung." The Vice Academy head said, What do you mean by that?" Jo Jinsang said, "You had your suspicions too, did you not?" As he had said before, so let us use this opportunity to confirm it. Whether or not a true monster has really emerged from the Jin clan. The Vice Academy head said, "If that kid ends up dying, we will all be dragged to the Asura King together, with only our heads left intact, of course." Jin Yomyoung said, "Even if we ask who sent him, he will not tell us, will he?" The assassin said, "Obviously not." Jin Yomyoung said to himself, "That peculiar scent of an assassin that Guchil exudes whenever he works. This guy has that same scent, which means he must be a first-rate assassin. There is no way they would put someone like him in a branch clan." Jin Yomyoung exhaled and said to himself, "Is this your first time revealing yourself publicly?" As he gripped his sword and formed sword energy in it, the assassin said to himself in shock, "Sword energy." Jo Jinsang also noticed the sword energy. The Vice Academy head said, "Just look at that vivid manifestation of sword energy. Are there any young men around his age capable of producing that?" Jo Jinsang said, "There is one. The young cult leader." The Vice Academy head was shocked, and he said, "Come to think of it, that guy was in contact with the young cult leader, was he not?" Jo Jinsang said, "That is right." The Vice Academy head said, "Most of the others from the 6 clans have failed. But if those two join hands, they would make the strongest couple in our history." Jo Jinsang said, "Who knows?" As the assassin pulled out his dagger and tried to attack Jin Yomyoung managed to dodge. Jin Yomyoung said, "The 6th fang of the 10-fang divine sword art." Then he activated his skill, Limitless Demon Realm. The assassin cried out in pain, "Kuh!" as he was thrown away. Jin Yomyoung said, "Why are you still fighting?" The assassin replied, "What?" Jin Yomyoung continued, "I asked someone before, if a first-rate assassin fails an assassination and ends up in this situation, what would they do?" Guchil was shocked and confused. "What? A first-rate assassin?" As someone who was formerly a first-rate assassin, self-inflicted bald head, Guchil said, "Would they not be the dumbest lunatic in the world? They should flee immediately or bite down on poison to die. What are they doing in this situation?" The assassin's expression turned serious. Guchil added, "What if they insist on a head-on fight? Sigh, that just means he is up to something else." Jin Yomyoung said, "Maybe he plans to grab a bomb and self-destruct. Or perhaps..." As Jin Yomyoung swung his sword, the aura flew across the head instructor and Beksanga. He continued, "There is another hidden ally waiting to strike." Suddenly, someone was hit and cried out in pain, "Kwa!" Beksanga and the head instructor looked behind them in shock. Beksanga said, "That guy is also from Group 6. The instructor shouted, "Restrain everyone in Group 6. There might be another one amongst them." A boy stammered, Wait, I am not one of them." His friend pleaded, Instructor." Jin Yomyoung asked, "So, what will you do now? If you surrender quietly, I can spare your life." He thought to himself, to an assassin, the second most important rule after eliminating the target is secrecy. That is why they are brainwashed with all sorts of drugs and techniques. The assassin said, As he loosened his grip on his dagger, Jin Yomyoung thought the goo poison planted within them. The assassin spat blood. Jin Yomyoung continued to himself, is triggered by despair or resignation. The assassin said, "My name is Doc Jill." Then he fell to his knees. Jin Yomyoung replied, "I will remember you." Doc Jill's eyes suddenly faded. And then, a few moments later, Jo Jinsang said, "Come, sit. The Cheonil Academy and I owe you a massive debt this time." Jin Yomyoung, unamused, replied, "So, did you get a good look at my skills?" Jo Jinsang said, "Oh, I saw plenty. Witnessing the birth of a new dragon was so moving, ha ha ha." Jin Yomyoung said, "Anyway, you called me here for my withdrawal, did you not?" He reached inside his clothes. Jo Jinsang said, "What? Hey. What nonsense are you spouting? I came here because the academy was in danger, and I have already explained it to your father. As Jin Yomyong was about to take out a paper, Zhou Jinsang suddenly grabbed his wrist. Zhou Jinsang said, I brought you here for something else entirely. It is to reward you. Come quickly. You will understand once you see it for yourself. San, a few moments later. Outside. Zhou Jinsang said, you may not know this, but the Qionol Academy's main division is not an educational institution. It is more of a trial, and something you must risk your life to pass through. Including you, fewer than 10 people know this truth. It is one of the Academy's greatest secrets. Jin Yomyong thought to himself, that is incredible. Zhou Jinsang said, the Academy Master Post is famous for being cushy, yet only someone who has reached the pinnacle of martial arts can hold it. Do you know why? Jin Yomyong answered, it is to protect this place, right? Zhou Jinsang said, correct. You are sharp, are you not? As Zhou Jinsang held the door and opened it, he said, I have a question for you. Who did you learn that sword art from? Jin Yomyong thought, that came out of nowhere. Jin Yomyong asked, why do you want to know that? Zhou Jinsang said, please answer me. It is quite important to me. Jin Yomyong said, it was a secret technique recorded in our clan's secret scrolls. Zhou Jinsang muttered, that was in the Jin clan, not in the Ma clan? Jin Yomyong thought, the Ma clan? Zhou Jinsang continued, interesting. If they knew about it, they would stop at nothing to burn it to ashes, mumbling though it has already found its rightful master. Jin Yomyong thought, what is he going on about? Jin Yomyong asked, so, why are you so interested in my sword technique? Zhou Jinsang said, it is inevitable I feel that way, because it was created specifically to kill the heavenly demon. Jin Yomyong thought to himself, what did he just say? Zhou Jinsang said, looks like you mastered it without even knowing what it truly is. The divine sword art. That is the true identity of the sword technique you have learned, is it not? Jin Yomyong thought to himself, the Ten-Fang divine sword art. I only learned it because of my master's recommendation, and it seemed powerful enough. To think it was a sword technique created to kill the heavenly demon. I never even imagined that, before that. How do you know about it, Academy Head? Zhou Jinsang said. To explain that, I will need to go over our cult's history. The 6 clans of the demonic cult were originally supposed to be 7. Did you know that? You are referring to the Ban clan, right? Jin Yomyong thought to himself, the heaven-defying Ban clan, a clan founded by Mu Myong, the first disciple of the first heavenly demon and the potential next cult leader. However, due to certain reasons, he rebelled against the first heavenly demon and was completely annihilated. All records of him were erased. Zhou Jinsang said, the divine sword art was something practiced by Mu Myong and his bloodline. Since then, it vanished from the world for hundreds of years. Jin Yomyong thought to himself, hundreds of years, huh? So, if they were supposed to be exterminated at least 1,000 years ago, you are saying there were sightings of them in between? Zhou Jinsang said, yes. Jin Yomyong thought to himself, when the second heavenly demon appeared, someone claiming to be a descendant of Mu Myong challenged him to a duel. Naturally, the second heavenly demon won. However, it is said even the heavenly demon was gravely wounded and had to recuperate for years. As my master said, the Ten-Fang divine sword art, it is said to rival even the heaven-slaying demon sword art. Seems like my master was not lying after all. Since that person went up against the heavenly demon himself, it has been proven, whoever that was, he was a madman. Blast it, now I have one more reason to go find my master. What exactly is his true identity? And why would he teach me a sword technique shrouded in such secrecy? I have far too many questions. So, with that, does it mean I have learned a forbidden technique? Jin Yomyong thought to himself, the heavenly demon is the god of the demonic cult. If this is a technique meant to kill such a being, would not simply learning it be considered treason? There is no one else around right now. Maybe he is telling me this secret so he can wipe me out afterward. Zhou Jinsang said, that is partially true, but not quite. After all, the divine sword art was originally derived from the heaven-slaying sword of the first heavenly demon. Therefore, if it is practiced by the disciples and descendants of the founder, it is not forbidden. Jin Yomyong said, so basically because I am a direct line of one of the 6 clans, it is acceptable? Zhou Jinsang said, a long time ago, the head of the Ma clan requested the technique from the second heavenly demon and was granted the manual. That is why. Follow me. It is time for you to see your reward. Jin Yomyong said, we are going into a pitch-dark place? Zhou Jinsang said, you are still suspicious of me. Jin Yomyung said, of course. If you decide to do something to me here, I would be helpless. Cheon Jinsang said, shall I reveal something about myself to ease your paranoia? My real name is Cheon Jinsang. Jin Yomyung thought to himself, the Cheon clan? Cheon Jinsang said, even your father probably does not know that. Jin Yomyung thought to himself, so that is why he is wearing a mask. Being from the Cheon clan does not necessarily mean he will not commit murder or erasure. But let us follow him for now. As Jin Yomyung walked with Cheon Jinsang, a few moments later, Jin Yomyung said, that is a night glow pearl, is it not? Cheon Jinsang said, it is not practical to use torches in here. Jin Yomyung said, true. Cheon Jinsang said, if we keep going straight, we will reach the first gate of the mainstream's Cheon-il Academy. Unless you want your life to end, I recommend you do not go there. We are going this way. Jin Yomyung thought to himself, a side path? Jin Yomyung said, what is over there? Cheon Jinsang said, the original training facility used by the first heavenly demon over 1,000 years ago no longer exists. The mainstream is just an imitation of it. Jin Yomyung stopped, shocked and confused. Jin Yomyung thought to himself, however, this is the right location. I am about to show you the legacy left behind for you. This is the reward the academy head is giving me. Cheon Jinsang said, even I cannot break through this vault head on. Jin Yomyung said, you are telling me this has been sitting here untouched for 1,000 years? Jin Yomyung thought to himself, this does not make any sense. However, as the saying goes, mankind knows no limits. If the mountain is in the way, dig through it. Cheon Jinsang said, did you forget what is resting atop this place? Jin Yomyung said, ah. He thought to himself, a statue of that size would easily be considered a sacred religious object. I basically just suggested destroying a sacred statue to take the treasure inside. Cheon Jinsang said, you look ordinary, but your mind is something else. Jin Yomyung thought to himself, I am being called ignorant, how shameful. Cheon Jinsang said, do you know the meaning of these marks? Jin Yomyung looked at them and said in confusion, marks? Then he was shocked and exclaimed, this is the sword path of the Ten-Fang divine sword art. So that is why you brought me here. Cheon Jinsang said, ordinarily, if one replicates the sword path etched here precisely, the door should open. Jin Yomyung thought to himself, of course, it has to be done continuously, from Form 1 to Form 10, without a single break. Jin Yomyung said, I cannot do it right now. Cheon Jinsang said, why? Jin Yomyung replied, I will show you. He drew his sword, channeling aura into the blade. Using the first fang of the Ten-Fang divine sword art, Jin Yomyung demonstrated, to fully draw all 10 forms from 1 to 10, the first form must shine for at least 20 seconds. As you can see, my current ability only allows for 2 seconds at most. If I use enhanced energy, it might be slightly easier, but to draw out the sword forms cleanly without causing damage, I will need to reach the supreme demonic cultivation level. Cheon Jinsang said, that will take decades. What a shame. Jin Yomyung said, Academy head, you said this is my reward, did you not? Cheon Jinsang replied, that is right. Jin Yomyung said, in that case, please guarantee that when I finally open this vault, the Jin clan and I will have priority rights to its contents. Cheon Jinsang said, I cannot give you everything. Jin Yomyung thought to himself, judging from his reaction, I can tell what is in there. It must be the Cheon clan's greatest secret. He said, then take only what is necessary for the Cheon clan, and leave the rest to me. Cheon Jinsang said, do you even know what is in there? Jin Yomyung replied, how could I? He thought to himself, that being said, if my guess is correct, even if we can open it, we should not open it yet. Cheon Jinsang said, all right, we will do it that way. Jin Yomyung thought to himself, if I had pushed too far, I might have really gotten killed. As Cheon Jinsang began walking back, Jin Yomyung asked, by the way, what is this? Cheon Jinsang said, that is an energy-absorbing orb. It is a tool that responds to internal energy and can trigger specific mechanisms. Jin Yomyung looked at it more closely and said, huh? That means, Cheon Jinsang said, this energy-absorbing orb only responds to certain types of internal energy. It did not work for the Cheon clan, the 6 clans, or even the Orthodox sects. Jin Yomyung thought to himself, but somehow, I have a feeling it will work for me. Maybe there is a reason my master specifically told me to learn the heaven-soaring divine art. Should I try it? I am doomed if the door opens, but I do not think it will. It is just a feeling, just a little. I will inject a tiny amount of energy. If it looks like it is going to open, I will stop immediately. As Jin Yomyung touched the orb, suddenly energy rushed into his body. A voice echoed, Why? Why, master? Jin Yomyung thought to himself, An altar? Senior brother Jeon said, Was my desire that excessive? Crying, senior brother Jeon shouted, Why am I not even allowed to hold on to the one I love? Even if you are my master, I will never forgive you for this. Junior brother Jin said, Senior brother Jeon, mind your words. You are talking to master. Another brother restrained junior brother Jin and said, Let him be, junior brother Jin. He has lost all reason. Words will not reach him now. He has gone mad. He threw away the right to climb to the highest place all for a woman. A yellow-haired man said, Hey, did he not even take the hand that was offered to him? In that case, he is no longer our senior brother. We must now call him what he is, a traitor. A traitor. A betrayer. Senior brother Jeon shouted, Remember this well, master. The one who betrayed me first was none other than you. The master listened, smirking. Cheon Jinsong's voice cut in. Why are you just standing there like that? Jin Yomyung snapped back to awareness, confused. Huh? He thought to himself. That scene just now was someone's past memory. If I piece it together with what I know, the one glaring at master from beneath the altar must have been Mu Mayong. Cheon Jinsong shook him and said, Hey, snap out of it. Ooh-ah! Jin Yomyung yelped as he was shaken. Cheon Jinsong asked, What is going on? Do you know something? Jin Yomyung, sweating, said, No. My inner energy drained faster than I thought it would. He thought to himself, I need to hide this for now. Huh? My inner energy? As his vision blurred, Cheon Jinsong said, Hey. Jin Yomyung thought to himself, What the? My energy core is completely empty? With this extent of depletion, my energy core should be cracking, or my body should be showing signs of collapse. Cheon Jinsong said, You should have controlled yourself more. Wait, Jin Yomyung said, still sweating, and thought to himself, This is unfair. Cheon Jinsong said, Outside of the mainstream, this place is open to be challenged any time. Jin Yomyung thought to himself, To even attempt to drain all of one's inner energy in just 10 seconds, you would have to at least be at the level of an extreme demon. A few moments later, Cheon Jinsong said, Everyone is here. Let us begin. The Cheon-il Academy may be ideal for assassinations, but even in urgent cases, they are never conducted overtly. Only the 6 clans would have the resources and confidence to handle the consequences of such an act. Jin Yomyung asked, You think one of the 6 clans is behind it? Cheon Jinsong said, To sum things up, yes. Jin Yomyung thought to himself, Thanks to me, the Jin clan has likely escaped any suspicion. Cheon Jinsong continued, With the cult leader's permission, I shall now explain that child's identity to you. Big Sangha said, It is good to see you again, Vice Team Leader. Young Master Jin Yomyung. In truth, I am, Jin Yomyung said, the granddaughter of the Orthodox Alliance leader. Cheon Jinsong's eyes nearly popped out from behind his mask. What? How do you know that? Big Sangha said, As I thought, that question you asked back then was not just to get information out of me. Cheon Jinsong said, Then do you know about the 4 phoenixes of the Central Plains? Jin Yomyung replied, I have heard of them in passing. One of them is the Southern Lotus Sword Flower, Cheon Jinsong said. Big Sangha grinned. Hee, Jin Yomyung said. That is her nickname. Big Sangha said, Hey, that look on your face is screaming, Seriously, her? Even I have feelings, you know. I'm the precious daughter of Nantian's Bei clan. Jin Yomyung said, That is not it. I just thought you seemed a bit young to be one of the 4 phoenixes. Cheon Jinsong chuckled. Ha ha. Big Sangha said, Hey, I will have you know I am 18. Jin Yomyung thought to himself in shock, really. So if Big Sangha is the same age as the young cult leader, does that not mean she is 1 year older than Sabiyon? Big Sangha smirked. Come to think of it, you are 17, are you not? Go ahead then, call me Big Sis, Jin Yomyung said flatly. I refuse, Cheon Jinsong said. This youthful banter is fun and all, but let us move on to the main topic. Jin Yomyung muttered, I never even got to call the young cult leader that. Big Sangha bowed to him. Thank you for saving my life, young Master Jin. I swear on mine and my clan's name that I will repay this debt one day. So, since you have already helped me this much, could you help me just a little more? Jin Yomyung asked. May I be excused now, Academy Head? Big Sangha said. Wait a moment, Cheon Jinsong said. Please just hear her out. Big Sangha said, There is a reason I have to seek refuge here. My uncle and some of the elders have joined forces with external powers. They are trying to oust my father, the next patriarch of our clan. Jin Yomyung said, So what? Big Sangha said, Those forces are from unorthodox tyrant heavens. No, more precisely, a different group within it. My grandfather said that mysterious group has already taken over more than half of not just the alliance but the entire 10 sects. Jin Yomyong thought to himself, those heaven-defying society scoundrels, they have thoroughly infiltrated the orthodox, unorthodox, and demonic factions alike. He sighed. So rather than trusting any of the other allied factions, you ran to the demonic cult? Even so, it still does not explain why assassins are after you. Baek Sangha gripped her sword and said, it is probably because of this. Jin Yomyong's eyes widened. A green sword? No way. Is that what I think it is? This is the Jade Celestial Divine Sword, he said aloud, the Alliance leader's sacred treasure. He thought to himself, who would trust and follow a leader who lost the sacred relic? He pictured Baek Sangha's father speaking before the people, it is gone, and the crowd's reaction unbelievable. No wonder the Sword King in my past life fell so disgracefully. Jin Yomyong thought. Then he said, still, how could the Alliance leader smuggle a sacred treasure to the demonic cult? Baek Sangha said, right now the demonic cult feels safer than the Alliance. At the center of them is the Wudong sect. They are trying to replace my grandfather as the Alliance head with Sage Guan Hyun, the Taiji Sword Supreme and the current Wudong sect leader. Jin Yomyong thought to himself, my head is spinning. The one who ends up being hailed as the Orthodox's great hero who annihilated the demonic cult, and the man who drove a sword into Cheon Yura's heart. His fists trembled in anger. Baek Sangha noticed. Hey, Jin Yomyong asked, let me ask just one thing. Did the Southern Sword King involve our cult just to solve an inner conflict between the Orthodox sects? Baek Sangha said, that could very well be the case. However, if this were merely a factional dispute, would they really send assassins into the heart of the 10,000 mountains? This is not just about the Orthodox or unorthodox factions anymore. It may even involve someone from the heavenly demon divine cult itself. Additionally, there must be someone or some group tying all these factions together. Orthodox, unorthodox, demonic, we may have yet to even catch a whiff of their trail, but they exist. I am certain of it. Cheon Jinsang added, in addition, I believe one of the 6 clans is with them. Jin Yomyong thought to himself, I know exactly which of the 6 clans betrayed us. Jin Yomyong said to himself, I know exactly which of the 6 clans betrayed us. However, there is no guarantee that this incident is truly the work of that clan. Even if it is, I cannot risk exposing it prematurely. More importantly, Cheon Jinsang looked at him and said, ha ha. Jin Yomyong thought to himself, I am still not completely sure about the Cheon Il Academy head, even if the cult leader shared information about Baek Sangha with him because he is trustworthy. To be honest, Cheon Taejong's judgment of people is questionable. As the heavenly demon Cheon Taejong said, I will create the Heavenly Intelligence Pavilion as my right hand, for me. As the Heavenly Intelligence Pavilion said, I will turn the cult into a mess. As the demonic cult said, ooh-ah. Jin Yomyong thought to himself, such poor judgment. Cheon Jinsang stood up and said, thus, there are very few people I can truly trust right now. That is why I firmly believe you will not ignore this crisis. As a great disciple of the heavenly demon divine cult, Jin Yomyong interrupted. What if I do ignore it? Cheon Jinsang's mask suddenly cracked. You, Nanana, of course I am joking. Baek Sangha thought to herself, what is wrong with the demonic cult? Jin Yomyong said, if there is a traitor among us, we should absolutely cooperate and uproot them. Do you not agree? Cheon Jinsang replied, all right. Jin Yomyong continued, still, despite that, my clan's patriarch will not make a move, unless the evidence is crystal clear. Taking action right now has no benefits. Jin Yomyong thought to himself, the problem is that all of my authority and influence comes from my father, Jin Ganak. That is why if I am to take action, I need help from both of you. Baek Sangha slammed the table. Of course. Cheon Jinsang asked, what kind of help? Jin Yomyong pulled a chair. All right then. He sat down, looked at them seriously, and said, shall we begin negotiations? Jin Yomyong thought to himself, now, it is time for independence. Let us go, my hidden wallet. A few moments later, Jin Yomyong straightened the papers. That was an excellent negotiation. Cheon Jinsang's soul left his mouth. I felt like I was negotiating with a merchant. Baek Sangha's soul also drifted out as she muttered, I am sorry, grandfather. Jin Yomyong thought to himself, you brats. I used to be the inner administrator of the great heavenly demon divine cult, you know? Well, I will work hard for the pay I have received. If possible, I will also try to persuade my clan's patriarch. Cheon Jinsang muttered, the money demon is here. Jin Yomyong asked, so, What do you want me to do now? Nenening, Baeksanga said. Since the first assassination attempt failed, I doubt they will try the same method again for a while. So for now, I plan to leave the cult grounds. I was scheduled to be dispatched to Qinghai soon anyway. Jin Yomyong asked, was it not just our batch that was supposed to go? Xian Jinsang replied, I am the highest authority here. What is stopping me from sending you all twice? Baeksanga gave him a thumbs up, as expected of you, Academy head. Jin Yomyong said, wait, do not tell me, you plan to use yourself as bait to lure out the enemy? Baeksanga answered, yes. And you want me to help you with that? Yes. Xian Jinsang grabbed Jin Yomyong's sleeve. Too late for refunds, dear customer. Jin Yomyong looked away. How would we know what is going to jump out at us? Baeksanga also grabbed his sleeve. No, it is a strategy to flush out the Cheon-il Academy spies. They are not external enemies. Xian Jinsang added, if outside forces interfere too much, it might even benefit the cult. The cult leader has also approved it. As Baeksanga kept pulling Jin Yomyong's shirt, Jin Yomyong thought to himself, well then, out loud he said, in that case, I do have an idea. Would you care to hear it? And in his mind he added, let us hook a big catch using knowledge and information only I possess. In a different scene, the assassin said to Han Muyon, Second Commander, Second Commander, Second Commander, the higher-ups are furious. Han Muyon replied, I know. The assassin continued, thanks to that, I got to enjoy a rare reprimand for the first time in a while. Han Muyon said, the failure of the plan is not the only issue. The bigger problem is your rash contact with the daughter of the Zhu clan. As Zhu Guksan shouted, let go. I said, let me go. I am Zhu Guksan of the Zhu clan. Han Muyon said, there is no reason someone like Zhu Guxian would speak my name, because my demonic soul-binding technique was flawless. The assassin said, it is too early to be overconfident, Second Commander. What if someone notices the soul manipulation and performs an exorcism? Han Muyon replied, let them try. I never performed a soul bind to begin with. I simply adjusted her thoughts and consciousness. Zhu Guxian thought to herself, people should stay in their place. You are right. But Baeksanga was the one who stirred things up and pushed things to one extreme. I am telling you, it is Baeksanga's fault. Everything goes back to Baeksanga, the beginning and the end. Why is it because of Baeksanga? Because it really is her fault. Baeksanga, kill her, Han Muyon said. This incident will be handled as the whim of a woman maddened by jealousy. Sure, fine, I will accept that. However, Second Commander, the assassin interjected, the Jade Celestial Divine Sword must be retrieved. If you fail to produce results, you might be disposed of. Think of this Qinghai dispatch as your last chance. Han Muyon said, oh, so we are going with the original schedule after all. The assassin continued, this time, my squad, the Nether King squad, will also be deployed. Therefore, you must kill Swordflower. Han Muyon's eyes sparkled. Ah, the Nether King squad, he exclaimed, excitement in his voice. I will also request assistance from the third commander of the unorthodox Tyrant Heavens. The assassin became uneasy. That is going a bit too far. Is not involving the unorthodox Tyrant Heavens excessive? Han Muyon replied. If we are going to do it, we must do it properly. He has always wanted to work within the demonic cult, so he will gladly agree. The assassin warned, there can be no mistakes this time. Our goal is not war, it is division. Understood? Ha ha ha, of course. I will make sure no such mistake occurs. In a different scene, a boy said to his friend, by the way, who is this Baeksanga for them to even draw assassins? Another boy replied, Baeksanga? That is the same name as one of the four phoenixes, Swordflower. Another chimed in, wait, that Swordflower is in the Cheon-il Academy? Are you joking? Well, regarding the Swordflower, she is a bit. Meanwhile, Baeksanga trembled as she walked through the halls. She thought to herself, I wish we would just leave for Qinghai already. The bait is ready. Another thought quietly while watching her, not the Swordflower it seems. I have to look more harmless so they take the bait and approach. Met the training grounds. Jin Yomyong said, huff, huff. He moved his feet with a boulder the size of a head strapped to them, then swung his sword while heavy iron rings, also head-sized, were attached to his wrists. Huff! He gasped in exhaustion. Jin Yomyong thought to himself, this is killing me. The three snake demons clapped for him. Amazing, my lord, Baeksa said. You are swinging a sword while carrying that heavy iron ring. The white-haired snake demon said, I deeply admire you. Jin Yomyong looked at them silently. A few moments later, the trio were the ones wearing weights doing push-ups. Kuch, it is so heavy. They groaned in exhaustion. Jin Yomyong sat down and said, I took your level into consideration and made it lighter than mine. The white-haired snake demon said, I see. They are only 30 kilograms each, Jin Yomyong added. In the end, raw strength is all that matters. Forget inner energy. If your muscles cannot support it, no martial art will shine. He thought to himself, if you have taken so many elixirs like they were rice since childhood and mastered top-tier energy arts, or if you are someone like Jin Ye-woon, then you do not really need physical training, unless your natural talent is on the level of Eon Yura. Baeksa shouted, to survive the mainstream, we will just have to endure it. The white-haired snake demon said, we have pledged our lives to serve you, my lord. We cannot start whining over this. His voice trembled while doing push-ups. Jin Yomyong thought to himself, they definitely have grit and determination. Jinsang and Baeku used to worship me like the heavens, but they ran off the moment I mentioned mainstream training. Jin Yomyong said, if you can endure my training while carrying that weight, the trio interrupted, if we can do it, I will pick a martial art that suits each of you from the Jin clan's secret archives, Jin Yomyong finished. Whoa, the trio exclaimed in shock. They all burst into flames of determination, pushing up faster. Yes, we will serve you with utmost loyalty. Suddenly, someone arrived. You are very dedicated to your training, she said. Jin Yomyong turned toward the voice and froze in shock. It has been a while, Jin Yomyong, Cheon Yura said. Jin Yomyong thought to himself, how many months has it been? How many months since we last met? Good heavens, how strong have you become in that time? It has only been a few months, yet the figure before me now. He tried to speak, but then Cheon Yura removed her hat and veil, revealing her beautiful face. Memories of the older Cheon Yura from his past flooded his mind. Jin Yomyong suddenly stood up in shock and confusion. Cult leader? He thought. Cheon Yura walked toward him. You have grown quite strong yourself. Uksa shouted. How dare you? Baeksa blinked. That person is Jin Yomyong of the demonic heavens Jin clan. Show some respect. Cheon Yura tilted her head. Respect? Jin Yomyong froze in fear. No, wait. Guys, hold on. Uksa barked, right, respect. Stand up straight and mind your manners. The white-haired snake demon shouted at them. Hey, you crazy son of a biscuit. If you are going to flaunt someone's authority, at least pick the right person to do it with. He slammed Baekse and Hyukse's faces into the ground. Ack! They cried in pain. The white-haired snake demon lowered his head. Greetings, young cult leader. Why, young cult leader, the duo said in confusion. Baeksa quickly added, I am Baeksa. I am in the service of young Master Jin. The white-haired snake demon said, please forgive the rudeness of my younger comrades with your generous heart. It is exactly in moments like this that one should lower their head further. I will make sure they are thoroughly disciplined so this never happens again. A few moments later, Jin Yomyong asked Cheon Yura, why have you come all the way here without even a single bodyguard? It is not that I am without one, Cheon Yura replied. You simply have not detected them. Jin Yomyong thought to himself, if even I, with my senses honed to the extreme, cannot detect them. Is the Right Guardian here? He asked. Exactly, Cheon Yura said. Right Guardian Crimson Battle Demon appeared. Excuse me, he said, placing a barrier. Hub, a sound barrier? Jin Yomyong thought. Cheon Yura said, I heard you will soon be heading to Qinghai. You have already planted eyes and ears here too, I see, Jin Yomyong said. Well, of course, she replied. I could not possibly ignore this, especially since it is someone who could one day become my companion. Jin Yomyong froze, shocked. He pointed at himself. What did you just say? What, you do not like my attention? She teased. No, it is not that at all, Jin Yomyong said quickly. Jin Yomyong, Cheon Yura said. Please speak, he replied. Have you heard of a group called the Heaven-Defying Society? She asked. Oh, what is this? There is no way Cheon Yura's people already know that name, Jin Yomyong thought. In his past life, he had heard the phrase, are you trying to defy the heavens? Oh, was it me, he wondered. Is it deception if I say no idea? Maybe she just guessed because I threw out the name Heaven-Defying Society. I do not know who they are. Wanting to cling to that slim chance, that is what I said. Do not know, Cheon Yura repeated. Also from a contradictory desire not to lie in front of you. Jin Yomyong thought. Even if such a group exists, they are not worth your concern, young cult leader, he said. And there it is. A confession that is not quite a confession, he thought. Major matters of our cult are for the cult leader and the elders, Jin Yomyong said. Minor ones are left to followers like us. So, I hope you will grant my plea not to pry further just yet, he thought. If that is your answer, very well, I understand, Cheon Yura said. Lady Cheon, Jin Yomyong began. Let us meet again soon, Cheonyura said, walking away. A few moments later, Right Guardian Crimson Battle Demon looked at Jin Yomyong. Jin Yomyong said, "Are you not going with her?" Right Guardian Crimson Battle Demon replied, "Even if I do not know everything, I can tell that you just rejected her favor." Jin Yomyong said, "What? You were eavesdropping?" Right Guardian Crimson Battle Demon said, "A servant listening in on their master's conversation? Hardly. I have served the young cult leader all my life. I can read her emotional shifts better than anyone." Jin Yomyong thought to himself, "Such a loyal subject, huh? He is right, though. Well, I have known Lady Qin for quite a while myself, so I am no slouch either." Right Guardian Crimson Battle Demon said, "So, answer me, why did you hurt her feelings?" His aura burst forth. Jin Yomyong thought to himself, "Extreme Demon's killing intent." He said aloud, "Because it was better for her, and she is not so weak as to be wounded by something like this. Do not insult her." Right Guardian Crimson Battle Demon was shocked into silence. Jin Yomyong said nothing further. Right Guardian Crimson Battle Demon sighed, then suddenly started laughing. "Bwah ha 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 ha! That kind of doggedness is something I admire. You definitely carry the blood of the Jin clan." Jin Yomyong said, "Wait, did you just insult me by implying I am reckless?" Right Guardian Crimson Battle Demon said, "Anyway, I heard you will be attempting the mainstream test of the Chanil Academy soon?" Jin Yomyong replied, "Yes, seems like everyone knows by now." Right Guardian Crimson Battle Demon said, "Make sure to leave a spot open there. The young cult leader will be joining you." Jin Yomyong broke into a sweat and thought to himself, "What? It's an emergency." He looked back to see the 3 demon snakes staring at him in confusion. The next day, Jin Yomyong said, "The region we will be dispatched to is the Transcendent Seeker Society of Qinghai. It is the territory of a demonic cult that branched off from the Sun Moon Divine Cult, the predecessor of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, and has maintained its bloodline for nearly 1,000 years. Hyuk-sa raised his hand. "You mean a demonic bloodline?" "Yes," Jin Yomyong replied. Hyuk-sa said, "So, things like human sacrifices, mass slaughter, and forbidden demonic arts." A demon cultist nearby burst into laughter. "Bwah ha 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 ha." Jin Yomyong smirked. "Ha! If that were the case, the government military would have wiped out the Transcendent Seeker Society long ago. Even our own cult has never committed such acts, have we?" Hyuk-sa said, Probably not. Maybe they do it secretly." White-haired snake demon said, "I mean, maybe in the secretive distant past during the Sun Moon Divine Cult days, but I heard that after the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult was founded, the human sacrifice practice was abolished." Jin Yomyong said, "Oh? You know your history well." White-haired snake demon said, "The Tower Master taught me a little from time to time. He said that if we are going to become warriors of the demonic heaven tower, we cannot be ignorant of our cult's history." Hyuk-sa and Baeksa, both of whom had been the type to run away from even basic academic lessons, looked uncomfortable. Jin Yomyong continued, "Listen up. Fundamentally, demonic arts align with what Taoism calls immortal cultivation. Just like good energy and demonic energy are both fundamental forces that shape the world, the only difference lies in how they are used. Both paths ultimately aim for the state of demonic immortal." He added, "Of course, there is no official record of anyone achieving it yet, but one person has come very close, the Heavenly Demon." Jin Yomyong said, "There are 2 reasons I am telling you this. First, because you need basic knowledge of the place we are headed. Second, because of the secret technique I promised." He took out a book, Cultivation Type Tyrant King Art. Jin Yomyong said, "Starting now, you will all begin training in this." As the 3 snakes muttered to themselves, "The Tyrant King Art," mastery over it could allow one to reach the Supreme Demon level. They dreamed of it even while awake. "The Supreme Demon level?" Jin Yomyong exclaimed. "Calm yourselves. I understand. You are probably going crazy right now. This is on a completely different level compared to the worthless cultivation arts you have practiced so far. However, what do you think would happen if you recklessly switched to advanced demonic arts?" Jin Yomyong waved the book up and down, and the 3 snakes turned into 3 dogs. They stammered, I do not know," as their eyes remained fixed on the book. Jin Yomyong said, "You would become addicted and obsessed, just as you are now, and soon collapse into energy deviation and ruin. That is why I gave you the Black Iron Ring, to forcefully discipline your bodies. In that sense, the Transcendent Seeker Society might hold a secret opportunity for you. Their method of controlling demonic energy rivals even that of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult." And he thought to himself, perhaps it might lead to a fateful encounter for me as well. In the training field, Instructor Zhang shouted, "Training ends here. You will head to Qinghai tomorrow. The disciples cried out, "Ah, finally." Instructor Zhang continued, "You will split into 2 deployment groups and be assigned to 2 different places. Your performance while stationed in Chonghe will determine your final evaluation." The disciples shouted, "Whoa!" Instructor Zhang muttered to himself, "They are not even listening." A boy asked, "Qinghai is likely in Xining or Haidong, right?" His friend replied, "Probably. They would not assign us too far out without a good reason." Another added, "I hope it is Haidong. That is a place where even the unorthodox tyrant Heavens dares not act recklessly because of the nearby Kunlun sect." Moments later, the 3 snakes struggled to keep pushing themselves up. A boy thought to himself, "They have endured for so long." His friend whispered inwardly, "How did they even survive until now?" "Poor souls," one of the girls cried out, "Young Master Yomyung, why am I doing this too?" She collapsed to the ground in pain. "Ack," she thought to herself, "Zhu Guxian is dead." After only a few days imprisoned underground instead of at the Cheonil Academy, she wrote a confession letter claiming she was atoning for bringing shame upon the clan. No way she would do that voluntarily. One more time. Ooh, I must stay alert as well. At Haidong, within the Transcendent Seeker Society, Bang Manhu roared, "Those damned unorthodox tyrant Heavens bastards! How did they get all this money to throw around? Darn it." His companion said, "If they had barged in with force, we would at least have the justification to call for the heavenly demon divine cult support." Bang Manhu frowned. However, even the cult's arrival is problematic now. He was none other than the leader of the Transcendent Seeker Society, the Phantom Fan, Bang Manhu. "What if they steal the credit for all our work?" Bang Manhu muttered. His friend suggested, "Maybe the unorthodox tyrant Heavens noticed what we did. What if their real intention is to quietly seize that? Would that not explain why they are here? Could be. Either way, we must expedite our plan. Buy time with the Cheonil Academy's ground troops for now." Suddenly a man rushed inside. Sir, the Cheonil Academy is here." "Shoot already?" Bang Manhu muttered. "Yes. Additionally, there is a big shot within the dispatch squad. Could they be from a branch of a major lineage? For example, one of the 6 clans." Bang Manhu murmured to himself. "People like that appear from time to time." Then he grumbled, "Arr, it is all vegetables. Meat is a must for people, though." The Transcendent Seeker Society is filled with those who have been pushed out of the power struggles within their own clans and are now in the Cheonil Academy, arrogant and obnoxious, the absolute worst troublemakers. The man shouted, "I heard it is young Master Yomyung from the demonic Heavens Jin clan." Bang Manhu immediately rushed toward the door. "Oh, my young master." Outside, Jin Yomyung asked Instructor Zhang, "Why did you use my clan and my name?" Instructor Zhang explained, "Lately, the Transcendent Seeker Society's reception of us has been poor." Jin Yomyung thought to himself, that means he has no connections. Then he said aloud, "Then you will need to help me with something later on." "All right, fine. You are certainly generous," Instructor Zhang replied. Bang Manhu rushed forward and exclaimed, "Oh, my young master! What an honor this is." A few moments later, Jin Yomyung asked, "Society leader, has your society been facing problems lately? Business trouble, perhaps?" Bang Manhu stiffened. "What? How do you know that?" Jin Yomyung observed silently. He looks worn out at a glance. Then he said, "Please, tell me about it. Perhaps we can find a solution." Bang Manhu hesitated. He is an outsider, though, he thought. But then tears welled in his eyes. "Please, listen to what I have to say. Chong Museong is the youngest disciple of the unorthodox tyrant Heavens, is he not? I heard he has been eyeing Haidong eagerly." Jin Yomyung asked, "Are you saying he is trying to expand his territory toward the Kunlun sect?" "Yes, he is doing that instead of moving into Gansu or Sichuan," Bang Manhu exclaimed. Jin Yomyung thought inwardly, "This is information I never had in my past lives." A few years later, Chong Musong will become known across the Central Plains as the Dark Cloud Swordsman. But I recall that he had no notable activity before the civil war within the unorthodox tyrant Heavens, he added. Aloud, also Jiam, I doubt that the first disciple, Joksan, would have condoned that kind of behavior. Jin Yomyung asked, "Have any unorthodox tyrant Heavens martial masters appeared before?" Bang Manhu shook his head. Not yet. There have only been ragtag ground troops stirring trouble." Jin Yomyung thought to himself, "Let us piece this together. Firstly, they are pouring immense funds into Haidong. Secondly, Jiam Joksan stringently monitors the other disciples. Thirdly, Even with such funds, there is no noticeable movement by the youngest disciple. From the top of the building, someone snored loudly. Snore. Jin Yomyong continued his thoughts. In conclusion, those funds likely do not belong to the unorthodox tyrant heavens. They may come from elsewhere. Combining that with the fateful encounter I am expecting. He turned to Bang Man-hu. Oh, right. Society leader. Yes, young master. Please, feel free to ask any question. I, Bang Man-hu, am a friend of the heavenly demon divine cult. I can answer anything. Is the excavation of the heavenly mystic maiden's tomb proceeding well? Jin Yomyong asked calmly. Bang Man-hu felt as though lightning struck his spine. Trembling, he stammered, "Did I hear you wrongly?" Jin Yomyong's eyes narrowed. You know about the tomb of the heavenly mystic maiden, a martial master who ruled the world centuries ago. Is she not buried here underground? How did you know that? Bang Man-hu stuttered, his voice shaking. Jin Yomyong smirked inwardly. How else? Because you were bragging about those artifacts you found. He then said aloud, Inner Administrator, I suppose you have not seen anything like this before. It is all right, such a thing is possible. After all, this relic carries a very rich history, or perhaps the deciphering of the map is not yet complete. His hand trembled slightly. In this life, you will get nothing, Jin Yomyong thought to himself. But in my previous life, the Transcendence Seeker Society played a critical role. In fact, their influence was overwhelming. Hey, approximately, Jin Yomyong muttered. Inner Administrator, Bang Man-hu said with respect. I, who once held that position, had to personally serve even Bang Man-hu, Jin Yomyong reflected. Bang Man-hu laughed boisterously. Ha, ha! Thanks to the martial arts techniques and treasures gained from the heavenly mystic maiden, our society soared as if it had grown wings. I was displeased that they carried out such actions without reporting to our cult, Jin Yomyong recalled bitterly. This is the map, Bang Man-hu revealed. But I only learned 10 years after the tomb raid that it had all been masterminded by them, so there was no way to hold them accountable. Still, the greatest offense committed by the Transcendence Seeker Society was, Bang Man-hu grinned mockingly. What? The heavenly demon divine cult is on the brink of destruction? In that case, should I side with the orthodox sects approximately, or the unorthodox 1s approximately? I cannot forget this, Jin Yomyong swore to himself. He then declared to Bang Man-hu, the Jin clan still has records about the heavenly mystic maiden. I see, Bang Man-hu cried. Jin Yomyong gripped his shoulder. So here is my proposal. As the eldest young master of the Jin clan, I would like to work together with you. How about collaborating on the tomb raid? We will also gather foreign fighters who can serve as substitutes to trigger the tomb's mechanisms. Then, what will the split be? Bang Man-hu asked, still trembling. 50-50, Jin Yomyong answered. Bang Man-hu froze. Unbelievable. I thought he would take almost everything. For one of the 6 clans, that is surprisingly generous. In return, Jin Yomyong continued, I ask for a small personal favor. Outside, Instructor Jang ordered. You and your men will pose as merchant guards and join in. Yuxa exclaimed, Oh, jackpot! Only to be kicked aside by the white-haired snake. That is nothing too difficult, Jin Yomyong said. I have heard the Transcendence Seeker Society's earth-hearing technique is unparalleled in the world. Who do you need me to keep an ear on? Bang Man-hu asked eagerly. A few hours later, Nether Crow grumbled, They cannot even pull off an assassination properly, yet somehow they outrank me. You have worked hard as well, Nether Crow, Han Muyon replied. It is nothing, Third Commander. If it is for the grand plan of our society, this much is nothing, Nether Crow said. Han Muyon asked cautiously, If I obtain the Jade Celestial Divine Sword, could I take the position of Second Commander? It is not impossible, Nether Crow answered. Oh? Han Muyon raised his brows. But do not let your personal ambitions ruin the grand plan, Nether Crow warned. You could end up being swept away with the rest. Swept away, huh? So things are that unstable for the second commander? Well, the first commander is a genius beyond comparison, but the second commander is someone I might surpass, Han Muyon thought to himself. He then said aloud, I trust you will overlook me taking some of the credit. From your position, as long as the mission succeeds, it should not matter who accomplishes it. I will not deny that, Nether Crow replied, though his gaze grew sharp. In that case, I cannot afford another failure. My own safety would be at risk. I should probably send a report to the 8 Heavens General, just in case. He thought grimly. I cannot let my revenge get derailed by this mess. Instructor Jang called out. Instructor Jeek, over here. Why did it take so long to buy what I asked for? Instructor Jeek rushed over. Ah, Instructor Jang, my apologies. There were too many other guests. Are you done with what you had to do? Instructor Jang muttered under his breath. That damned Jin Yomyoung. Just because I borrowed his name once, he is now using me as his errand boy. He recalled Yomyoung's earlier words. In return, you will do me a favor later. I let him off easily because his pouch was heavy with money, Jang grumbled. There you go again, Instructor Jock sighed. I even asked him to take the rest of the money. So, what do you say, Instructor Jock? How about a drink before we head back? Hey, sounds good. Jiuk laughed. Bang Man-hu placed a stack of documents on the table. Here's the report on the Transcendence Seeker Society's business operations, as you requested. I'm only showing you this because you are the 6 clan's eldest son, but why exactly do you need it? Jin Yomyoung replied calmly, I need to know the situation in order to prepare for it. Bang Man-hu frowned inwardly. What could a pampered young master possibly understand? Yomyoung's sharp gaze skimmed the records. Look at these numbers. Massive expenditures hidden through falsified accounts. This must all be money funneled into the tomb raid. As I thought, 50-50 is far too generous for these people. 90-10. No, perhaps 90.1 to 9.9% would be more fitting. A promise? Who cares? I follow the way of the demonic path. This is not petty revenge just because Bang Man-hu smirked and tried to get under my skin. The profit margin is too low, Yomyoung muttered. I will need to improve it. No, greatly improve it. I cannot tolerate this sloppy accounting. But why are you the one who has problems with it? Bang Man-hu thought, baffled. Let us just go, Yomyoung said, walking away. It will be better to see it for ourselves. Young master? Bang Man-hu called, chasing after him. Yomyoung stopped before a table. Society leader, the nearest Silk Road branch is 400 li from here, is it not? Yes, that is correct. Is there a problem? Of course there is a problem, Yomyoung snapped. Who would buy expensive imported silk in a remote backwater like this? The Baekmok and Marin patterns are acceptable, but they are not fashionable these days. The colors are faded too. If we take them to signing to sell, the unorthodox tyrant Heavens controls the market there. Yomyoung cut him off. How do you expect to sell? According to the records, the last time any silk was sold was 7 days ago. Well, that's... Bang Man-hu trailed off. In truth, Yomyoung thought, Bang Man-hu had been hoping that building ties with the Jin clan might cause a few crumbs to be thrown his way to help their worsening finances. Better to stock up on tough, durable fabrics suited for travelers, Yomyoung instructed. He smirked inwardly. This was not the solution you expected, was it? All right, next business location. He strode ahead, forcing Bang Man-hu to chase after him again. What? These goods are from ages ago. And besides, no matter how you look at it, the entire distribution structure is flawed from the ground up. It looks like a tangled mess of factions causing side effects, Yomyoung remarked. In cases like this, the only way is to crush competition with money. A few days earlier, the heavenly demon, Cheon Taejong, said, they are by no means an easy opponent. From the lowest depths of the world, they are preparing to overturn the heavens. Cheon Yura asked, what happens if they succeed? The heavenly demon, Cheon Taejong, said, do you know the classic of mountains and seas? Cheon Yura replied, I have only heard the name. I do not care much for myths. The heavenly demon, Cheon Taejong, said, the classic of mountains and seas, said to have been compiled in ancient times, recorded countless divine beasts and monsters of the mythic age. They are the direct bloodline of that mythic age. Their goal is to overturn the heavens and return this world to the environment of the mythic age. Of course, that blood has long since grown faint. Now, aside from their potential, they are no different from ordinary humans. Sabion asked, why would they want to return the world to that ancient environment? The heavenly demon, Cheon Taejong, said, I only know from the records, but in the age when divine beasts and monsters roamed freely, the world was brimming with spiritual energy. Humans could communicate with the heavens, and their potential had no limits. Cheon Yura's eyes sparkled, while Sabion was left in silent shock. Thinking to herself, that sounds like a good thing, does it not? Infinite growth for martial arts. The heavenly demon, Cheon Taejong, said, in an era where martial strength rose without limit, what do you think the survival rate of humans was? Endlessly strengthening divine beasts, spirits, and monsters versus endlessly strengthening humans. Cheon Yura and Sabion both muttered, ah. The heavenly demon Cheon Taejong said, Only a rare few extraordinary humans survived. The rest were weeded out, reduced to nothing but dirt. However, there is no need to worry. As long as I live, they will never reveal themselves. Though many have already been deceived by their honeyed words, that is a minor matter. Cheon Yura and Sabiyon, confused, thought to themselves, a minor matter? The heavenly demon Cheon Taejong said, crush the bugs whenever they appear. That is all there is. Sabiyon whispered to herself, she bought that. Cheon Yura, amazed, said, I see. Sabiyon asked, then is there anyone else in the Murim who knows their true identity? The heavenly demon, Cheon Taejong, said, of course. Even the Alliance leader's granddaughter sought refuge in our cult, because for this matter, alone both orthodox, unorthodox, and demonic forces agreed to set aside their differences. Lately, I have heard she is leading troops together with the Jin clan's child in Cheonil Academy. Cheon Yura burned in fury and shouted, together, you say? How close are they exactly? The heavenly demon, Cheon Taejong, waved his hand and said, calm yourself. Cheon Yura burst into flames and snapped, I am calm, father. The heavenly demon, Cheon Taejong, wiped his sweat as the flames raged from Cheon Yura. The heavenly demon, Cheon Taejong, said, if you are so uneasy, why not go see her with your own eyes? I will even attach an official order of goodwill. Sabiyon asked, then, my house arrest. The heavenly demon, Cheon Taejong, said, of course it is lifted. Rather than swinging your sword all day long, sometimes it is necessary to clear your head outside. Cheon Yura asked, are you saying this is a vacation? Sabiyon gave a confused look at Cheon Yura and the heavenly demon, asking, cult leader? The heavenly demon, Cheon Taejong, said, vacation? Well, yes, you could call it that. The lesser demon pavilion requires repairs anyway. Naturally, since you take after me, you will not want to rest for too long. Jin Yomyong thought to himself, at the time, Cheon Taejong did not realize the vacation his daughter had requested. Cheon Yura quickly bowed and said, thank you, cult leader. I will go to Cheonil Academy first, then to Haidong. Jin Yomyong thought to himself, was not a peaceful rest. In the present, Sabiyon said, young Master Jin, the young cult leader is going on a vacation. Cheon Yura sipped her cup of tea and said, Haidong's tea leaves are indeed good. Jin Yomyong walked toward them and thought to himself, a vacation with Cheon Yura? That is a strange combination. Cheon Yura asked, how are things progressing here? Have a cup of tea. The right guardian, the crimson battle demon, was shocked. Jin Yomyong sat down, and a cup of tea was served. Jin Yomyong said, I intend to negotiate with the outer sects of Kunlun sect here in Haidong. Cheon Yura said, Sabiyon said, oh, Bang Manhu stammered, young Master Jin? What? Negotiate with the orthodox faction? Jin Yomyong said, there are many ways to describe it. Poison counters poison, rivals share the same boat. Bang Manhu shouted, but surely they would never negotiate with us. The orthodox sects despise the demonic cult. A demonic cultist mocked, I would rather associate with filthy heretics than with you. Ha, Bang Manhu said. Huh? Jin Yomyong stood and said, it is an honor to meet you, Taesung swordsman. I am Jin Yomyong, eldest son of the great Jin clan of the demonic heavens. Two cultists whispered among themselves. Some say the strength of the six great clans of the demonic cult can even rival the unorthodox tyrant heavens. The demonic cultist said, and I am Kang Cheonryong, leader of the 9 immortal sect. Jin Yomyong said, another guest will arrive shortly. Golden Ghost Lord, grand disciple of the unorthodox tyrant heavens leader. Kang Cheonryong said, let us go inside. Bang Manhu said, what? Huh? Jin Yomyong said, I have heard you have faced many troubles with the unorthodox tyrant heavens pressing down on this small city with their overwhelming wealth. Kang Cheonryong said, yes, that is true. Darn those unorthodox tyrant heavens dogs. Why would they put so much pressure on such a remote city? A merchant said, why not just sell your shop? You could live out your days in comfort with the money. Jin Yomyong thought to himself, what, you refuse to sell? This place is just a shabby little eatery anyway. What a cheap exploitation joint. Jin Yomyong said, to respond to this pressure, 3 things are necessary: agreement, justification, and practical benefit. Kang Cheonryong said, but if the demonic cult and the orthodox sects are seen working together against the unorthodox tyrant heavens, Jin Yomyong said, that cannot be allowed, never. That is why a third party is coming. Golden Ghost Lord GM Juksan entered the room and said, looks like I am a little late. Kang Cheonryong and the others were shocked as they stood up. Jin Yomyong said, "When two forces join, it is called an alliance. When three forces join, it becomes a compromise." "The Golden Ghost Lord Jim Juksan," someone exclaimed. Occultist said, That is the Golden Ghost Lord," Kang Cheonryong said. Why would such a figure appear here?" Bang Man-hu said, Golden Ghost Lord Jeom Jeksan sat down and said, "I accepted the invitation, but I had not expected the meeting place to be in Orthodox territory." Jin Yomyong said, "Thank you for accepting the invitation, Golden Ghost Lord. I am Jin Yomyong of the Great Jin Clan." Golden Ghost Lord Jeom Juksan said, "Nice to meet you. I have long heard of the reputation of the new demonic dragon." Jin Yomyong thought to himself, "New demonic dragon, you say? So he knows about my younger brother and everything that has happened since. Impressive. The unorthodox Tyrant Heaven's information network is sharper than I thought." Bang Man-hu said, When exactly did you come into contact with them?" Jin Yomyong said, "It was when we sent 2 instructors to Xining some time ago." A drunken voice, "Drinking is my only joy." Instructor Jang approximately. "Is this what they call drunken horseback riding approximately?" Instructor Jang said, "It is fine, since there is a ride-home valet service." Golden Ghost Lord Jeom Juksan said, "I was quite surprised for a young master of the demonic cult to use such an obscure method of contact, something known only to a handful." Jin Yomyong said, "I suppose that is the same reason you call me New Demonic Dragon." Golden Ghost Lord Jeom Juksan remained silent, and Jin Yomyong smiled. Golden Ghost Lord Jeom Juksan said, "Well, fine. For now we must first resolve the matter of my youngest disciple's misdeed." Jin Yomyong said, "A misdeed, you say? So you mean the other disciples were not involved?" Golden Ghost Lord Jeom Jiksan said, "Correct. I investigated thoroughly. This was entirely the youngest reckless decision. Also, I do not wish for the Central Plains to be thrown into chaos because of a mere tomb." Jin Yomyong said, "Oh." Golden Ghost Lord Jeom Juksan said, "Whatever is in that tomb, deal with it among yourselves." The others whispered, "A tomb?" Kang Cheonryong said, "What tomb is he talking about?" Bang Man-hu thought to himself, "Why does he know all our secrets?" Jin Yomyong said, "Then, Golden Ghost Lord, you are asking us for 2 things, are you not? 1. Keep this matter from leaking outside." Bang Man-hu said, "Whose tomb are you talking about?" Jin Yomyong said, "And the second concerns the youngest disciple's life, does it not?" Golden Ghost Lord Jeom Juksan said, "Of course not. No matter what foolishness he committed, he is still a part of the unorthodox Tyrant Heavens." Golden Ghost Lord Jeom Juksan smiled. "However, those who tempted him, who lured him onto a false path, I want every last one of those wretches executed. As for the youngest, if by coincidence he were to meet a tragic end, then that cannot be helped." Golden Ghost Lord Jeom Juksan smiled and said, "Hoo-hoo. In that case, there truly would be nothing that could be done." The others murmured, "Wait, are they suggesting?" Bang Man-hu said, "Surely, as Orthodox forces, we cannot condone something like this." Jin Yomyong said, "I told you already. When 3 factions clasp hands, that is compromise. We are no longer speaking of who is orthodox, unorthodox, or demonic. We are negotiating for the benefit of all." Golden Ghost Lord Jeom Juksan said, Well, the eldest son of the Jin clan and I truly see eye to eye." Jin Yomyong said, "The feeling is mutual. I now understand clearly why you are the grand disciple of the King of Evils." The others thought as Jin Yomyong laughed, "Ho ho ho." Golden Ghost Lord Jeom Juksan laughed as well. "Oh." Bang Man-hu thought to himself, "So this is why the demonic and unorthodox factions are always mentioned together. Why am I the one feeling sorry?" The heavenly mystic maiden, Rangrang, was a wandering apothecary who had appeared about 100 years ago. Her origin was unknown, but she was the greatest unmatched martial master of ancient and modern times. She had caused a bloody storm across the Central Plains and driven even the Kunlun sect to the brink of annihilation. If her martial arts or relics were preserved in her tomb, we were not talking about just 1 million or 2 taels. The instruction we received was simply to do whatever we wanted with what lay there. Thanks to that, we could quietly divide the spoils among ourselves. Kang Cheonryong and the others' eyes turned to gold. And to think it was that tomb. "For the sake of the greater good, of course we will cooperate," they said. Gold Ghost Lord Jeom Juksan stood up and said, "So then, as for Haidong, let us consider the matter settled that way." Jin Yomyong said, We are grateful for your generous consent. Gold Ghost Lord Jiam Joksan replied, not at all. It is only an appropriate repayment for correcting the youngest's unruly habits. Well then, may we meet again under pleasant circumstances, Jin Yomyong said. Agreed. After all, our cult and the unorthodox tyrant heavens share a common enemy, the orthodox factions. Gold Ghost Lord Jiam Juksan laughed. That is right. Bang Manhu muttered to himself, hey now, we orthodox are standing right here, you know. A few moments later, outside, Gold Ghost Lord Jiam Juksan rode his horse and then stopped. That woman dog, he mumbled, as his servant asked. Pardon, Jiam Juksan thought to himself. The Jin clan's eldest son may have been like a wolf with great fangs, but the one who truly threatened my senses was that female warrior. She was like a tiger that hid its fangs. He spurred his horse. Hidya. As his horse suddenly ran harder, Gold Ghost Lord Jiam Juksan said, now then, submit the list of high-level female martial masters identified so far from the heavenly demon divine cult. The minimum level should be the peak realm. His servant said, yes, sir. Jin Yomyong thought to himself, I can now act freely without worrying about the unorthodox tyrant heavens. I have repaid the Transcendent Seeker Society's generosity enough to satisfy my conscience. Bang Manhu thought to himself, next, we will drive out those Haidong scoundrels and seize the relics of the heavenly mystic maiden. Jin Yomyong asked, by the way, society leader, what about that matter I requested? Bang Manhu replied, you mean the great technique for your subordinates. It has been prepared to perfection. We can proceed as soon as tomorrow. Jin Yomyong thought, indeed, the Transcendent Seeker Society shall soon possess a secret technique that even the heavenly demon cult covets. A method to increase the purity of demonic energy within one's body. It is similar to the body purification, but without causing blockages in the body's meridians. Bang Manhu said, if only they knew the consideration you have shown them. Jin Yomyong said, it does not matter. They will simply be worked until they die. He added to himself, should I offer my condolences to them in advance? Bang Manhu said, I already feel bad for them. The next day, Jin Yomyong stretched his arm and said, after the great technique, the purity of their inner energy will become turbid again, but with the Tyrant King art, they should be able to buy some time. He thought, anyway, the real operation begins today. Baek Sanga said, so you are the one who dragged Jin Yomyong into that incident. Jin Yomyong thought, Baek Sanga asked, but how is that your business? Are you the vice group leader or something? Cheon Yura snapped, you fool, how dare you? Sabiyon said, young miss, you must not fight here. Cheon Yura said, I know. Sabiyon said, no, you clearly do not understand at all. Jin Yomyong wondered, what is going on over there? Baek Sanga asked, young miss, from where? Sabiyon replied, I am from the SA clan. Baek Sanga thought to herself, then this miss must be a direct line descendant of Black Gold's SA clan. I suppose only that would justify treating the Jin heir as an equal. Jin Yomyong walked toward them and said, you three, what are you doing here? Baek Sanga answered, young Master Jin, we were just on our way to the meeting place. Cheon Yura thought, meeting place? Baek Sanga said, well then, since we have met, let us go together. Jin Yomyong said, your assistance is appreciated, but given the situation, I must ask that you be especially cautious. If possible, stay close by my side. Cheon Yura walked toward Jin Yomyong and said, Jin Yomyong, I also want to help. Jin Yomyong was shocked and confused. What? Cheon Yura said, did you not say the situation was dangerous? Though I do not exactly know what is happening. Jin Yomyong stammered, that is, young cult. I mean, Lady Cheon, asking such a thing of you would be. Baek Sanga said to herself in confusion, Lady Cheon? Not Lady Sa? Cheon Yura asked, you mean you do not need my help? Jin Yomyong said, not that I do not need your help, but you cannot help. I mean, it is way too dangerous. Jin Yomyong thought to himself, if the cult leader learns that the young cult leader was assigned to that task, and as Jin Yomyong imagined heavenly demon Cheon Taijong jumping quickly and shouting, you fool, I will be dead, absolutely dead. Cheon Yura trembled as she held her sword. So you mean to say that I am less capable than that woman? So incompetent that I would endanger you? Jin Yomyong trembled in fear. No, not at all. Please do it. Go ahead. He thought, you just endangered me with that. The Ocean Lunar Tea House was operated by the Transcendent Seeker Society and served as a hub for exchanging information. A man in blue said, even the Tang clan is now washed up, beaten by mere Green Forest bandits. His friend replied, not the Green Forest. They say it was someone else and just a single person to boot. Anyway, this time, do not stop at Sichuan, head straight for Xi'an. A patron called, "Shopkeeper, 1 cup of tea." Qian Yura set down a cup and said, "It is hot, please be careful." The patron, sweating in confusion, replied, "What?" Qian Yura, confused, said, "Wait, did you not just order tea?" The man suddenly drank all the hot tea and stammered, Yes, that is right. Thank you, I will drink gratefully." A man at a distance muttered, "Never seen that face before. Who could she be?" His friend said, "I heard her name is Hyunwoo. Could she be for Serbang, a marriage candidate here?" Sanga asked. 2 cups of tea guanyin, freshly imported from Fujian, correct?" The man replied, Yes. Sanga said, "If you need anything else, just call any time." She chuckled. The man thought, "But what is going on at the Ocean Lunar Tea House today?" A man at another table shouted, "Take their order." Sanga said, "Okay." The man's friend called, "Quick, get merchant leader Seol and Sir Kang too." As Cheon Yura looked at Sanga smirked and said to herself, "I sold 3 more cups." Cheon Yura thought, "I will make them drink even more." Sanga thought, "I will be faster than anyone." Their stares electrified with competitive intent. Sabion suddenly exclaimed, "Oh!" Cheon Yura and Sanga looked toward the commotion. Sabion said, "Better to sell in Sichuan than Beijing." The elders murmured, "That could work." A man asked, "Sichuan?" Sabion answered, "Yes, the Tang clan will buy at a high price. Ice lunar jade is used for making hidden weapons after all." The man remarked, "She truly is a merchant prodigy. I was worried about how to transport this all the way to Beijing, but now that is resolved." Another man held up his goods. "Here, look at my goods too." An older man protested. "Hey, wait your turn. I was first," an elder said. "But thanks to this young miss, I have profited greatly today, so I will pay for all of today's orders at the tea house." Others cheered, "Oh, ha ha ha. For the prodigy maiden, only the most expensive tea will do." Cheon Yura and Sanga each thought, "Why do I feel such a strange sense of betrayal?" A man observed, "She is as sharp in business as she is in her eye for quality. One could mistake her for someone from a great merchant guild." Jin Yumyung thought, "Not mistaken at all. The Black Gold Clan is indeed the financial pillar of the cult. They even run the Gold Merchant Guild. Anyway, in just 3 days, the number of customers has tripled." Bang Manhu fretted, "Hey, is this really okay? I know you are an incredible person, but is it safe to exploit the young cult leader like this?" Jin Yomyong replied, "This is the way to remain safe." Bang Manhu cried, "No, I am doomed, absolutely doomed. No doubt I will die the most miserable death imaginable." Jin Yomyong said, "You will not die." He thought, if he finds out the true identity of Sanga as well, he will faint, won't he? Bang Manhu sobbed, "Young Master Jin, how long do we have to keep this up?" Jin Yomyong said, "Obviously." The door banged open. Wang Jack burst in, laughing, "Ha ha! Take this, you mustards." Jin Yomyong thought, until times like these. A man warned, "Society leader. Those men are from the Black Tiger sect." Wang Jack asked Bang Manhu, Why are you smiling?" Wang Jack scoffed, "Ha, a mere tea house gathering a crowd." His goon said, "Well, they say there are breathtakingly beautiful women there." Wang Jack thought to himself, "Beautiful women, huh? But the Ocean Lunar Tea House is under the Transcendence Seeker Society, is it not?" He was the Black Tiger sect leader, Black Claws Wang Jack, and he thought, Bang Manhu is not someone to be underestimated. He is around the supreme peak realm. The goon said, "I heard they are beauties so rare you would hardly see anyone on par with them even in Xining. Besides, there are not just 1, but 3 of them." As Wang Jack suddenly smelled roses in the air, he said to himself, "3, you say?" He swallowed his rancid saliva, stood up, and told himself, "That is right. What is wrong with walking in as proper customers? Besides, we have the unorthodox tyrant heavens behind us." His servant said, "I hope to get some fun too." Wang Jack thought, as customers, we have the right to cause a scene if the reception is lacking. Ha ha hoo. If the Black Tiger sect can take down the Ocean Lunar Tea House in the process, it is essentially killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At the Ocean Lunar Tea House, Wang Jack opened the door and shouted, "Ha ha ha! Receive your customers, you scoundrels!" Murmurs ran through the room. "He actually came here? This is bad. The worst kind of scum has arrived." Wang Jack called out, "There are supposed to be so many pretty girls here. Let me have a look too." They scared the people inside. Wang Jack grabbed a man's robe and snarled, "Hey, I am talking. Are you deaf, huh?" The man cried, Please spare me." Cheon Yura walked down the stairs and asked, "What is this commotion?" Wang Jack glanced in Cheon Yura's direction and murmured, Cheon Yura asked, "A customer?" When Wang Jack saw Qianyura descending the stairs, he thought, such beauty, worthy of being called a peerless flower. Someone with a sharp gaze is even better. Jin Yomyong, confused, thought to himself, what is he going on about? The young cult leader is usually more of the cute type. Like a whiff of chrysanthemum fragrance, Qianyura said coolly. Judging from what is in your hand, you do not look like a customer. Wang Jack looked at the man he had grabbed and said, huh? He then tossed him away and said, oh. He reached for Qianyura's pigtails and leered, ho ho ho. What is your name? Qianyura replied, my name? You are not worthy of knowing my name. Wang Jack was shocked and indignant. What? I am being outright rejected? I, Wang Jack, how dare you? He raised his hand and roared, this wretch, I will kill you. A man cried, wait, no, stop. An older man covered his mouth and shouted, young lady. Qianyura dodged. Wang Jack, baffled, asked, what? Qianyura suddenly palm-struck Wang Jack's side. He flew and struck a pillar. Kuh! He cried in pain. The others gawked, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Ooh, young lady, Hyunwol? Jin Yomyong said, wait, is not he the one, the infamous leader of the Black Tiger sect? As the others looked at Jin Yomyong, he asked, why has such a person come to our tea house? He stepped close to Wang Jack and demanded, what? You say you came here with the intention of seizing our establishment? Wang Jack's servant stammered, what? What nonsense is that? Qianyura fixed him with killer eyes. He trembled in fear. Bang Menhu declared, the Transcendent Seeker Society will demand full compensation from the Black Tiger sect for the damage inflicted on the Ocean Lunar Tea House and Haidong City. The others thought, wait a second, no way. Wang Jack's servant realized, the trick we fell for, that is the trick we used on others. He ran and shouted, hey, run, it is a trap. Voices rose, wah, as people chanted, Transcendent Seeker Society, Transcendent Seeker Society. Hyuksa said, oh no, you cannot run away now. White Snake asked, where are you trying to go? Bagsa said, finally some excitement after being dispatched. White Snake added, I was bored, this is perfect. Jin Yomyong announced, everyone, we will need your testimonies in order to demand proper compensation from them. People looked around, and an old man told Bang Manhu, I will make sure the entire world hears of the atrocities I just witnessed. Bang Manhu replied, that is right, exactly. A man in a red robe said, I saw those villains smash property and cause a riot just now. A man in a green robe added, I saw it too. They threatened my life. They even bullied the weak lady servers. Another cried, yes, I saw it, I saw it. Someone shouted, do you even know who stands behind us? Wang Jack's servant ran away ordering, shut it and scatter. The Black Tiger sect is finished, Bang Manhu asked. Is it fine to just let them go like that? Jin Yomyong said, yes, leave the rest to the Orthodox sects. Let us focus on our own matters, like that request I made last time. Bang Manhu said, ah, you mean that. He took a talisman and muttered. Jin Yomyong thought, oh. They looked at the talisman. Bang Manhu said, for now he is talking to the instructor. Jin Yomyong said, too bad we cannot eavesdrop. Bang Manhu added, still, if they leave the designated location, I will know immediately. Jin Yomyong thought, if my suspicions about Han Muyon are correct, he will definitely make a move here, in Haidong City. In a different scene, the third phantom snapped in anger. Say that again. His man stammered, the Black Tiger sect has collapsed, and the unorthodox sects in Haidong City are being hunted down. The third phantom punched a pillar and shouted, darn it. The third phantom demanded, what about our group? Our own territory is being seized by the enemy. Surely we will not just sit idly by. The man replied, my apologies. The first disciple strongly opposed sending out forces. The third phantom scratched the pillar and thought, senior brother, that is how you are playing it, huh? The third phantom ordered, go tell the second phantom this, kill the alliance leader's granddaughter immediately. I will take full responsibility afterwards, so just kill her first. Instructor Jiok suddenly intervened, as expected. Whether it is the second phantom or the third phantom, they cannot rise above the level of the first phantom. Calm yourself, third phantom. The third phantom hissed. Nether Crow. Instructor Jock said, there is something to be conveyed. The 8 Heavens General will be coming. The third phantom was shocked. In a different scene, the right to look out over the Xining fortress from the highest point was a privilege belonging only to the leader of the unorthodox tyrant heavens. Gold Ghost Lord Jiam Joksan announced, Master, I am here. The unorthodox tyrant heavens leader replied, enter. Gold Ghost Lord Jiam Joksan entered and knelt. I have come before you to offer an apology. The leader asked, Is it because you interfered with the youngest at Haidong? Even joining hands with the Orthodox faction and the demon cult to do so? Jim Joksan thought. As expected, he already knows. Jim Joksan said, that is not the reason. The leader asked, then, what is it? Jim Joksan answered, I have come to apologize for the disloyalty I displayed by trying to use this incident as an excuse to expel the youngest. The leader asked, do you remember Cheong Wu? Jim Joksan replied, Uncle Cheong Wu? Was he not one of the founding contributors who established the unorthodox Tyrant Heavens? The leader explained, when I first created the unorthodox Tyrant Heavens, Cheong Wu supported me by bringing in funds from the Bei Clan Merchant Guild. Jim Jigsan thought, the Bei Clan, the foremost of the 5 great merchant guilds of the Central Plains. They are known as the greatest in the world, the leader continued. Not only did they pour in near unlimited funds without demanding repayment, whenever difficulties arose, they brought me ingenious solutions. When Cheong Wu died, he entrusted me with his bloodline. That child is the youngest. The financial lifeline of the youngest also comes from the Bei Clan Merchant Guild. Jim Joksan was shocked. The leader said, for over 10 years, Cheong Wu and I devoted ourselves to building the unorthodox Tyrant Heavens. The leader reflected, when did he go all the way to Nanchang and sire a child? It always seemed strange, but now that I think about it, it only feels absurdly ironic. If Cheong Wu and my old comrades had not urged me to build a new organization, would the unorthodox Tyrant Heavens even exist today? Jim Joksan thought, the youngest in the Bei Clan Guild, just what is their true identity? The leader said, I am old now. My drive and ambition have long since withered away. From now on, it will be your responsibility. If you are to act, act decisively. Do not allow the unorthodox Tyrant Heavens that I spent my life building to fall into unworthy hands. I will grant you the Yacha Heavenly Core. Let us see what you can accomplish. Jim Joksan thought, the Yacha Heavenly Core, that is as good as gaining 10,000 troops. In a different scene, Baek Sangha ran toward Instructor Juk and said, Instructor Juk, why did you call for me? Instructor Juk replied, it is nothing much. Sit down for now. He produced a bottle and announced, ta-da! I happened to get my hands on some fine liquor. Hee-hee, heek! A few moments later, Instructor Juk poured a cup of liquor for Baek Sangha and said, everything is good, but there is no liquor left. Baek Sangha protested, how could you get drunk without me? Ha ha. She took a sip and thought, this? Instructor Juk asked, what do you think? Not bad, right? This is hard to come by around here. Drink more. Baek Sangha said, a mellow yet sweet taste. Instructor Juk continued, with the fragrance of familiar blossoms. This is Nanhua wine that is famous in Nanchang. You should recognize its southern lotus sword flower, Baek Sangha. Baek Sangha was shocked to her bones. She leaped back and thought, a trap. Seeing as my energy is being forcibly scattered, this must be the energy dissipating poison along with several kinds of suppression toxins. Instructor Juk sneered, if you obediently hand over the Jade Celestial Divine Sword, your life will be spared. Baek Sangha thought, she drank the same wine, yet she is completely fine. How? An ordinary instructor would not have undergone poison resistance training. Baek Sangha trembled and demanded, just who are you people? Instructor Juk replied, the greatest assassination organization on the continent, the Storm Assassins. Instructor Juk added, would you believe me if I said that? Baek Sangha shot back. What do you think? Instructor Juk said coldly. If only you had died back at Cheonil Academy, then things would have been simple. Why complicate matters? Erase her without leaving a trace. Baek Sangha cried. So you thought I would just let you kill me here? She closed her eyes and thought, young Master Jin. She opened her eyes slowly as she heard the clash of swords. Guchil said, to think you can withstand the energy dissipating poison for this long. Impressive. Please step back. He looked at Baek Sangha and added, your escort has arrived. Young Master Jin personally sent me. Instructor Juk snarled, what? 9 Cloud Phantom? You were supposed to have died during the slaughter of the city. Baek Sangha cried, sir. Guchil looked in shock toward the direction of the new arrival. Baek Sangha gasped, there is another one. Han Muyon dashed forward shouting, Baek Sangha, die. Guchil intercepted Han Muyon's sword. Not so fast, Guchil thought. He is one of the targets young Master Jin marked to be surveilled. Instructor Juk warned, do not let your guard down. Guchil and Han Muyon leapt apart, weapons crossing. Instructor Juk said, that man survived the Great Purge. Even within the Royal Demon Phantom Assassin Corps, he is well known. Guchil accused, you do not tell me you betrayed the divine cult? Instructor Juk shot back. Isn't it obvious? You should know the reason better than anyone, senior. To begin with, being an assassin. Gu Chil evaded and muttered, "Never mind. Even I can tell that is nonsense." He hurled daggers at Instructor Jock and the others. A weak assassin groaned, "Kuh." As Gu Chil fought Han Muyon and Instructor Jock, another weak assassin complained, "We cannot even get close." Gu Chil cursed, "Chich." Instructor Jock taunted, as expected, "You are not rusty, though where are the infinite threads you were so proud of?" She flung needles at Gu Chil. Gu Chil snapped, "Do you know what kind of disaster that would bring if used here? That weapon cannot be used when there are lives to protect." Bake Sanga sat down at the side, exhausted. Instructor Jock shouted, "Now, second phantom." Gu Chil stammered, That is." In his right hand, fire energy. In his left, water energy. The sun-moon destruction demonic art? But only one person in the divine cult is known to wield such martial arts. Just how far does this all go? Gu Chil looked up and urged, "This should be enough. Please assist me." Cheon Yura said, "Yes, that will suffice." Instructor Joke looked above in confusion. Suddenly she was shocked as multiple attacks rained down upon them under the light of the moon. Gu Chil told himself that each black strand was sword energy, a divine technique impossible without supreme enlightenment. Han Muyon was shocked as two figures jumped from the roof. When Cheon Yura and Sa Bion landed, Instructor Jock exclaimed, "The young cult leader is here?" Cheon Yura said, "It's Hyun Wol." Han Muyon stammered, "Wait a moment, young cult leader, I am Han Muyon." Instructor Jock demanded, "Second Phantom, what are you trying to do?" Han Muyon replied, "I am both the successor of the seventh elder, who uses the yin-yang fist strike, and an outstanding cadet of Chanil Academy." Cheon Yura listened in silence. Han Muyon continued, I am aiming for the seat of demonic faction, lord of the demonic cult." Cheon Yura and Sa Bion looked at him, unimpressed. Bake Sanga thought to herself that his manner of speaking had changed, and Gu Chil, also unamused, grew sterner. Instructor Jock looked back at Han Muyon and said, "What nonsense are you spouting now?" Han Muyon said, "I have long striven to become your companion. Of course it is regrettable that things have turned out this way, but I want to prove my worth to you." Cheon Yura asked, "Your worth?" Han Muyon showed his fist and declared, "Yes, I want to prove that I am a man qualified to stand by your side." As Sa Bion remembered what Jin Yomyong had said, something he had forgotten resurfaced. Cheon Yura added, "I have seen something similar before, that gaze, burning with fierce determination, directed only at me." He paused, then said, "And because of that, I know your gaze is not directed at me, but at someone else." Han Muyon was shocked and confused. Cheon Yura said, "So go and resolve things directly with the one concerned. I refuse to be used as a mere bystander." Han Muyon protested, "To think you even saw through my desire to surpass the first phantom. Even if you reject me, I still want you." Instructor Jock slapped Han Muyon's neck in frustration and snapped, "What nonsense are you babbling?" Cheon Yura pressed the attack. Instructor Jock dragged Han Muyon away, shouting, "That's the heaven-slaying demon sword art, you idiot! Run! The operation has failed. Everyone, retreat to the tomb." As they fled, Sa Bion asked, "Will it be enough just to drive them away?" Cheon Yura replied, "If we want to completely annihilate them according to Jin Yomyong's plan, then letting them go is correct." Sa Bion observed, "You have changed. Your fiery temper, your stiff tone, your manner of speaking. Does the young cult leader even realize this herself?" A few moments later, Bang Manhu wailed, "Ah, my tea house," and knelt in disbelief. Cheon Yura said, "You've arrived, Jin Yomyong." Jin Yomyong answered, "Thanks to your help, we were able to end this without any casualties." Bang Manhu objected, "Without any casualties? The damage is enormous." News had come in that several cadets of Cheonil Academy had suddenly disappeared. Cheon Yura said, "So there were spies." Jin Yomyong asked, "Was one of them a large-built cadet?" Bang Manhu replied, "Yes, one." "You mean Sandojon?" Bake Sanga was shocked. Cheon Yura asked, "Why are you asking about him?" Jin Yomyong muttered, "He was someone I had my eye on to become my subordinate." Bake Sanga protested, "Wait a moment. Sandojon must have been threatened." Jin Yomyong thought aloud. He said he was protecting them, but to me it sounded more like someone close to him was being held hostage. He continued to himself, so it was coercion. If that is the case, it makes sense. Besides, with the strength of his clan, even suppressing someone like the seventh elder would be simple. It would be useful to win over Sandojon as well. Gu Chil looked at Jin Yomyong and said, "Young master, there is one person I wish to save." Jin Yomyong asked, "Who?" Gu Chil answered, "One of my comrades from the Royal Demon Phantom Assassin Corps. Someone who survived back then. In a different scene, Han Museong sneered, and so? He failed his assassination and fled like a defeated stray? And he even displayed the 8 Heavens General's secret martial arts? Instructor Jiok retorted. Second Phantom, do you even realize that you completely ruined our grand plan? Han Muyon insisted. There is still a chance. Han Musong shot back. A chance, sure. If we exterminate Haidong before dawn, there will be no witnesses. Han Muyon looked away and said, all I need is acknowledgement from the young cult leader. Instructor Jiok asked, you're still clinging to that? Han Muyon answered, on the way here, I kept thinking, whose gaze was it that the young cult leader spoke of? Han Muzong scoffed, what nonsense are you spouting now? Instructor Jiok threatened, should I just kill you? Han Muyon replied, no matter how I think about it, it can only be Jin Yomyong, the eldest son of the Jin clan. The two of them are exchanging letters, which also explains why the young cult leader appeared at Haidong. Therefore, I will personally kill Jin Yomyong. The rest of you can do as you please. Sandojian. Sandojian answered, yes, Senior Han. Han Muyon ordered, you will kill Baek-sanga. Sandojian was shocked and his hands trembled. Han Muyon explained, aside from the third phantom, the rest of us will fake our deaths in the tomb, but you alone will be allowed to return to the cult. He added, in other words, if you kill Baek-sanga, you can continue living while supporting your clan. Will you choose Baek-sanga of Cheon-il Academy, whom you have grown close to, or the clan you have been with since childhood? What is your answer? Someone demanded. There they are. Those unorthodox faction scoundrels are over there. Han Muyon, Instructor Jiok, Han Musong, and Sandojian froze in shock. Instructor Jik muttered, orthodox factions? Sandojian quietly said, I, Sandojian, was an orphan. In the past, a rough voice had exclaimed, huh? What is this now? Some child got caught in a trap meant for wild boars. But it is a human, right? Not a bear cub? Sandojian said to himself, and so I was picked up by the San clan. As food was laid out, the boy devoured it eagerly. The man laughed. Look at him munching away. He really looks like a mountain bandit. His wife giggled. Why not just name him Sandojuk? It fits with our clan name San too. The man frowned. Our family business may be banditry, but still, that is no name for a child. His wife thought aloud. Then how about Sandu Jian? Her husband smiled. Yes, that is better. Hey, that is paper. You are not supposed to eat that. His wife scolded. The little boy growled, Grah! Moments later, wait, that is not a toilet, the man shouted, only to be shoved aside as Sandojian groaned and squatted before the household shrine. Grah! The boy roared again. The onlookers cursed in disbelief as the child thrashed about. To think he has such strength without even cultivating inner energy, one man said. Another added, luckily, we met Dojan when he was still a child. Guys, I brewed some medicine, his wife called out. San Dojan thought to himself, it was thanks to their tireless effort that I was able to live as a proper human being. Years passed. I just went out for a stroll and did some light hunting, Sandojian said casually. His brother laughed nervously. Right, light hunting, huh? His mother crossed her arms. A stroll, you say? Sandojian thought to himself. It was a modest but happy life. Suddenly a cold voice echoed, Ho, this place will do nicely, perfect for escaping pursuers and plotting things. Sandojian thought grimly, that is, until that incident happened. Then came the shout, gasp, everyone run, it is a fiend from the demon cavern. The yin-yang fist demon appeared, sneering, insignificant creatures. Sandojian thought, when that day comes, they will be weeded out and disappear. The demon raised his hand. For beings like that, just a light tap is enough. He struck, but Sandojian blocked with his arms and was sent flying down the stairs. The yin-yang fist demon blinked. Huh? What is with that brat? He is still alive. Sister-in-law, run! Sandojian gasped weakly. Dojaeon, his brother cried. The yin-yang fist demon observed. He has neither cultivated inner energy nor even had the chance to do so. Could his innate external, martial strength truly be at that level? What a pity. If only I had discovered him 10 years, no, even 5 years earlier, I might have taken him as my successor. Hey you, will you come under me? Sandojian thought bitterly. There had been no right to refuse. He forced himself to sit up. To protect his family's lives, he had no choice. From that day on, I only heard news of my family's well-being by word of mouth. The yin-yang fist demon chuckled. Ho, I only stepped out for a light drink. I was not expecting to stumble into someone like you. Sandojian thought, they said that as long as I trained under orders and entered Cheon-il Academy, everyone's safety would be guaranteed. In the present, Han Muyon said coldly, Kill Baek Sanga. Sandojan looked upward and whispered to himself, Brother. What should I do? Elsewhere, Cheonyura said, it seems those scoundrels got into an armed clash with the Orthodox sects. The Orthodox sects grew greedy and ignored our warnings, she added. Jin Yomyung said, as expected, they wanted to monopolize everything that came out of the tomb. Bang Manhu sighed. In the end, did we unintentionally end up using barbarians to control barbarians? A soldier came running. Urgent report. Over 100 Yacha Heavenly Corps approaching. What? Jin Yomyung muttered. The man continued. Additionally, leading them is the Golden Ghost Lord, Jeom Juksan. This is a letter sent by Jeom Juksan, Bang Manhu said. A letter? At least that means they do not intend to ambush us outright. Someone squinted at the envelope. To whom is that addressed? Jin Yomyung said gravely. It seems Jeom Juksan has drawn his sword. Nearby, a wounded man clutched his friend and said weakly, Hey, get a hold of yourself, his friend shouted. Jin Yomyung continued. The reason for their advance is that the youngest disciple, Chong Musong, has been revealed as a spy for another faction. They also state that they have no interest in the burial goods. Bang Manhu smiled thinly. Then a new report came. This is bad. Among the group we were chasing was a demonic cultist, and one of them turned out to be one of our cult's elders, the Yin-Yang Fist Demon. Cheonyura's eyes widened. What? Jin Yomyung muttered to himself. Even the Yin-Yang Fist Demon is involved? Does this tomb hold something even I do not know about? Cheonyura whispered in disbelief. For one of our own elders to be a traitor, all Bang Manhu could do was wail my treasure. Instructor Jang sighed deeply to himself. First the young cult leader, and now an elder shows up too. Jin Yomyung thought silently. At this rate, even if we do not get the spoils, we will have to retreat. A strategist said grimly. Han Muyon and Chong Musong will be taken care of by the unorthodox tyrant heavens. If we seize the chance to capture the Yin-Yang Fist Demon, we might not only catch the tail but secure the body of their group. Jin Yomyung mused inwardly. Then while we are at it, let us see if we can also snatch Sandojan. Instructor Jang turned to Jin Yomyung. Can I sit this one out? With the young cult leader, an elder, and even the granddaughter of the Orthodox Alliance leader here. It feels a bit overwhelming. Jin Yomyung smirked. If you can say that same thing directly to the young cult leader herself, I will gladly excuse you. He pointed toward Cheonyura. Instructor Zhang's shoulders slumped. Forget it. Sabion stepped forward. Young cult leader, this is... Cheonyura's tone was sharp and decisive. We must immediately relay this news to the cult leader. Furthermore, by the authority of this heavenly demon order, I order the arrest of the Yin-Yang Fist Demon and all those around him. As she handed over a black jade token, someone murmured in disbelief. The heavenly demon order. This is an absolute command that can only be issued by the cult leader or the young cult leader. Jin Yomyung thought to himself. The young cult leader's resolve is firm. If there is anyone who should be excluded from this, Baek Sanga interrupted firmly. No, I too will see it through to the end. Jin Yomyung hesitated. But this has become bigger than expected. Baek Sanga shook her head. I am also a martial artist. I do not want to only be protected. Even if it means I lose my life, I will not hold any resentment. That is my resolve. Cheonyura smiled faintly. Then I will entrust this to you. She handed Baek Sanga the sacred relic of the Orthodox Alliance, the Jade Celestial Divine Sword. Jin Yomyung thought silently, if that were to fall into the hands of the demonic cult, things would become far more complicated. Baek Sanga definitely understands this. She is showing her determination in the manner of the Orthodox faction. Jin Yomyung drew his own blade. Very well, then I shall give you my sword as well. It is even better when using twin sword techniques. Now let us go hunt the big prey. As they marched forward, Jin Yomyung reflected. Among those from humble backgrounds who rose within the heavenly demon divine cult, none held a higher rank than the seventh elder, the Yin-Yang Fist Demon, Yan Hyeol. Once an officer of the heaven-defying society and one of the 8 heaven generals, he played a crucial role in expanding the cult's influence. The Yin-Yang Fist Demon glared coldly. You! How could you mess things up this badly? Han Muyon bowed his head. I have no excuse. The Yin-Yang Fist Demon turned to another, 3rd Phantom. An Musong stepped forward. Yes, 8th Heaven General. The discovery of the heavenly mystic maiden's tomb is of great merit, the elder said. Once this matter is over, prepare to transfer formally over to the heavenly demon divine cult. Ah! Han Musong gasped in disbelief. Han Muyon's eyes widened in shock. The Yin-Yang Fist Demon continued. From now on, your name shall no longer be Chong Musong, but Han Musong. Han Wusong knelt. I will fully devote myself to the grand plans of the cult. The heavenly mystic maiden was a great traitor who sided with the second heavenly demon and betrayed the cult, the elder declared. The treasures she stole must all be returned to the cult, especially the key. That must be recovered without fail. The 10th Heaven General raised a concern. But with this level of combat power, will it be enough? The elder turned his gaze. 10th Heaven General, right now, the man said, even the rabble of the unorthodox tyrant heavens are trying to enter this place. Can we really face them all with our current manpower? Not to mention, GM Joksan himself is present. That is exactly why I called you, the yin-yang fist demon said calmly. With your life-absorbing demonic art, you can awaken without much burden. The 10th Heaven General smirked. That is true enough. The elder pressed on. How long will you keep living hunted as a public enemy of the martial world? Did you not even clash with the Tang clan recently? Ah, the 10th Heaven General chuckled. Just a bit more and I could have had that poison peak to myself. If this ends well, said the elder, I will see to it that you are given a position in the cult. So why not join us? That is quite a tempting offer, the man replied with a grin. Indeed, only the demonic cult could handle someone as flirtatious as me. The elder sighed. Just flirtatious? That is an understatement. Jin Yomyang thought to himself. The 10th General of the 10 Generals, Playboy Madame, also known as Playboy Lord, one of the 10 great public enemies of the martial world, the greatest lecher under the heavens. In another scene, Instructor Zhang groaned. Sigh. My goal in life was to live a long and quiet life. Jin Yomyang gave him a side glance. For someone like that, you sure hold quite a high position in the Cheonil Academy, do you not? Instructor Zhang muttered, moving in the shadows. The covert unit of the Cheonil Academy, the Hidden Soul Squad. The gazes of the Hidden Soul members often drifted toward him. Jin Yomyang smirked again. When I realized that the reason you rejected my offer of triple your current salary was because you were already the Hidden Soul Squad leader, it all made sense. Instructor Zhang rubbed his neck awkwardly. It was not like I outright refused him. Bang Manhu said, I cannot believe a space like this exists beneath Haidong. Who in the world created this? It is truly astonishing. As Guqia looked at the person lying on the floor, he noticed something on his clothes and muttered, the Nether King Squad. He suddenly remembered what Instructor Jock once said, Senior, someday I will form my own squad, the Nether King Squad. I have already decided on the name. Guqia said softly, that was your dream. The Nether King Squad, annihilated. A few moments later, this is, someone whispered, whisper, whisper. Bang Manhu said, a 9-branch path. Instructor Zhang said, it looks like the enemy split their numbers. There are traces in every passage. So where? Bang Manhu asked, should we go? Jin Yomyang said, He thought to himself, I am not omniscient, but if we follow the success tales Bang Manhu mentioned in my previous life, first we should go down that corridor. Jin Yomyang said aloud, then, Sabiyon interrupted, huh? What is that? Jin Yomyang turned to look in the direction she pointed and said, Sabiyon continued, that thing, did someone start digging a 10th tunnel and stop halfway? Jin Yomyang thought, something about this gives me a feeling of deja vu. Cheon Yura said, it is as if sword marks were etched here. Jin Yomyang realized, the same ones I saw at the Cheonil Academy's mainstream. Cheon Yura said again, it feels strangely familiar. Bang Manhu exclaimed, you cannot just slash it forcefully. As Cheon Yura unsheathed her sword, Bang Manhu quickly added, I will take a look for a moment. He took out a talisman, waved it up and down until it straightened, and his eyes suddenly glowed red. Then he chanted, Surasuri, Mahasuri. He threw the talisman, and it stuck to the wall. The air suddenly grew heavy. Jin Yomyang thought, they say magic was more common than demonic arts in the past. Perhaps this is an orthodox method of wielding demonic energy. Bang Manhu said, I sense many sorcerous energies in this space. The ceiling and that wall are linked by sorcery. If we forcibly break through the wall, we would likely be buried alive. Cheon Yura said, I plan to proceed according to the orthodox way from the start. It is impossible for me not to recognize that. She continued, I have drawn parts of the heaven-slaying demon sword art hundreds or thousands of times. No, tens of thousands of times. As she moved gracefully with her sword, she suddenly stopped. Bang Manhu asked, why did you not tell me earlier, young cult leader? Suddenly a door opened. Jin Yomyang thought, it is open. Cheon Yura turned to him and said, Yomyang, will you be all right? Jin Yomyang thought, the heaven-slaying demon sword art is the supreme secret technique of the Cheon clan. Only those chosen may cultivate it. Because the sword path of this art was engraved into the tomb itself, it lies buried here. If we take that path, all the information I learned from Bang Manhu in my past life will become worthless. Jin Yomyung smirked and said, "Let us go." He thought again, "My intuition is tingling." In a distance, Gold Ghost Lord Jiam Joksan said, "Casualties?" A disciple reported, 5 seriously injured, 3 dead. Gold Ghost Lord Jiam Joksan held his head and muttered, "This is maddening. The Yacha Heavenly Corps is composed of peak-level martial artists, yet this is the result. What kind of demonic sight is this? Even enchantments would be less cruel. These strange monsters, I have never seen their like. I cannot adapt." The disciple asked, "First disciple, would it not be better to retreat and seal the entrance?" Gold Ghost Lord Jiam Joksan said, "No, there is no guarantee there is only one entrance." He thought, more importantly, if we succeed in this extermination, I will be confirmed as the successor of the unorthodox tyrant Heavens. Suddenly they heard laughter in the distance. "Kukuku, I can hear you plotting." A disciple shouted, "Who is there?" A voice replied, "Who do you think? I am the Reaper chariot that will drag you to hell." The 10th Heaven General appeared, unfolding her fan. Suddenly, one disciple screamed in agony. "Gah!" Gold Ghost Lord Jiam Joksan froze in shock as another disciple stumbled back, trembling. What is going on?" Another gasped. Their friend staggered toward them, his body twitching, and said weakly, "Help!" Jiam Joksan's eyes widened as he saw the disciple's life force being drained. He shouted, "Is that the supreme absorption art?" The 10th Heaven General licked her lips and said, "How could you mention such a crude demonic art? This is the peerless divine art, the life-absorbing demonic art." She closed her fan with a soft snap. A disciple stammered, "Life-absorbing, demonic art? Could you be the Playboy Lord?" Gold Ghost Lord Jiam Joksan pointed his sword and shouted, "Why are you in league with the youngest disciple?" The 10th Heaven General said lazily, "You will be dead soon anyway, so what is the point of worrying?" Jiam Joksan gritted his teeth. "No matter how great a master you are of extreme demonic arts, can you handle this many people alone?" The 10th Heaven General smirked. "I never said I am alone, did I?" A shadow appeared behind him. Jiam Joksan's expression darkened. "Wait, this demonic energy. The demonic cult?" he thought. "That is even stronger than the Playboy Lord's aura. This one has taken demonic arts to the absolute extreme." The yin-yang fist demon stepped forward and said, "Now let the hunt begin." Bang Manhu said, "What a beautiful mural. It even seems to have some kind of ritualistic value." Sabion said, "The texture is quite unique. I wonder what kind of dye was used." Jin Yomyung asked, "Are you interested in art?" Sabion replied, "Well, even if I am not, I should be. The more I know about the little details, the easier it is to make my clients pay a fortune for even a single brushstroke." Jin Yomyung said, "I see." Bang Manhu thought to himself, "She is so knowledgeable." Sabion continued, "By the way, the contents of this mural." She ran her long, delicate fingers along the surface. Suddenly she froze and said softly, "Are those monsters devouring humans?" The 4 evils, Hundun, Cheongchi, Taowu, and Taoti, once raged like storm winds, devouring humans, until a golden sage descended from the heavens to hunt them. Jin Yomyung said, "Well, everyone, it is nice to appreciate the mural, but there is no time to waste. We should hurry." Cheon Yura said, "I want to look a little longer. There is something I need to confirm." She continued to read the mural aloud. After the sage disappeared, humanity blossomed with civilization and built great armies. However, when the monsters reappeared, all that progress was rendered useless. Then, when humanity was once again on the brink of extinction, the sun and moon descended from the sky and sealed the monsters underground once more. Sabion touched her soft chin thoughtfully. The sun-moon divine cult. They are Rahu and Gyedo. In other words, they are like the founders of the sun-moon divine cult. Jin Yomyung said, "Does that mean this mural is a historical record?" Sabion looked toward Cheon Yura. "If we follow it to the end, it should become clear." Cheon Yura said, "It is blocked." Jin Yomyung said, "Another door." He added, "This time, it is not the heaven-slaying demon sword art." Tying his hair, he smiled faintly and said, "It is my turn." Cheon Yura looked puzzled. "Jin Yomyung?" Jin Yomyung thought to himself, "Fortunately, there are fewer moves than the ones I saw at the Cheon Il Academy. I must succeed spectacularly and impress Cheon Yura." Beiksanga frowned slightly. She thought. At the Cheon Il Academy, young Master Jin's sword techniques were black. So why are there traces of green this time? Her eyes widened. Young Master Jin, wait. What you are holding right now? Jin Yomyong turned and said, He raised the sacred relic of the Orthodox Alliance, the Jade Celestial Divine Sword, and said, it is the divine artifact. The Jade Celestial Divine Sword. Suddenly, the walls shook, and rubble fell from above. Cheon Yura said calmly, poor control of force can be improved with practice, Yomyong. Instructor Jiang blinked in disbelief. Was the Cheon-il Academy's training that easy? Jin Yomyong thought grimly, cursed divine artifact. He glanced at the shining relic in his hand. Cheon Yura asked, was that swordsmanship passed down from the gods as well? Jin Yomyong thought, she does not seem to know the true nature of the ten-fanged divine sword art. He replied lightly, that is not it. Cheon Yura said, wait, the divine artifact, the Jade Celestial Divine Sword. Their attention snapped forward as they heard crackling noises in the distance. Bang Manhu gasped, that's... Jin Yomyong instinctively pulled Cheon Yura close to protect her. He thought, an armored centipede. Bang Manhu shouted, be careful, its outer shell is as hard as steel. Jin Yomyong said, oh? Cheon Yura said, I see. Bang Manhu thought to himself, a man who tore through a steel door, a woman even stronger than him. Then he looked at Baeksanga charging forward. And the woman who has been itching to swing her sword herself. Baeksanga swiftly dodged the centipede's strikes, spun her blade and stabbed its side. The monster screeched in pain. Bang Manhu shouted, careful! The bodily fluids of an armored centipede are highly acidic, Baeksanga smirked. In that case, she sliced open its belly. Go gra! Baeksanga leapt above the beast. Secret art, dual star-cross strike. With a blinding slash, the armored centipede's head was cut clean off. She landed gracefully, smiling. This is nothing, Bang Manhu exclaimed. The armored centipede did not even have time to fight back, and the cave remains unharmed. Instructor Jiang nodded with satisfaction. As expected of our instructor, Jin Yomyong thought, but somehow, this feels more like a demonic cult raid than an orthodox sex expedition. Cheon Yura said, still, you are somewhat useful. I see the qualities of a capable disciple. Are you willing to join our cult? Baeksanga shouted in shock. That would ruin my family's reputation. Cheon Yura smiled faintly. I see. That is a bit disappointing. Jin Yomyong said, still, this trap seems somewhat weak. Sabiyon said, the mural continues. Jin Yomyong thought, the monsters changed tactics. A monster's voice echoed from the mural. Let us take the form of humans. Let us infiltrate their society and stir up conflict. The painting showed frenzied mobs pointing at the outcasts, chanting for blood. Stab them, stab them. If you did not want to be stabbed, you should have obeyed. The cycle repeated endlessly. Hatred feeding hatred. Single out the different. Hate them. Drive them back. Promise safety to those who conform. Voices painted on the wall echoed eerily. You need friends. Stab them. Stab them. Then a priestess raised her hand and cried, everyone, calm your anger. A priest beside her said, we are all humans. But their voices were drowned by the chorus, stab them, stab them. When the world burned once more, when despair and rage overflowed, he appeared. Jin Yomyong said, I can roughly guess who that is. Cheon Yura said, at least one thing is certain. This tomb was not first created by the heavenly mystic maiden. Jin Yomyong said, this black figure, it must be the heavenly demon ancestor. Baeksanga replied, the heavenly demon ancestor? The greatest demonic villain in history. The others looked at her strangely, and she muttered to herself, right, before crying quietly in a corner. Bang Manhu then said proudly, the Transcendent Seeker Society actually split off from the Sun Moon Divine Cult. Since our sect shares its roots with that divine cult, interpreting murals like these is fairly easy for us. Cheon Yura asked, didn't the Sun Moon Divine Cult flee when it was collapsing? Sabiyon immediately covered Cheon Yura's mouth, and Yura muffled, Bang Manhu continued, the heavenly mystic maiden lived much later than this era. If she truly created this place, the mural's story would have continued further. Cheon Yura frowned and said, how could I, the young cult leader, have never heard of ruins related to our main cult until now? Bang Manhu replied, if we go inside, maybe we'll find out something. They turned toward the massive door, and a faint smoke began to seep out from its edges. Jin Yomyong and Cheon Yura both thought to themselves, beyond that door lies the tomb of the heavenly mystic maiden. Sabiyon murmured, a solid iron gate. Bang Manhu added, along with two massive energy-absorbing orbs embedded beside it. Sabion's eyes glimmered as she whispered to herself, how much are all those worth? Cheon Yura stood tall and declared, no matter what lies inside, I will distribute the rewards fairly and without bias. Let no one be consumed by greed and tarnish our great cause. Anyone who disobeys this command. Jin Yomyong immediately glanced at Bang Manhu. Bang Manhu trembled and said nervously, about that, didn't you say we'd split it half and half? My share is... Jin Yomyong smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Bang Manhu sighed in relief and thought, I can relax. Jin Yomyong thought quietly, I can't stop her either. Suddenly, 2 weak soldiers fell to the ground. Jin Yomyong exclaimed, what in the world is going on here? One soldier said, my apologies, young cult leader. I was confident in the strength of my inner energy, but each time I injected it, it was violently repelled by the energy-absorbing orb. Bang Manhu muttered, wait a moment. Maybe if I just... Jin Yomyong thought, perhaps these orbs require specific types of inner energy to activate. Bang Manhu nodded thoughtfully and said, each orb must carry its own restriction. The left one requires the most destructive demonic energy, while the right one needs the purest demonic energy. Cheon Yura said, well, if it's about destructive demonic energy, she placed her hand on the orb. Only the heavenly demon divine art fits that description. As she infused her demonic energy, the orb reacted with a deep hum. Bang Manhu clapped and said, as expected of the young cult leader. Impressive. Cheon Yura frowned. Then what in the world could purest demonic energy mean? An inner energy cultivation method purer than the heavenly demon divine art. Jin Yomyong thought grimly, that's a delicate subject. It could tarnish the honor of both the Cheon clan and the heavenly demon himself. Bang Manhu raised his fist confidently and said, allow me to try. When it comes to the purity of demonic energy, no one surpasses the Transcendent Seeker Society. Jin Yomyong thought, I'll admit that much. Bang Manhu inhaled deeply and shouted, ah! Then he was flung backward through the air. Wang Shonzhou muttered, if I just add a little more, before he too was sent bouncing backward. Sabiyon winced in pain. Cheon Yura tried next, touching the orb, but her hand rebounded violently. Cheon Yura cried out, could it be that we've come all this way only to be blocked here? Bang Manhu pounded the ground in frustration. My energy doesn't meet the requirement? Sabiyon asked, would it not open with a spell technique? Bang Manhu cried, my apologies, I don't have sufficient skill for that. Everyone turned to Jin Yomyong as he calmly walked toward the door. He raised his hand gently, and the door suddenly glowed and reacted to his touch. Jin Yomyong turned to them, sweating slightly. Looks like the inner energy of the Jin clan fits the condition. He thought to himself, though technically, it's the heaven-soaring divine art. Cheon Yura's eyes widened. That can't be. The Asura divine art may be one of our cult's top 10 arts, but in terms of purity, could there really be one superior to the heavenly demon divine art? Sabiyon interrupted impatiently. All right, let's hurry, we don't have much time. Jin Yomyong murmured, maybe there's something we simply don't know about it. Bang Manhu gasped, good heavens, look, it's an incredible space distortion technique. We didn't descend this deep before, did we? Jin Yomyong unsheathed his sword and looked upward. If this were merely an illusion, we'd at least hear the clash of sword energy against the ceiling, he thought. This is a spatial distortion technique, far beyond what was used in the heavenly demon's hall. Bak Sangha pointed. Huh? There's another altar over there, parallel spaces duplicated side by side. Bang Manhu's eyes widened in shock. Gold, Sabiyon said. Retrieve the sacred relics, Jin Yomyong. Jin Yomyong nodded. Yes, this must be the heart of the ruins. Bang Manhu drooled slightly as he rushed ahead, only to crash into something invisible. He rubbed his nose in confusion. Bak Sangha said, it looks like there's a transparent wall here. Sabiyon asked, should I try cutting it down? Bang Manhu groaned in pain. Ugh. A sultry voice said, that place is a false space meant to turn intruders away. It is not a trap, but a test of destiny. I never imagined someone would actually reach here. Cheon Yura shouted, who are you? The voice replied, let us see if you also meet the requirements. Only those below 30 years old may step onto the altar. Cheon Yura demanded, why only below 30 years old? The voice answered, because anyone stronger cannot receive our legacy. Jin Yomyong and Cheon Yura exchanged a look. Cheon Yura said, I will go. The rest of you, stay here and wait. The voice remarked, 4 people, huh? I assumed you had surpassed 30 years of age after passing the trial of connection. Beg Sangha asked, "Why is that?" The voice replied, "Well, since the predecessors were husband and wife, would not their successors also be a couple?" Jin Yomyong and Cheon Yura stared at one another in shock and confusion, then immediately looked away. The voice said, "Oh, you are not? I was with my husband, so I thought those who inherited our martial arts would also be a couple," the voice continued. Sa Bion asked, "Are you not the heavenly mystic maiden Rangrang, and your husband?" The voice interrupted, "You came without knowing much about the details, did you? My title was Heavenly Mystic Maiden, and my alias was Rangrang. However, my true name is Yu So, the last survivor of the Yu clan of Obeying Heavens." A dark liquid splashed over them and made them feel sick. Cheon Yura gasped, "The rebel clan!" Yu So descended and said, "Yes, I am the descendant of Yu Jian, the great disciple who betrayed the heavenly demon ancestor. The Ma clan, the Pei clan, the Jin clan, the Sa clan, the Huan clan, the So clan, and the Yu clan. Our ancestors swore to establish clans bearing those names." Cheon Yura said, "So this place was created by a rebel?" Yu So replied, "It seems you have not yet heard the truth. Is it because you are not 30 years old yet? But you who appear to be my descendant, why do you seem to know part of the truth?" Sabion blurted, "He is from the Jin clan. He is not a rebel who defied the heaven." Beg Sangha groaned in pain and said, "Oh." Yu So observed, "So, you are a child of the Sa clan. A unique dark shadow lurks within your heart." She added, "That child is from the Jin clan? Isn't he a bit small size for that?" Sabion cleared her throat. Beg Sangha chuckled weakly. "That is really funny." Jin Yomyong snapped irritably, "Seriously." Cheon Yura cleared her throat as well. Yu So said, "Even so, it is strange. Rather than the unique inner energy of the Jin clan, I feel the strong presence of my mystic heaven divine art, the one I left behind." Jin Yomyong said, "So that is why my master is from the Yu clan." He thought to himself, that is why he is overwhelmingly strong for someone supposedly a retired unknown martial artist. A memory of his master surfaced, disciple, and he remembered being offered 2 bottles of wine. Jin Yomyong asked Yu, "So, what is your relation to the second heavenly demon?" Yu So replied, "He is my spouse." Jin Yomyong said, "I heard you vanished after being defeated by the second heavenly demon." Yu So confirmed, "That is true." Cheon Yura, bewildered, asked, "Jin Yomyong, how did you know that?" Yu So asked, "Then do you also know this? That I was part of the third heaven-defying society?" Jin Yomyong and Cheon Yura thought in unison, "The heaven-defying society?" Yu So continued, "Did you see the murals on the way here? They depict their origins. The 10 leaders among them, from the first heavenly lord to the 10th heavenly lord, are called the 10 lords. 2 of them are now inside this room." Jin Yomyong, Cheon Yura, Sabion, and Baek Sangha exclaimed together, "Excuse me? What did you say?" Yu So said, "This legacy exists to face the first heavenly lord and the future emergence of heavenly evil." Jin Yomyong asked, "The heavenly evil?" Yu So answered, "I have not seen him personally, but he is said to possess the power to revert this world to its pre-ancient state. Those 2 will soon arrive at this place as well, and my time is limited." She added, "This is the demonic soul energy enchantment. For a demonic human, this is the highest level of opportunity." Sabiyoung cried out, "Hiek!" Jin Yomyong thought, "The demonic energy is so intense it is hard to breathe." Yu So warned, "Of course. It will only matter if you can survive it." Jin Yomyong thought, "Beyond the heavy breathing, the power will surge through your entire body. To survive here, one must either die inside or forcibly grow stronger." Yu So said, "All right. Let us begin." Baek Sangha sputtered, Wait a moment. I am not a demonic human." Wang Changzhou ran toward the barrier and shouted, "Young cult leader, I knew it. We should not have sent only them." Cheon Yura shouted back, "Do not come. The transparent wall on the right must have vanished. Wait for unorthodox tyrant heavens to arrive, cooperate, and eliminate the rebels from the cult. Make the judgments at your discretion, right guardian." Wang Changzhou said, "Understood." Suddenly, Yu So and the others vanished as they were transported to another location. Cheon Yura asked, "Can you use the enchantment of true thought?" Jin Yomyong replied, "Will you be all right?" Cheon Yura said, "As long as the opponent does not use their full strength, it should be manageable. I am more worried about her." Yu So smiled quietly. Jin Yomyong said, "Ah, you mean the overabundance of power." Sabiyon added, "Even if we draw out all of it, it could rise too quickly and explode." Qian Yura said, the enchantment requires synchrony, but if we recklessly empty ourselves, fine control of the power becomes difficult. If we lose ourselves and fall into a trance. She thought to herself, especially if it happens to me, the heavenly slaying enhanced energy would rampage indiscriminately, without distinguishing friend from foe. Jin Yomyong said, then you all would be gravely injured. Baek Sangha interrupted. You speak weakly. I heard you are the greatest genius in the history of the demonic cult. With that talent, surely you can overcome the trance too, right? Cheon Yura looked at Baek Sangha in shock. Baek Sangha continued, unlike the orthodox who regain the self within the domain of consciousness, a demonic human immerses their body in the demonic domain and controls it. That is the demon's trance, correct? Well, do it then. Yu So smirked and said, correct answer. Meanwhile, Yan Hiol muttered, teach. I wanted to weaken their power further. The 10th Heaven General said, eventually, they will claim that themselves. Yan Hiol said, no, that will not do. Let us start summoning the 2nd and 3rd phantoms. We will go at full power. The 10th Heaven General said, well, by the way, 8th Heaven General, I have a question. Yan Hiol turned. The 10th Heaven General asked, I came because you called me, but as an elder, is it acceptable for you to rush out like this? Yan Hiol fell silent. The 10th Heaven General said again, hey. Gold Ghost Lord Jeomjuksan breathed heavily. Huff, huff. After several ambushes, the enemy's presence has vanished. At least we know the youngest did not set traps here. They want us to excavate this tomb first. What could possibly be here for the youngest to go through such trouble? Why are 2 extreme demon martial masters appearing here? At first I thought it was just treasure or old martial arts, but now my perspective has changed. His disciple shouted, the end is in sight. Gold Ghost, Lord Jeomjuksan thought, if the Yacha Heavenly Core appear, I will inevitably fail if I return like this. We must obtain whatever lies here. Suddenly, he froze and looked into the distance. An enormous amount of gold, but is this all? The disciple shouted, first disciple. Jeomjuksan glanced back and thought, one fortunate thing is that, in a space like this, we can go wild without worrying about burying ourselves. Yan Hiol appeared and said, ha ha, well done. Han Musong said, senior brother, I mean Jeomjuksan, our ending is predictable, is it not? One of us will die. Gold Ghost Lord Jeomjuksan was silent for a while, then smirked. Oh, indeed. The other disciples are the same. You have prepared thoroughly, Yin-Yang Fist Demon. You even brought subordinates who have reached the extreme demon. Yan Hiol frowned in confusion. Huh? You brought other extreme demons as well? Wang Changzhou suddenly ran toward Yan Hiol and shouted, I never imagined meeting you here, 7th Elder. Yan Hiol turned, shocked and confused. Right, Guardian? How are you? Wang Changzhou shouted. The words of a traitor are meaningless. He leapt forward and swung his fist at Yan Hiol's face. A flash of golden light burst from his arm. The 10th Heaven General shouted, right, Guardian? When did you get here? Yan Hiol barely managed to block the punch. Wang Changzhou said, I have been here from the very beginning. He thought to himself, Golden Ghost Lord, an ally. Gold Ghost Lord Jeomjuksan roared, Yasha Heavenly Core, annihilate the enemy, kill them all. In a different scene, Jin Yomyong thought, power floods in as quickly as I empty it. If I do not release it, my body will burst. I must let it out, until my mind can no longer endure. Jin Yomyong asked, how long has it been? Yu So replied, 98 days. Jin Yomyong exclaimed, an enchantment that alters the flow of time? That should not even be possible. Yu So said, I told you, did I not? This is a heavenly encounter. She whispered softly, still, will he be all right? She is a descendant of Nantian's Bei clan, is she not? Her inner energy is starting to reverse. If that keeps up. Baek Sangha asked faintly, why are you looking at me like that? Jin Yomyong and Cheon Yura exchanged silent glances, then looked away. Jin Yomyong thought, I will just feign ignorance for now. Yu So murmured to herself, they said they were not a couple. Baek Sangha said weakly, let us resume quickly. My condition is not exactly good. Her sword slipped from her hands as she stared blankly at the ground. Jin Yomyong thought, that is, the early stage of energy deviation? Yu So said solemnly, so it begins, the true trial of the enchantment. Jin Yomyong asked, so this entire enchantment was meant to induce energy deviation? He rushed forward and caught Cheon Yura in his arms. Yu So said, of course. Did you really think you could break your limits merely by swinging your sword? Then the reason for your requirement, below the age of 30, must be to deliberately make them experience deviation while their foundation is still unstable, minimizing backlash. When they overcome it, they will ascend to a higher state of enlightenment. You know all that? Could it be? Jin Yomyong said, my situation is somewhat unique. You will probably need to guide me differently than others. Yu So said, that is hard to believe, but you are not living this life for the first time, are you? Cheon Yura, Sabiyon, and Baek Sanga levitated. Yu So smiled and said, I will give you a gift. Draw your sword. You all, I hope you will reach a different ending than we did. She smirked. In the past, Yujong cried out in pain, ah, I will kill you. Cheon Yura, someone shouted. From now on, the position of young cult leader of the heavenly demon divine cult is officially given to Cheon Taejong's main lineage. Yujong was dragged away, screaming, ah! A spectator remarked, as expected, there were no surprises. His friend added, the cult leader must have put everything into this. Even though Yujong's talent was the greatest among all the branch family members, she was completely overpowered. Yujong swore, I will take my revenge. I will reclaim my position. I will take everything back. Cheon Taejong said, you have done well. However, remember, you have only crossed one small mountain. You have earned the right to learn the heavenly demon divine art, so train relentlessly. Cheon Yura bowed. Understood. Cheon Taejong said, Yura, you must become the absolute supreme being who will succeed me. That is both my wish and your mother. Cheon Yura gripped her sword tighter and vowed, yes, cult leader, I will live up to your expectations. In Sabion's dream, Mother Sa instructed, think about what you can do for our future, so that in time Bihuan can become the next head of the clan. For now, you will be the young cult leader's right hand. When the time is right, you will marry the one I choose for you, someone your age, perhaps from the Ma or Jin clan. Sabion clenched her fist and thought, I have always wanted to ask, I am more talented than my brothers. If I killed all my brothers, would that give me a chance to? She shook her head. No, that would not be right, would it? Yes, matriarch, she answered aloud. For now, focus on earning the young cult leader's trust. In a different scene, Sabiyon approached Cheon Yura and said, I am Sabiyon. Please use me as your hands and feet. In return, become my stepping stone, she Cheon Yura asked, I heard your SA clan often produces female leaders. Do you also aspire to become the matriarch? Sabiyon wondered, is this a test? And replied, I suppose. Cheon Yura added, if you are my maid, that kind of ambition is necessary. Sabiyon was stunned. I have never heard that before. Cheon Yura continued, you will be the matriarch of the SA clan, and I will be the cult leader of the heavenly demon divine cult. Sabiyon felt as if sunlight had touched her for the first time. She smiled and said, okay, in that case I will be the shadow to that sunlight, she thought. However, when she shut herself away in the lesser demon hall and devoted herself solely to the heavenly demon divine art, she began to change. One day, Cheon Yura asked, you have come? I still have training left. Unfortunately, there was nothing I could do, she thought, noticing the formal tone she had adopted. Sabayon asked casually, Yura, what is your ideal partner? Cheon Yura replied, he must at least withstand my technique. Sabayon grinned, that is your ideal type as a martial artist, is it not? And that was when he appeared. In another scene, Instructor Jiok panted, huff, huff, the entire Nether King squad, annihilated? No matter where we go, are we always just disposable pieces? So this is it for me. Suddenly, Guchul called out, hey, what are you doing? Instructor Jiak looked up, Senior Bayuk? Guchul replied, I go by Guchil now. Instructor Jeek scoffed, seriously, what kind of name is that? Guchil snarled, what was that, punk? Ow, I saw it, all your subordinates are dead. You trained them well, though. I could tell even back in the tea house. Instructor Jiok muttered, if you are here to finish me off, just get it over with. Guchul said, quite the opposite, kid. Surrender, Nethercrow. If you talk to the young master, he will spare your life. Nethercrow replied, the only thing keeping me alive is vengeance. Guchul sneered, at this rate, you will all die. Can't you see how hopeless this battle is? Nethercrow answered, that is exactly why it is strange, isn't it? Anyone can see this is total annihilation, so why has nobody given up? Guchul pressed, don't tell me. It is because you still have a chance of victory. Nether Crow steadied herself and said, "That is right." Then, with grim resolve, she stabbed her own neck. Nether Crow said, "You being here means your master must have entered this place." Guchil said, "Nether Crow, you." Nether Crow said, "So is our target here as well." As the poison spread across her face, she transformed and said, "If things go well, I can accomplish both my revenge and my mission. I joined this organization because it offered the best chance for revenge." Guchil, sweating in baldness, said, "What is with your appearance?" Nether Crow towered over Guchil and said, "This is the power of God. We call it awakening." Guchil said, "Can you return to normal?" Nether Crow said, "No. I am not a suitable vessel," she cried as she added, "I wanted to use this strength on that rascal." Guchil said, "As a former comrade, I will be the one to take your life." He charged toward Nether Crow. She suddenly smiled, whipped her tail, and said, "Can you even?" She struck Guchil midair, and he spat blood. Nether Crow smiled and said, "Dead already. If a normal assassin like me is already this strong, what happens when those martial masters at the extreme demon realm appear?" Suddenly, Guchil was behind her. He said, "That was the illusory demonic Tri-Shadow Steps." Nether Crow looked back and said, "A clone?" She attacked and said, "Even so, nothing changes." She said again, "Another clone." Guchil said, "I told you, it is the illusory demonic Tri-Shadow Steps." He fell from above as Nether Crow was shocked. Guchil's eyes and head shone as he prepared to stab her. He struck Nether Crow. She screamed in pain, "Kya!" Her tentacle fell to the ground. Guchil said to himself, "Darn it, I wanted to cut her head cleanly without pain." "Still, taking one arm is not bad," Nether Crow said. "Your sword energy is indeed flawless." As Guchil held his wound, he suddenly looked back. Nether Crow said, "I told you, did I not? This is the power of God." She attacked relentlessly. Guchil said in pain, "Urgh." As he blocked, he thought, "I will die at this rate." Nether Crow struck the wall, sending stones flying. She said, "Just hand over your head quietly." Guchil thought, "If I want to live, I have no choice but to risk my life." Suddenly, Jin Yomyong said, "Guchil," annoyed. Guchil said, "What?" Jin Yomyong shot forward instantly. Guchil, confused, said, "Hmm?" Nether Crow's head flew away. Guchil stared, confused, and said, "Huh?" Jin Yomyong stood silently, looking back at him. Guchil said, confused, "Young master?" In another scene, Gold Ghost Lord Jeomjuksan said to himself, How can this be? The elites of the unorthodox tyrant heavens, the Yacha Heavenly Corps, were one-sidedly slaughtered. The 10 great public enemies of the Murim, the greatest lecher under the heavens, said, "Interesting. Hurry, show me more. I need to kill you all quickly and return to my beautiful self. This form violates my aesthetic." "I cannot believe I am a crustacean," Gold Ghost Lord Jeomjuksan said. "E-enhanced energy does not work? That is impossible." He thought to himself, "Wait, a crustacean-like body means..." He said, "There should be gaps, aim for the joints." The greatest lecher under the heavens said, "Even if you know, it will not change anything. You will lose your head before you reach me." A crimson cloud erupted from him, and his joints smoked. Jeomjuksan's men said, "Retreat. Touching her energy drains all of your inner energy." The greatest lecher under the heavens said, "I am not one of the 10 heavenly lords for no reason. Even if I am the lowest of the 10 seats, thousands of you Central Plains insects cannot defeat me as I am now." Chin Yura said, "That is quite the tough act you are pulling." The greatest lecher turned and said in confusion, "Oh, so this is the arrangement of the heavenly mystic maidens." Cheon Yura, Sa Bion, and Baek Sangha arrived. The greatest lecher under the heavens said, "The 3 beauties who would put the Tang clan's poison phoenix to shame appearing out of nowhere. Why would such elegant ladies come to this shabby place?" Baek Sangha, Cheon Yura, and Sa Bion were all stunned. He winked and said, "It is dangerous here. Please stay back." "I will be right there," Sa Bion said. "Ugh." Baek Sangha looked away and said, "Ha." The greatest lecher thought, "What? Their reaction makes no sense considering my beauty. Ah, oh my, I forgot my current appearance. My mistake. Please wait, I will clear up the misunderstanding." Cheon Yura said, "No need. You will die soon, anyway." The greatest lecher licked his pincers and said, "Ah, so you wish to throw yourself into my arms even sooner. How indecent you are behind that appearance." As Han Muyon suddenly said, "Young cult leader." He rushed out quickly and said, "Young cult leader, you came to see me." Cheon Yura said, "I have never met an insect like you before." Han Muyon said, I am the second phantom, Han Muyon, the one who wished to prove himself before you. Cheon Yura said, Ah, you were the piece of sugar who dared to mention becoming a demonic faction lord. Gold Ghost Lord Jeom Juksan thought to himself, the young cult leader? As expected, she is the female warrior I saw back then. The 10 great public enemies of the Murim, the greatest lecher under the heavens, felt his heart race and thought, the demonic cult's young leader is exactly my type. Han Muyon said, Heavenly Lord, please give me the chance. The greatest lecher under the heavens looked at him and said, You? Why should I? Han Muyon said, If you get involved personally, that woman could be seriously injured. So allow me to subdue her safely and present her to you. The greatest lecher under the heavens said, Well, if that flawless body were damaged, it would tear my heart apart. Fine, shall we do that then? Han Muyon smirked and said, Hey, thank you. Baek Sangha said, You turn into a strange mess the moment I take my eyes off you for a moment. Han Muyon said, You are. Baek Sangha said, Southern Lotus Sword Flower, Baek Sangha? They say humans go through 5 stages when faced with misfortune, denial, anger, bargaining, despair, and acceptance. Right now, I am in the anger stage. Han Muyon said, What are you even talking about? Anyway, I need to fight the young cult leader. Baek Sangha said, Be quiet. She suddenly charged at Han Muyon. Han Muyon said, Wait, demonic energy? Baek Sangha said, I ended up like this, and you played a big role in it, so just die. Guchil said, Ye young master? How did you? You have changed so much. Jin Yomyong said, What do you mean, how? Is this monster the old comrade you said you wanted to save? Guchil said, That is right. Jin Yomyong said, Even slicing her neck does not kill her. What monstrous strength. At this point, calling her human is a stretch. Guchil said, Then what now? Nether Crow said, Grr, I will kill Cheon Jumyong. I will kill you. Jin Yomyong said, Was not the Royal Demon Phantom Assassin Corps massacred by the Nether King Squad? Guchil said, In truth, the one who led that order was Cheon Jumyong. That is why Cheon Jumyong is the Nether Crow's greatest enemy. Nether Crow said, Cheon Jumyong. Jin Yomyong thought to himself, the demonic gentleman, Cheon Jumyong. He participated in founding the Heavenly Intelligence Pavilion under the orders of Cheon Taejong. Later, during the era of Cheon Yura, he held immense authority. To put it simply, if he intends to change the future, this is someone he must remove. Jin Yomyong said, Guchil, who am I? Guchil said, You are the honored young master of the Jin clan, Jin Yomyong. Jin Yomyong thrust the sacred relic of the Orthodox Alliance, the Jade Celestial Divine Sword, with a stab. He said, That is right, I am Jin Yomyong. Guchil was shocked. Jin Yomyong said, Before I face the Heavenly Lord, you will be a fine study specimen. Nether Crow screamed in pain. Grah! She whipped her tentacles wildly. Ah! Jin Yomyong said, Stay still. I might even help you get revenge. Nether Crow froze in shock and confusion. Moments later, the poison vanished from her face. As Nether Crow collapsed, Guchil tore off his robe and ran toward her. Jin Yomyong thought, It really works. Guchil said, She's alive. He cried and said, Thank you, young master. Thank you so much. Jin Yomyong said, No need to thank me. If she does not spill information, I will simply have to torture her. If she is smart, she will understand where she should align herself. For now, take her and stay within Haidong. Guchil said, No, I cannot. How could a servant leave his master? Jin Yomyong said, Do as I say. In your current condition, do you think you can fight properly? Guchil trembled and said, Sorry. Jin Yomyong said, Prisoner management is also an important duty. Go. And if you get bored, try persuading her before my interrogation begins. In another scene, Wang Shongjol flew toward the wall. The yin-yang fist demon said, Wahahaha! How is it, Wang Shongjol? This absolute power, no extreme demon martial master can defeat me now, Wang Shongjol said. Huff, huff. But that does not mean you are without weaknesses. The stronger you became, the clearer certain flaws appeared. The yin-yang fist demon said, What? Wang Shongjol said, Your senses and their precision have dropped from what they once were. And your amplified strength is gradually weakening. I am still at a disadvantage, but if I drag this out, something will eventually work out. Moreover, there are clearly limits to your transformation. Otherwise, you people would have already unified the martial world, the yin-yang fist demon thought silently. Then he shouted, Be quiet! Wang Shongjol said, Phantom shift. The yin-yang fist demon said, You speak of weaknesses? He attacked. Wang Chonzhou evaded. He thought, as expected, in terms of pure speed, I am superior. It is difficult to block, but if I keep dodging and dragging it out. But the attack pursued him. Wang Chonzhou was shocked and confused. He was struck. Gah. He crashed into the wall and said in pain, Kuh! And he screamed without voice. The yin-yang fist demon said, Your reputation as the Crimson Battle Demon is well deserved, so I will make this offer once. Join us, right, Guardian Wang Chonzhou? Wang Chonzhou's arms trembled in pain. The yin-yang fist demon continued, If you do, you will keep your life and enjoy this absolute power alongside us. Wang Chonzhou said, That is enough, Seventh Elder. Jin Yomyong said, You. The yin-yang fist demon, confused, said, How are you here? Jin Yomyong said, Well, I am the one who caused this whole situation, after all. The yin-yang fist demon said, The one who caused it? Jin Yomyong said, Oh? It seems the second phantom did not tell you. I am the one who ruined Chong Museong's entire backdoor scheme. The yin-yang fist demon thought to himself, Aside from Jium Jackson, the right guardian, and the young cult leader, there is no one else you really need to worry about. That incompetent fool. Jin Yomyong said. Additionally, yes, I was also the one who discovered that the Baek clan's merchant guild is involved in this incident. Jin Yomyong broke into a nervous sweat and thought, Am I saying it too annoyingly? I suppose he is about to rush in and try to end me. The yin-yang fist demon said, What about the heavenly mystic maiden? The heavenly mystic maiden, you so. She would have left her will behind in some form. You must have obtained it, which explains why you are acting so arrogant. Answer me. What did you gain? Jin Yomyong thought, That is sharp of him. Jin Yomyong said, Let us see. What did I obtain? If you insist on asking, die. Peerless martial arts, tight skin, and strong inner energy. The yin-yang fist demon fell silent. Then he roared, Die, and attacked. Jin Yomyong said, Come now. The yin-yang fist demon froze in shock. Jin Yomyong said, If you are not careful, you will shatter this to pieces. The pendant glowed. The yin-yang fist demon said, That is. His attack curved away unnaturally. Jin Yomyong smirked. The yin-yang fist demon panted, Huff, huff, could that be? His hands trembled. Jin Yomyong thought to himself, The heavenly mystic maiden called this the key of the sacred spirit. I do not know what the sacred spirit is, but I do know it is something the heaven-defying society has been desperately searching for. Should I break it into hundreds of little fragments and scatter them across the central plains? Though if I do that, I will definitely end up gone. The yin-yang fist demon said, Jin Yomyong, hand that over, and I will give you anything you want. Jin Yomyong smirked and said, Oh, are you willing to give your life for it? The yin-yang fist demon said, Is that all it takes? Swear it upon your clan's honor and the name of the Asura king that if I end myself right now, you will hand it over to the heaven-defying society immediately. Jin Yomyong thought, Heaven-defying society? So he is not even hiding it anymore. Anyway, is this truly that valuable? If there were no witnesses, I would simply swear nonsense and walk away. Wang Chonzhou said, There is no need for such theatrics. If I end this traitor here and now, everything will be resolved. Did you break through the wall of the Supreme Peak Realm? Jin Yomyong said, Yes. Wang Chonzhou said, Seems like you truly obtained peerless martial arts and strong inner energy. Jin Yomyong said, Tight skin too. Wang Chonzhou said, I will create an opening with my life on the line. During that moment, make sure you end him. Jin Yomyong thought, Wang Chonzhou is not simply risking his life right now. He is prepared to throw it away. Wang Chonzhou raged, his arms trembling violently. Jin Yomyong stepped forward and said, Right, Guardian, there is no need for you to do this. Just rest. I will finish things here. Wang Chonzhou said, Do you even understand how strong he is? Jin Yomyong said, Yes, I know. Only after you watch the young cult leader ascend to cult leader will it be time for you to smile and retire. Wang Chonzhou fell silent. The yin-yang fist demon said, Ridiculous. The key and the jade celestial divine sword too. If I end you alone, all my objectives will be fulfilled. Luck is on my side. Die! He charged toward Jin Yomyong. His fist closed in on Jin Yomyong's face. A bright light erupted. Wang Chonzhou shielded his face and said, Ugh. The yin-yang fist demon laughed in surprise. Ha ha ha! He continued to strike relentlessly. Wang Chonzhou thought, Even I would have difficulty blocking that head-on. After taking that attack, Jin Yomyong must have been shredded by now. Suddenly, Wang Chonzhou's eyes widened. As the dust cleared, Jin Yomyong remained standing. He still held the sacred relic of the Orthodox Alliance, the Jade Celestial Divine Sword, and said, "Now, it is my turn," he thought, as expected. He is holding back to avoid damaging the key. Jin Yomyong said, "The heavenly mystic maiden said this, under sunlight, you cannot maintain your awakened state, and once the pure blood's awakening ends, all your inner energy becomes sealed for a period of time." As the yin-yang fist demon trembled in anger, he said, "Tich, be quiet." He attacked Jin Yomyong. Jin Yomyong said, "Additionally, as time passes, you cannot withstand your own power. Your body and mind begin to collapse." The yin-yang fist demon shouted, "I said, be quiet." He unleashed his technique, Sun-Moon Destruction Demonic Art, Twin Star Chaos Energy. Jin Yomyong said, "Lastly, your powers are fundamentally incompatible. If you were still using traditional demonic arts, I would not stand a chance right now." He summoned his skill, 10-Fang Divine Sword Art, 9th Fang. The yin-yang fist demon was shocked. Jin Yomyong unleashed Heavenly Revolving Strike, his swirling attack deflecting the demon's destructive energy as he advanced. As the attack spiraled, the yin-yang fist demon cried out, How can you break my power?" But there is no way, that is the Heavenly Demon Divine Art. A massive spectral mouth appeared behind Jin Yomyong, ready to devour the yin-yang fist demon whole. Earlier that day, Jin Yomyong, Cheonyura, Sabion, and Baek Sanga lay exhausted. Yuso said, "Congratulations. All of you have broken through the wall splendidly. With this you have perfectly absorbed the arrangements I prepared with my husband. The power you have inherited is special, so do not complain." Baek Sanga said, My inner energy, my inner energy." Cheonyura looked at her silently, then handed her a fresh pair of white clothes. Cheonyura said, "You have become a true demonic martial artist." Baek Sanga burst into tears and said, "Are you mocking me right now? Well, I did bring this upon myself, but still, how am I supposed to go home in this state? What am I even supposed to say?" Sabion thought to herself, "Well, since the granddaughter of the Orthodox Alliance leader has become a demonic martial artist." She said aloud, "You should stay safely with the SA clan for the time being." Baek Sanga sniffled and said, "Thank you." Yuso turned to Jin Yomyong. "Come with me for a moment. We need to speak in private about your current condition." As Jin Yomyong undressed for examination, he looked confused. Cheonyura said, "We will go on ahead first." Jin Yomyong replied, "I shall follow shortly." He and Yuso faced each other in silence. Yuso said, "Boy, are you aware that a special power is lurking inside you?" Jin Yomyong said, There is a very small faint trace of foreign core energy." Yuso replied, "It did not seem harmful, so I left it alone. That energy is the refined essence that my husband condensed and sharpened from the Heavenly Demon Divine Art." Jin Yomyong, shocked, thought to himself, "What? Is she saying that the power of the Heavenly Demon has entered my body?" Yuso continued, "More precisely, it is the unique authority of the Heavenly Demon Divine Art, the power of destroying the unknown." Jin Yomyong thought, "The power of destroying the unknown." Yuso said, "The Heavenly Demon Divine Art, possessing an overwhelming authority to destroy all evil, is an unparalleled natural enemy to powers originating from the mythic age. Therefore, keep this a secret until you mature. The odd sensation you feel will fade with time, and that power will grow alongside your martial achievements. If you ultimately reach the realm of the transcendent demon, then an era with two heavenly demons may arrive." Was it called the Heaven-Soaring Divine Art? I do not know why my mystic Heaven Divine Art became known by that name, but at least it means a descendant of mine survived. You learned only from a manual. I have now properly passed my martial arts to you. If my descendants still fail to come to their senses and dare to side with our enemies, punish them in my place." Jin Yomyong thought, "Huh?" Yuso said, "From now on, you alone are my successor. I have already given you far too much. There should be another arrangement left by my husband within the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. I do not know what form it takes. If you ever go to Linan, long ago, my husband said that a descendant would come to complete the work we could not. I believed I would be bound to this place for ages, but it seems an end exists. Husband, I shall now return to your side." Jin Yomyong answered, "I respectfully receive your will." In the present, the yin-yang fist demon gasped in pain. "Keek, how can you wield this power? How are you using the Heavenly Demon Divine Art's unique ability, the power of destroying the unknown?" Jin Yomyong thought to himself, "Tisk, he said that while the right guardian is around." Jin Yomyong said aloud, "You are wrong. Wang Shangzhou, watching from behind, was bewildered. Jin Yomyong said, "Did you think the arrangements left by the heavenly mystic maiden were sloppy? She gave up even the peace of her afterlife just to eliminate you." The yin-yang fist demon shouted, "Aye, indeed, but the victor has not yet been." His form cracked. "What?" Jin Yomyong said, "Destroy the energy core of the yin-yang fist demon, right guardian." The yin-yang fist demon screamed, "What is wrong with my strength? Why is my inner energy scattering?" Wang Shanzhou said, "You have saved my life. I will not forget this favor." Jin Yomyong said, "I shall collect heavy interest later." Wang Shanzhou thought, "Does that lad not understand when people are merely exchanging formalities?" The yin-yang fist demon trembled and begged, "Wait, do not do it, Wang Shanzhou," Jin Yomyong thought to himself. So next is the famed lustful lord. Meeting a senior of the profession makes me a little nervous. In my previous life, he was said to be a true legendary figure. As Wang Shanzhou carried the unconscious yin-yang fist demon, he said, At least I can still serve as a human shield for the young cult leader." Jin Yomyong said, "No, withdraw toward Haidong with him, and keep watch so he does not bite his tongue." Wang Shanzhou said, "Absurd! How could the right guardian abandon the young cult leader and leave?" Jin Yomyong replied, "In your current state, you will only hinder her. I will certainly escort the young cult leader back alive. Once outside, Instructor Deoksu of Cheon-il Academy should be waiting. Head to Haidong. My subordinate will be standing by there." Jin Yomyong thought to himself, "This is partly to save the two ruined arms of the right guardian, but if the yin-yang fist demon dies here, we must also consider the possibility that the incident at the hidden manor was orchestrated." Wang Shanzhou said, "To be honest, I did not trust you." Jin Yomyong smirked and said, "So it seems," Wang Shanzhou continued. "But now, you alone are suited to become the demonic faction lord. Please take good care of the young cult leader." As he walked away, he added, "Perhaps you may even overturn the will of the cult leader." Jin Yomyong thought, "What does he mean by that?" In another scene, Han Muyon screamed in pain. Cheon Yura said, "Not bad." Sa Bion said, "Not that crayfish." "Yes." Han Muyon shouted, "You wretched rat." Baek Sangha said, "What does that make you when you are being toyed with by that rat?" Han Muyon groaned, "Guh, as if I would die to someone like you, someone who is not even the young cult leader." Baek Sangha leapt forward. "Someone like you speaks of grand dreams." "Huh? What?" Han Muyon gasped. Baek Sangha said, "It is time for you to die." She unleashed a flurry of slashes. Han Muyon cried out, "Ak, I am dying," as her strikes landed cleanly. Baek Sangha exclaimed, "What is this madness?" Sandojon appeared. Baek Sangha said, "Warrior-san." Sandojon bowed his head. "My apologies, young lady," Baek Sangha said. "Why are you doing this? Because you are part of the heaven-defying society?" Sandojon answered, "No, my mission is to protect this person. Therefore, I shall give my life." Baek Sangha cut him off sharply. "This is why I detest the demonic cult. You people speak of throwing away your lives far too easily." Jin Yomyong arrived. "This situation seems complicated." Cheon Yura said, "You are late." Jin Yomyong sat beside her and asked, "Is that ugly one Han Muyon?" Cheon Yura replied, "That is him." Han Muyon wheezed, "Brat, what are you? What gives you the right?" Before Jin Yomyong could answer, a deep, furious voice boomed from the 10 great public enemies of the Murim, the greatest lecher under the heavens himself. The greatest lecher roared, "What gives you the right to sit cozily beside the young cult leader, side by side, chatting? Answer me now." Jin Yomyong said, "That must be the lustful lord." The greatest lecher thundered, "Depending on your answer, I shall decide whether to tear you apart or grant you a painless death." Jin Yomyong stared at him blankly. "Shem a lunatic?" Then he smirked. "If you are asking about our relationship, then it is only proper for me to enlighten you." The greatest lecher froze as a jolt of lightning shot through his spine. Sa Bion gasped and covered her soft lips. As she looked at Jin Yomyong and Cheon Yura, Jin Yomyong placed his hand on Cheon Yura's shoulder and pulled her close. Both of them looked straight at the greatest lecher. Jin Yomyong asked, "Does this answer your question?" Cheon Yura whispered, "What do you think you are doing, Jin Yomyong?" Jin Yomyong whispered back, "I am trying to provoke them, so I am acting rudely. If you are uncomfortable, should I let go?" Cheon Yura said softly, "No. Since we have started, we may as well do it properly." She hugged him closer. Jin Yomyong inhaled the faint scent of her hair as her eyes met his at close distance. The greatest lecher erupted in rage. "How dare you? How dare you betray me? I even planned to purge my concubine so I could accept you as my official wife. Han Muyon stammered. Huh? 10th Heavenly Lord, what do you mean? Baek Sanga and Sandojian continued their fierce exchange. The greatest lecher shouted, Silence! He struck Han Muyon, sending him flying. Ugh! I am going to die. Han Muyon wailed. Sandojian was struck multiple times. His sword shattered as he flew toward Han Muyon. Han Muyon groaned. Ouch! The greatest lecher roared, If I cannot have you, then I shall destroy you instead. Jin Yomyong stood up and brushed the dust from her fresh clothes. I shall take care of that, Cheonyura asked. So you have achieved everything you wanted, Jin Yomyong said. What I am doing is for you. Cheonyura looked at him. Not for our cult, but for me? Jin Yomyong answered. Yes, Cheonyura asked. Even the opening of commercial trading with Qinghai? Jin Yomyong casually played with a strand of her hair and thought to himself, so she knew. And he said, Everything I have done, every move, has been for you. The 10 great public enemies of the Murim, the greatest lecher under the heavens, reeled in shock and exclaimed, You dare? You dare trample on my innocent heart? Die! He charged at Cheonyura. The 10 great public enemies of the Murim, the greatest lecher under the heavens, shouted. Even sword winds cannot push this blood energy back. If that ugly head of yours touches it, you will die. Cheonyura replied. If sword winds do not work, how about intent-controlled manifestation? As the smoke cleared, she continued. The realm of intent-controlled manifestation uses nothing but will to control released energy, interfering with external phenomena. The 10 great public enemies of the Murim, the greatest lecher under the heavens, trembled and said, Impossible. Unless you are some reincarnated ancient witch who has regained her youth, it is impossible to be at that level. And even if you are, we shall see whether it can pierce this outer shell. This body was reforged using the power of the mythic era's spirit turtle. It is absolute and invincible. No human strength can ever pierce. Cheonyura swung her sword, effortlessly severing the pincers of the 10 great public enemies of the Murim, the greatest lecher under the heavens. He screamed in agony, Gah! And he thought to himself, why is it not regenerating? Consumed by fury, he roared, You! Cheonyura gazed at him coldly. He hissed, Cursed heavenly demon divine cult. Cheonyura slid aside and said, You are practically a beast, and beasts should be slaughtered like beasts. She attacked, and he shrieked, Gah! Cheonyura continued slicing him apart. He wailed again, Gah! Cheonyura said, That is enough. Die. She unleashed a flurry of slashes. Shell fragments scattered. The body collapsed to the ground. Cheonyura said, Looks like we finished around the same time, Bion. Bion replied, There was not much on this side. I cut him down before he could transform. He complained it was unfair. Baek Sanga grumbled, I could have finished off that bug too. Cheonyura said, If Jin Yomyong wants him, let him handle it. Baek Sanga growled, But I am still raging. Cheonyura answered, There are still plenty left to kill, Baek Sanga declared. Fine, leave the stragglers to me. Gold Ghost Lord Jumjuksan stood frozen, stunned by the conversation among Cheonyura, Sabiyon, and Baek Sanga. Baek Sanga warned, Do not steal them from me later. Sabiyon said, Do not worry. The men of Gold Ghost Lord Jumjuksan whispered, 3 flowers, mumble. Cheonyura paused in surprise as they all turned to look at Gold Ghost Lord Jumjuksan and his subordinates. His men said, They are probably the demonic 3 flowers. I cannot believe the heavenly demon divine cult has such absurdly strong rising martial artists. As they turned away, Cheonyura asked, Since we are on this topic, have you considered joining our cult seriously? Baek Sanga shouted, Absolutely not. Jin Yomyong thought to himself, I will definitely turn that woman into the god of the 10,000 mountains. The cult leader of the heavenly demon divine cult is already a divine-like existence, but I do not intend to create just any god. In her previous life, Cheonyura isolated herself and devoted everything to martial arts, leaving herself vulnerable in every other aspect. They say only those who have received love can recognize it. If Cheonyura had known love, how different would things have been? No matter how political the marriage was, she might have seen that Han Mubaik held nothing but malice toward her. To know what is real, you must first know what is false. Therefore, I will make Cheonyura receive love and understand love. By doing so, perhaps things will not end the same way. And also, because that is what I want to give her. Jin Yomyong said aloud, Also, because that is what I want to give her. Han Muyon burst out, You are insane. Do you even understand what you just declared? You are saying you will dye the sky of the divine cult with your own personal color. Jin Yomyong looked down at him with killing intent and asked, And is that a problem? Han Muyon stammered. That is treason, Jin Yomyong replied. Maybe so, but think about it. If someone wrongs you, you repay them. If you make a promise, you keep it. Is that not basic human logic? So for someone who does not even know where the second phantom is, what should we do with them? He slowly stepped on Han Muyon's face. Han Muyon whimpered. Spare me. Jin Yomyong crushed his head. Insect fluid splattered across the ground. Cheon Yura said, surpassing many limits at once. I am busy digesting and polishing everything. And now there is a second exchange meeting? Sabion replied. Even I do not really know what the cult leader is thinking. Cheon Yura said, Who? Anyway, Bion, what are you planning to do from now on? By now you should have more than enough strength to achieve your dream. Sabion said, Not yet. If I reveal my intentions now, the SA clan elders who side with my big brother will crush me without mercy. So I intend to use my martial prowess when it is time to put the final nail in the coffin. Actually, right now, you could say I am pinning my hopes on your exchange meeting. Cheon Yura said, Sabion continued. This time, someone called Essa Chongmoon will be coming out to represent the SA clan. He is my big brother's close confidant. If he is humiliated by Jin Yomyong, it will also deal a blow to the SA clan's eldest son. You will end up owing Jin Yomyong a debt, though, but I am also looking forward to seeing him perform. 1 month later, Jin Yomyong said, So that was why you were angry? Chief Baike said, Yes, so we sent an official letter of protest regarding this exchange meeting, but, Jin Yomyong asked, The protest did not work? Chief Baok replied, Yes, we were completely ignored. He sighed and added, The clan head sure worries a lot. No matter how many exchange meetings they hold, no matter how many spectators they gather, Jin Yomyong finished calmly, the result will be the same. Chief Baok said, Oh, so you plan to build your reputation? Jin Yomyong replied, I would not call swatting away a few houseflies building my reputation. As Jin Yomyong stepped down, Chief Baok exclaimed, I will be waiting, young master. Just trust me, Chief Butler, Jin Yomyong said. Suddenly, Pai Yongyong spoke up. Huh? Hey. Jin Yomyong looked confused as she suddenly sprinted toward him. You do not know me? She asked. No, Jin Yomyong replied. Really? For real. Jin Yomyong thought to himself, Hold on. That thing she is carrying, is it a blade? He asked aloud. If so, are you from Extreme Blades Pei clan? That is right, she said proudly. I am Pei Yongyong, and I will be attending this exchange meeting. You are the Jin clan's young master, the one who became famous overnight because of that Qinghai incident, right? Jin Yomyong was shocked. You are the designated successor of the Pei clan's young lord. Then why did the young lord come when she cannot even become a demonic great duke? A few moments later, Pei Yongyang tilted her head. Jin Yomyong asked, Why are you looking at me like that? The rumors about you changed so suddenly that it bothered me, she said. But how should I put it? You look like a pushover, yet at the same time you do not. Are you by any chance insanely strong? Jin Yomyong stood silently by the door, looking down in thought. He smiled at Pei Yongyang and said, Does my strength really matter? He continued, more importantly, since you are attending this exchange meeting, that means the Pei clan will. We are forfeiting, Pei Yongyang said casually. I just came because I am interested in the young cult leader. Jin Yomyong thought, to cleanly give up a position with such power on the line, how very like Extreme Blades Pei clan. But they say the young cult leader is really strong, right? Pei Yongyang added. I heard she stood out in Qinghai too. Jin Yomyong thought, no, these people are the sort who do not say a word about anything except the blade. And while I am at it, Pei Yongyang continued, there is something I wanted to ask. Jin Yomyong reflected. They are actually the sort who seriously talk about promoting one of the 5 kings, the Blade King, to one of the 4 supremes, even though the current 3 supremes already include the heavenly demon. Pai Yongyang asked directly, what do you think of the Blade King? Here it is, Jin Yomyong thought. Their favorite question. Getting in the Pei clan's good graces is very simple. He said aloud, Do you mean the Blade Supreme Hyanyanggu? Pei Yongyang suddenly grabbed his wrist. So you do know something, Jin Yomyong thought calmly. You just have to praise the Blade and the Blade King. The Blade King is an orthodox martial artist though, he said. It is said that although the Ma clan's Blood Dragon Heavenly Enhanced Sword Art is the pinnacle of enhanced sword arts, in terms of sheer power, it cannot compare to the Pei clan's Extreme Demon Heavenly King Blade Art. Right, Pei Yongyang exclaimed. Wow, this is really the first time I have talked this well with people from the Jin clan. I am looking forward to crossing blades with you someday, Jin Yomyong said. Huh. Pei Yongyong narrowed her eyes. Do not tell me that after saying all that, you actually do not know any blade arts. That is not it, right? Jin Yomyong fell silent, thinking to himself, blast it. Do I need to hurry and learn a blade art? Pei Yongyong grumbled softly. Ma Jinyun said, it is the young cult leader. Jin Yomyong and Pei Yongyong were both shocked as they looked up and saw Cheon Yura and Sa Bion standing above them. Pei Yongyong ran forward and said excitedly, her presence is pretty impressive. Now I am even more curious about her strength. A few moments later, Cheon Yura spoke calmly. You have come, Pei brats. Today your task is to earn my acknowledgement. The others were visibly shocked. Cheon Yura continued. For that, of course, your level of martial arts must be tested. But because of the cult leader's request, things will unfortunately have to proceed peacefully. So the theme of this exchange meeting is a talent show. The crowd grew confused. A purple-haired lady asked hesitantly, by talent you mean? Sabion answered, at this exchange meeting, please display your talents. Anything is fine, as long as it demonstrates how outstanding you are. Pei Yongyong raised her hand and said, wait, so that means there will not be any sparring with the young cult leader? That is right, Sabayan replied. Not at this exchange meeting. I came for nothing. What a letdown, Pei Yongyong complained. Then, how about you? Could I at least fight you? Sabion looked confused. Me? It is possible, but my achievements are still far too lacking for that. No, they are not, Pei Yongyong insisted. Just from a glance, it is obvious you are desperately trying to rein in a huge strength. Jin Yomyong placed a hand on Pei Yongyong's shoulder and said, excuse me, do you really need to go out of your way to pick a fight with the young cult leader? Pei Yongyang replied, you can feel it too, right? She is insanely strong. Rather, why not fight us instead? Cheon Yura listened quietly. Jin Yomyong added, the participants gathered here for the exchange meeting would make excellent sparring partners. Do you not think? The others muttered among themselves. Hey, why drag us in when we are just sitting here quietly? Cheon Yura said thoughtfully. A bout with the Pei clan's young lord would certainly leave a deep impression. Ma Jinyun stepped forward. Then I will. Stop it! Ma Chulsu's voice cut in sharply. Ma Jinyun trembled and slowly lowered his hands. Pei Yongyong said flatly, I am not interested in the others. I just want to cross blades with you later, Jin Yomyong. Jin Yomyong wiped the sweat from his brow and thought to himself, she has not forgotten, has she? All right, Jin Yomyong said aloud. Cheon Yura continued, then, young Lord Pei Yongyong, there is only one thing I would like you to keep in mind. Yes? Pei Yongyang replied. As long as they do not get eliminated from this exchange meeting, these people are mine. Jin Yomyong was stunned. Cheon Yura finished coldly, and I really truly hate having my people taken away from me. Ma Jinyun said softly, I am sorry. I wanted to support you, but... Ma Chulsu replied calmly, do not worry about it. If you had not done that, they would have sent another assassin anyway. So let us focus on how to win the exchange match now. It will not be easy, but if you want to live, you will have to pull it off. A calm voice suddenly entered the room. It sounds like you were having quite an interesting conversation. Everyone turned as the speaker continued. I came to see the clan patriarch, but I ended up eavesdropping unintentionally. Ma Chulsu narrowed his eyes slightly. If you are a guest of the clan patriarch. Yes, the man replied with a faint smile. My name is Cheon Jumyoung, Heavenly Intelligence Pavilion Master, the demonic gentleman, Cheon Jumyoung. In another place, Asura King Jin Gun-ak spoke in a heavy tone. As you already know, a storm of blood has swept through our cult over the past few days. More than 10 intelligence organizations, including the Hidden Manor, were exposed, and over 1,000 personnel were executed. To think that even someone at the level of the 7th Elder was involved. Jin Yomyoung's gaze shifted to the broken furniture nearby, and he thought to himself, it looks like another desk was destroyed in the meantime. Asura King Jin Gun-ak continued, when the Right Guardian defeated him, I heard that you also assisted. I was merely lucky, Jin Yomyoung replied. Fortunately, the Right Guardian adjusted the report, he thought inwardly. We will reward you, Asura King Jin Gun-ak said. However, for the time being, keep your head down and remain quietly at Cheon-il Academy. Do not get swept up in the cult's commotion for no reason. Understood, Jin Yomyoung answered. Then we will head to the Primordial Demon Pavilion now. The cult leader is summoning you. As Jin Yomyong followed, he thought, "This is my first time coming here in this life, I think." As he walked up the stairs, Asura King Jin-gun-ak suddenly spoke again. "My son." Jin Yomyong turned back. "I will not ask what you gained there, so long as it does not bring harm to the clan." "I will keep that in mind," Jin Yomyong said respectfully. A short while later, he continued forward, thinking, "Well, we did obtain some elixirs and weapons. For now, let us focus on the audience with the cult leader." He stopped before the massive gates and announced clearly, "Jin Yomyong of the demonic heavens Jin clan has arrived at the summons of the great heavenly demon." The doors creaked open. "Enter," the guard said. As Jin Yomyong stepped inside, memories from his past life surged forth. Flames spread across a city in his mind as he moved forward, his footsteps echoing. He remembered rushing through this very place before, filled with despair. Lowering his gaze, he suddenly saw a familiar image from his memories. Jin Yomyong kneeling before a throne. A figure stood before him now and spoke softly, "Welcome." The same words echoed from his past life. "Our weakest member, the inner administrator." Jin Yomyong trembled violently as recognition struck him. That voice, the heavenly demon, Qian Taejong, spoke. "Are you all right?" "Ah." Jin Yomyong nearly stumbled. He quickly knelt and bowed deeply. "The heavenly demon descends. All hail the heavenly demon. I pay my respects to the true supreme of the divine cult." "So you are the one who defeated the seventh elder?" Qian Taejong asked. "Because the right guardian had already drained most of the traitor's strength, I was able to help, though it was not much," Jin Yomyong replied honestly. "Oh, I like your humility," the heavenly demon said. "However, would it not be better to speak the truth right now?" A vast dark presence loomed overhead. Jin Yomyong felt the pressure of the supreme being crush his entire body. "So this is why those heaven-defying society fools cannot show themselves openly," he thought as he bowed even lower, trembling. "I cannot even muster the will to resist. What an overwhelming presence. So this is the heavenly demon." Qian Taejong said. "You have certainly grown stronger." At last, Jin Yomyong felt the pressure ease. "I can breathe again," he thought, releasing a silent breath. Then, the heavenly demon continued. "Shall we continue our conversation?" Moments later, Qian Taejong said, "I see. So that is what happened." Jin Yomyong lowered his eyes slightly. "He is not as wary of the power I gained as I thought he would be." "Heavenly demon," Qian Taejong said calmly, "do you know how the enchantment links to the demonic soul energy enchantment, the heaven-sent opportunity you obtained?" He continued, "It is called the heavenly evil demon subjugation enchantment. They say that if you endure 1,000 days within those two enchantments, you will literally obtain the power to subjugate demons. That means that, beyond the mainstream, you experienced half of the original stream of Cheon-il Academy." Jin Yomyong was visibly shocked. "You have worked hard," heavenly demon Qian Taejong said. "Rest well for a while." "Pardon?" Jin Yomyong asked. "Do you have something you wish to say?" the heavenly demon replied. Jin Yomyong hesitated before speaking. "Even if learning the martial arts of the heaven-defying clan is not an outright taboo, I was worried that it might offend you." "For one thing," Qian Taejong said indifferently, "I have little interest in the heaven-defying clan's martial arts, inheritance, or anything of that sort. I only asked out of pure curiosity. Besides, Yura benefited from it as well, so there is no reason for me to be offended. I hope you will continue to act like this going forward." Jin Yomyong bowed slightly. "I would like to ask just one more thing." "You are full of questions," the heavenly demon remarked. "Cult leader," Jin Yomyong said carefully, "do you believe that an absolute supreme must be absolutely alone?" The primordial demon pavilion fell silent. "Insolence!" An overwhelming pressure crashed down. Jin Yomyong was forced to the ground, coughing painfully. "Kyo!" He tried to move, trembling violently. "Ugh, gah! You have sharp instincts," heavenly demon Qian Taejong said coldly. "Sharp enough to be irritating." Jin Yomyong clenched his teeth as thoughts flooded his mind. There was something that had been bothering me all this time. The bleak, primordial demon pavilion I saw in my previous life. The woman who smiled for the first time in my life, and the words the right guardian spoke at the very end. So I prayed inwardly. I prayed that the answer would not be what I feared. "I will answer you," Qian Taejong said at last. "Yes, that is correct." Jin Yomyong trembled, his forehead pressed to the ground. A soft, mocking sound echoed through the hall. "Tisk, tisk, tisk. You truly do not treasure your life very much." Jin Yomyung's heart skipped a beat. This voice. Do you realize, the woman continued, that you just stepped 1 foot over the boundary between life and death, and then returned? Jin Yomyung slowly rose to his knees. I do. And I know I survived by only a hair's breadth. He straightened and bowed deeply. Greetings to the Grand Elder. The woman revealed herself. Grand Elder of the Elder Council, the Thousand-Hand Witch, Cheon Yonga, she said coolly. So, what reason could you possibly have had to go that far, risking your life? Jin Yomyung paused. Then he smirked faintly. Because I have someone I like. Who likes whom? Cheon Yonga asked in confusion. Of course, Jin Yomyung replied without hesitation. It is I who likes the young cult leader. Cheon Yonga pointed at him, utterly baffled. I am serious, Jin Yomyung said firmly. It is not really my place to say, Cheon Yonga replied slowly. But while she is pretty, she is not the type men usually like. Jin Yomyung smiled to himself. She only cares about martial arts. She is scary, very scary, and extremely scary. Even so, he said aloud, she is cute, is she not? Cheon Yonga's eyes widened in shock. She may look blunt at first glance, Jin Yomyung continued, but if you look closely, she is rich in emotions. She is still awkward and clumsy at expressing them, but that is cute too. That is enough, Cheon Yonga snapped. Jin Yomyung lowered his gaze, his expression turning solemn. Not only did the 6 clans betray her, but the Guardian Corps also turned their backs on her. Even her blood relatives of the Cheon clan stabbed her in the back. The only one who supported Cheon Yura to the very end, and sacrificed herself for the divine cult in the end, was you, Cheon Yonga. If not in front of someone like you, Jin Yomyung said quietly, then where else in the world could I confess my feelings toward Cheon Yura? He took a breath and added, also, whenever she gets curious or starts sulking sometimes, did I not tell you that is enough? Cheon Yonga shouted. Jin Yomyung said to himself that the Absolute Supreme must be absolutely solitary. The Absolute Supreme must be flawless and perfect. The openings that inevitably appear when one becomes entangled with others and comes to hold human emotions were something the heavenly demon could never possess. That was why the cult leader had no intention of pairing the young cult leader with anyone. No one. To begin with, something like love was a luxury within the heavenly demon divine cult. Cheon Yonga said, Love. Love, you say? Of all times, just when the cult leader's will was firm, to think that someone would appear claiming that they truly cared for Yura. Jin Yomyung spoke again, his voice heavy. That is why I desperately need your help. Please help me, Cheon Yonga asked quietly. Is becoming the demonic faction lord your goal? Jin Yomyung shook his head. Of course not. Even if the young cult leader were not the young cult leader, I would feel the same. No, come to think of it, that would have been even better. If she were not the young cult leader, we would be able to meet more freely. Cheon Yonga frowned. If the cult leader heard that, he would tear you to pieces. Then she added calmly, but he is not here right now, so it is fine, is it not? He usually handles affairs in places other than the primordial demon pavilion. Jin Yomyung blinked. Oh, Cheon Yonga narrowed her eyes. Very few people even know that. Her aura surged, crackling with electrifying power. As it wrapped around Jin Yomyung, she asked, How did you know? Ugh. Jin Yomyung clenched his teeth, thinking to himself that this was as expected of the best among their cult's martial masters. Cheon Yonga nodded slightly. As expected, you are holding out well. A typical rising martial talent would have had their heart frozen to death. Jin Yomyung let out a shaky laugh. Haha, you are so harsh. His hands trembled. Cheon Yonga continued, I cannot support you while going against the cult leader's will. However, since you have returned from the brink of death, I will clear up a question you are bound to have. The cult leader has no intention of pairing Yura with another person. So why would he hold something like an exchange ceremony? Are you not curious about that? In this generation, the successors of the 6 clans are close in age, so the competition is fierce. Jin Yomyung listened in silence, confusion growing. Cheon Yonga went on. Unlike the quiet Jin clan and Pei clan, the Ma clan is a complete mess, with the first and second children openly locked in a dirty power struggle. Moreover, the SA clan is not the only one where 4 people, including Sabayon, are aiming for succession. The Huan clan and the So clan are not much different. Now then, what would happen when a new variable called the demonic faction lord appears in such a situation? And what if you add proactive manipulation on top of it? Jin Yomyung murmured. the chaos would intensify. Who? He thought to himself that the bloodstorm back then had been the cult leader's plan all along. Chonyunga confirmed it. It buys Yura time to grow and consolidate her power, Jin Yomyong added bitterly. And it gives those heaven-defying society rascals more chances to dig in. In his heart, he already saw the ending. The cult leader's scheme, failure, a catastrophic failure. No matter that he was the heavenly demon, his eye for people and his way of handling matters were truly trashed here. Jin Yomyong trembled with anger. Chonyunga said evenly, since the Heavenly Intelligence Pavilion has moved, that chaos will not end easily. The Heavenly Intelligence Pavilion. Chonyunga suddenly tossed an item toward him. Take this. I will help you once, so long as it does not cross the line into rebellion. Jin Yomyong caught it and froze. It was the tag of the Contemplation Heavenly Pavilion, one of the 9 demon pavilions. Chonyunga continued. Come to think of it, you caused quite an incident in Qinghai, did you not? They say you turned the Orthodox Alliance leader's granddaughter into a demonic practitioner. That is unfair, Jin Yomyong said tightly. I clearly told her to stay away. Chonyunga turned and walked off. Even so, you will not be able to completely dodge responsibility for that, will you? Yura defended you before the cult leader, so there is still time before the story spreads. But you should look for a way to contain it. Jin Yomyong stood there, shocked and confused. Faced with the truth he had tried so hard to ignore, Sandojan finally collapsed. In another scene, "Kuh, big brother, big sister," Sandojan cried out as tears streamed down his face. His body trembled as he grabbed Jin Yomyong's sleeve. Please help me get rid so that I can flay those rascals and offer them to the graves of my people. And now. A gaze swept over the group. Samsa spoke calmly. In terms of the Qian-Il Academy, you might be a senior, but when it comes to serving our Lord, we are the seniors. Hyuksa said, yes, he is right. Jin Yomyong thought to himself that Sandojian was the humble type, so it would probably be resolved quietly. Sandojian said, our Lord said that he marked me as a subordinate before you, so should I not naturally be our Lord's left arm, and also your senior? Jin Yomyong blinked in confusion. Sandojian, Samsa snapped. What did you say? Hyuksa declared, words are not everything. Sandojian nodded coldly. True, in the heavenly demon divine cult, where only the strong survive, words alone are never enough. Then he took a step forward. Come at me all at once, Samsa scoffed. You think we cannot defeat you? The next instant, cries of pain erupted all around as everyone shouted in agony. Jin Yomyong watched silently, his expression completely unimpressed. Beksanga suddenly sat down beside him and asked, what are you doing? Jin Yomyong turned toward her. You have come, Beksanga spoke softly, her gaze distant. You know, I once wanted to become a famed sword empress in the Murim. People praised me as talented, and my grandfather said that at my level, I was more than enough to inherit the Southern Heaven sword art. Jin Yomyong began about this incident. It was my fault, Beksanga said calmly. Then she shook her head. No, fault is not the right word. Steel, in my resolve is not wrong. I said with my own mouth that even if I died, I would not blame anyone. Jin Yomyong finished quietly, but this was unexpected. He looked at her and thought to himself that she was steadfast. The resolve she had back then, and the way she stood now, had not changed. Beksanga straightened. All right. So I thought long and hard about a solution. She suddenly leaned closer and said without hesitation, let us get married. Jin Yomyong froze, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. What? Sandojian shouted. I am our Lord. Samsa cut in immediately. No, I am. Beksanga ignored them both. Actually, if you ignore the fact that I have demonic energy, is this not a once-in-a-thousand-year stroke of fortune? As long as I am not expelled from my clan, it means I do not have to abandon my dream of becoming the Sword Empress. Jin Yomyong wiped sweat from his brow. That sounds kind of plausible? Beksanga asked. Then what is needed to make that happen? She continued, I can gloss over my demonic energy and gain the powerful justification of an alliance with the demonic cult, a political marriage with a demonic practitioner. That is true, but why me? Jin Yomyong asked weakly. Beksanga stared at him in clear annoyance. Jin Yomyong trembled and said quickly, I am sorry for asking. Her words struck him harder than any punch. My counterpart should at least be from one of the 6 clans for the alliance to hold weight, and for my main clan to consider the match equal. Ouch, ouch, Jin Yomyong muttered, wincing as if physically struck. Beksanga sighed. Who else do I even know besides you? Ha, I know you are a leading candidate for demonic faction lord, but I am desperate, so I am not in a position to be picky. Jin Yomyong steadied himself and said earnestly, the Bei clan is a prestigious family that my patriarch would welcome. Also, personally, I want to help you. However, he hesitated, then spoke honestly. I truly love the young cult leader, so let us find the second best option together. Sandojan rushed over and exclaimed, my lord. Jin Yomyong asked flatly, is it over? Sandojan straightened and declared solemnly, I, Sandojan, as my lord's left arm and acknowledged leader of this group, offer my respects to you. Yeah, sure, Jin Yomyong replied. In a different scene, Zhou Jinsang said, the deadline I set has arrived. Have you gathered everyone? Jin Yomyong replied, including me, there are 8 people. He counted silently to himself, Samsa, Sandojeon, Cheon Yura, and himself. Additionally, Baek Sangha and Sa Bion had also stated that they wished to participate. Zhou Jinsang thought for a moment. I suppose we do not necessarily need to match an exact multiple of 6. Then he asked, will you challenge the mainstream immediately? Give me some time, Jin Yomyong said. You mean the second exchange ceremony? Zhou Jinsang asked. For once, they even spread the news quickly, Jin Yomyong thought to himself. It must have been a measure to refresh the atmosphere after the recent large-scale purge. Zhou Jinsang frowned. But will you be fine? The clans that were basically eliminated at the last exchange ceremony say they will be sending new people this. Jin Yomyong smiled calmly. I will be fine. Because the result will not change, he added coldly, no matter who it is from the 6 clans. All 5 of them ought to give up on returning in one. Cheon Yura said, surpassing many limits at once. I am busy digesting and polishing everything. And now there is a second exchange meeting? Sabion replied. Even I do not really know what the cult leader is thinking. Cheon Yura said, who? Anyway, Bion, what are you planning to do from now on? By now you should have more than enough strength to achieve your dream. Sabion said, not yet. If I reveal my intentions now, the SA clan elders who side with my big brother will crush me without mercy. So I intend to use my martial prowess when it is time to put the final nail in the coffin. Actually, right now, you could say I am pinning my hopes on your exchange meeting. Cheon Yura said, Sabion continued. This time, someone called Essa Chongmoon will be coming out to represent the SA clan. He is my big brother's close confidant. If he is humiliated by Jin Yomyong, it will also deal a blow to the SA clan's eldest son. You will end up owing Jin Yomyong a debt, though, but I am also looking forward to seeing him perform. 1 month later, Jin Yomyong said, so that was why you were angry? Chief Baike said, yes. So we sent an official letter of protest regarding this exchange meeting, but Jin Yomyong asked, the protest did not work? Chief Baok replied, yes. We were completely ignored. He sighed and added, the clan head sure worries a lot. No matter how many exchange meetings they hold, no matter how many spectators they gather, Jin Yomyong finished calmly, the result will be the same. Chief Baok said, oh, so you plan to build your reputation? Jin Yomyong replied, I would not call swatting away a few houseflies building my reputation. As Jin Yomyong stepped down, Chief Baok exclaimed, I will be waiting, young master. Just trust me, Chief Butler, Jin Yomyong said. Suddenly, Pai Yongyong spoke up. Huh? Hey. Jin Yomyong looked confused as she suddenly sprinted toward him. You do not know me? She asked. No, Jin Yomyong replied. Really? For real. Jin Yomyong thought to himself, hold on. That thing she is carrying, is it a blade? He asked aloud. If so, are you from Extreme Blades Pei clan? That is right, she said proudly. I am Pei Yongyong, and I will be attending this exchange meeting. You are the Jin clan's young master, the one who became famous overnight because of that Qinghai incident, right? Jin Yomyong was shocked. You are the designated successor of the Pei clan's young lord. Then why did the young lord come when she cannot even become a demonic great duke? A few moments later, Pei Yongyang tilted her head. Jin Yomyong asked, why are you looking at me like that? The rumors about you changed so suddenly that it bothered me, she said. But how should I put it? You look like a pushover, yet at the same time you do not. Are you by any chance insanely strong? Jin Yomyong stood silently by the door, looking down in thought. He smiled at Pei Yongyang and said, does my strength really matter? He continued, more importantly, since you are attending this exchange meeting, that means the Pei clan will. We are forfeiting, Pei Yongyang said casually. I just came because I am interested in the young cult leader. Jin Yomyong thought, to cleanly give up a position with such power on the line. How very like Extreme Blades Pei clan. But they say the young cult leader is really strong, right? Pei Yongyong added. I heard she stood out in Qinghai too. Jin Yomyong thought, no, these people are the sort who do not say a word about anything except the blade. And while I am at it, Pei Yongyong continued, there is something I wanted to ask. Jin Yomyong reflected. They are actually the sort who seriously talk about promoting one of the 5 kings, the Blade King, to one of the 4 supremes, even though the current 3 supremes already include the heavenly demon. Pai Yongyong asked directly, what do you think of the Blade King? Here it is, Jin Yomyong thought. Their favorite question. Getting in the Pei clan's good graces is very simple. He said aloud, do you mean the Blade Supreme Hyunyangu? Pei Yongyong suddenly grabbed his wrist. So you do know something, Jin Yomyong thought calmly. You just have to praise the Blade and the Blade King. The Blade King is an orthodox martial artist though, he said. It is said that although the Ma clan's Blood Dragon heavenly enhanced sword art is the pinnacle of enhanced sword arts in terms of sheer power, it cannot compare to the Pei clan's extreme demon heavenly king blade art. Right, Pei Yongyong exclaimed. Wow, this is really the first time I have talked this well with people from the Jin clan. I am looking forward to crossing blades with you someday, Jin Yomyong said. Huh. Pei Yongyong narrowed her eyes. Do not tell me that after saying all that, you actually do not know any blade arts. That is not it, right? Jin Yomyong fell silent, thinking to himself, blast it. Do I need to hurry and learn a blade art? Pei Yongyong grumbled softly. Ma Jinyun said, it is the young cult leader. Jin Yomyong and Pei Yongyong were both shocked as they looked up and saw Cheon Yura and Sa Bion standing above them. Pei Yongyong ran forward and said excitedly, her presence is pretty impressive. Now I am even more curious about her strength. A few moments later, Cheon Yura spoke calmly. You have come, Pei brats. Today your task is to earn my acknowledgement. The others were visibly shocked. Cheon Yura continued. For that, of course, your level of martial arts must be tested. But because of the cult leader's request, things will unfortunately have to proceed peacefully. So the theme of this exchange meeting is a talent show. The crowd grew confused. A purple-haired lady asked hesitantly, by talent you mean? Sabion answered, at this exchange meeting, please display your talents. Anything is fine, as long as it demonstrates how outstanding you are. Pei Yongyong raised her hand and said, wait, so that means there will not be any sparring with the young cult leader? That is right, Sabayan replied. Not at this exchange meeting. I came for nothing. What a letdown, Pei Yongyong complained. Then, how about you? Could I at least fight you? Sabion looked confused. Me? It is possible, but my achievements are still far too lacking for that. No, they are not, Pei Yongyong insisted. Just from a glance, it is obvious you are desperately trying to rein in a huge strength. Jin Yomyong placed a hand on Pei Yongyong's shoulder and said, excuse me. Do you really need to go out of your way to pick a fight with the young cult leader? Pei Yongyang replied, you can feel it too, right? She is insanely strong. Rather, why not fight us instead? Cheon Yura listened quietly. Jin Yomyong added, the participants gathered here for the exchange meeting would make excellent sparring partners. Do you not think? The others muttered among themselves. Hey, why drag us in when we are just sitting here quietly? Cheon Yura said thoughtfully. A bout with the Pei clan's young lord would certainly leave a deep impression. Ma Jinyun stepped forward. Then I will. Stop it, Ma Cholsu's voice cut in sharply. Ma Jinyun trembled and slowly lowered his hands. Pei Yongyong said flatly, I am not interested in the others. I just want to cross blades with you later, Jin Yomyong. Jin Yomyong wiped the sweat from his brow and thought to himself, she has not forgotten, has she? All right, Jin Yomyong said aloud. Cheon Yura continued, then, young Lord Pei Yongyong, there is only one thing I would like you to keep in mind. Yes? Pei Yongyang replied. As long as they do not get eliminated from this exchange meeting, these people are mine. Jin Yomyong was stunned. Cheon Yura finished coldly, and I really truly hate having my people taken away from me. As people murmured among themselves, chatter echoed through the hall. Chosu, is the second young master doing well? Ah, yes. He is busy as usual. More chatter followed. So Jiguao said calmly, back then, I thought I was parting ways with you for good. Jin Yomyong replied in confusion, huh? Back then? Parting ways? You know, So Jiguao continued, back at Demonic Heaven Tower. He was a direct descendant of the So clan, So Jungwan, a man known for lacking a strong presence. Before that, So Jiguao had asked himself quietly, is he dead? Then he said aloud to Jin Yomyong, back then, I truly thought you were going to die. Jin Yomyong broke into a sweat and replied, I see. Ha 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 ha. Huan Ryong stepped forward and said, I am Huan Ryong of the Huan clan, the young cult leader. Sabiyon stood up slightly and thought to herself that this was a talent said to be among the top of the graduating class at the Demon Dragon. Huan Ryong continued, may I show you my sword dance to liven up the mood? She was a direct descendant of the Huan clan, known as the illusory flying swordsman, Huan Ryong. Whispers spread instantly. Oh, it is Huan Ryong. He is not someone who goes out often, Jin Yomyong thought to himself. In the future, Huan Ryong, known as the illusory killer swordsman, will lead the Huan clan's Dream Shadow Squad. So the Huan clan truly put effort into this, Huan Ryong said modestly. My skills are lacking, but I will still show you something. He slashed the air, and his sword sparkled brilliantly. Huan Ryong activated his technique, the fog dance sword art. As he forced a smile, he continued to move. A man in the crowd exclaimed, wow, to think we would get to see the Huan clan's secret sword technique. A woman gasped, wah! Sword energy in the form of fog. It is so dreamlike. So Jiguao muttered, wow. Cheon Yura, however, said flatly, it is nothing special. The surroundings fell silent. Cheon Yura continued, as a trick, it is passable. That is all. Huan Ryong trembled in anger, his lips twitching. Cheon Yura called out, Jin Yomyong. Yes, young cult leader, Jin Yomyong replied. Cheon Yura asked, what do you think about the sword dance just now? Huan Ryong thought bitterly. A junior who has only just entered Cheon Il Academy. Not even the Demon Dragon Academy would evaluate my sword art like this, Cheon Yura said calmly. That is because he is stronger. Jin Yomyong walked toward the arena. I am Jin Yomyong of the Jin clan of Demonic Heaven, he announced. By the young cult leader's command, I will offer an appraisal of the fog dance sword art. First, what you just performed appears to be the 9th move out of the fog dance sword art's 18 moves. How could you tell? Huan Ryong exclaimed. Jin Yomyong swung his sword lightly and said, well, it would go like this if I attempt to reproduce it. Your first mistake is that the flow of the sword form, from the upper strike to the lower strike, is not fluid. Like this. Whispers erupted again. Could the rumor be true about what that person did in Qinghai? An old man shook his head. No way, I doubt it. Or, could it actually be true? Jin Yomyong continued. Here, it seems your inner energy control was also incorrect. Huan Ryong raised his hand hurriedly. Wait, I understand my mistakes well enough, so stop already. Good heavens, Jin Yomyong interrupted. What are you even saying right now? I am unworthy, and yet I still dare to point out your forms. He thought to himself, if I am going to bruise your pride. Then he said excitedly, then let us do this. Let us do this properly. I should be thorough. You should learn from it, he thought. Jin Yomyong pointed at his foot and continued, the next mistake lies in the chaining of your forms, and then your footwork, and then your flexibility. And also, by the time they returned to the table, Huan Ryong was trembling. Sabiyan whispered to Cheon Yura, young Master Jin is so cruel. Cheon Yura responded softly, even I did not expect him to go this far. Huan Ryong sat down heavily in his chair. Suddenly, Sa Chongmun spoke up. May I go next? I am Sa Chongmun of the SA clan of Black Gold. Cheon Yura nodded. Fine. What will you show? I wish to display my talent for commerce, Sa Chongmun replied. Commerce, Cheon Yura repeated. The demonic faction lord is practically the divine cult's premier authority, as Sa Chongmun said. One of the abilities required to assist the cult leader is precisely commercial talent. However, rather than speaking alone, Ma Chulsu frowned and muttered, I hate numbers. Sa Chongmun smiled faintly. It would look better if there were an opponent who could respond. He turned to Jin Yomyong and said, Young Master Jin, will you play along with me? Jin Yomyong froze in shock and thought to himself, ho ho. He remained silent, continuing inwardly, ho 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 ho. This rascal is trying to use me as a sacrifice, Cheon Yura said calmly. The SA clan picking a fight with the Jin clan over talent and commerce. How interesting. Cheon Yura stood up and asked, Jin Yomyong, can you do it? Jin Yomyong rose to his feet and replied, if you command it, I will, he added inwardly. If you wish, I will even take on the SA clan's patriarch. A few moments later, Jin Yomyong spoke again. Before we begin, there is something I am curious about. Sa Chongmun asked, what is it? Jin Yomyong said, Are you sincerely aiming for the position of demonic faction lord? Se Chongmun answered without hesitation, of course. Jin Yomyong continued. Is it because you have feelings for the young cult leader? What? Se Chongmun exclaimed. He looked down and fell silent. Then he burst into laughter. Bwahahaha, you are saying something truly funny. Jin Yomyong asked seriously, what is funny? Sa Chongmun's fist trembled as he said, she is one of the few female cult leaders in history. If I become her husband, just how many vested interests and how much power would I hold? From a distance, people whispered, what are they talking about? It is too far away. I cannot really hear. Sa Chongmun smiled unpleasantly and whispered, if I obtain that position, my status and future will be guaranteed success. Jin Yomyong thought to himself, not a single word about caring for Cheon-yura. Yes, I do not think I can let you off easily. Jin Yomyong said aloud, for everyone's entertainment, how about we proceed in a question and answer format? Sa Chongmun frowned. We take turns asking one question at a time on the topic of commerce, Jin Yomyong explained. Competing in knowledge and discernment. If your opponent cannot answer, you may continue asking questions. The side that fails to answer 3 times in a row loses. Sabion felt uneasy and thought to herself, I never thought they would compete in commerce. Is that why young Master Jin added the rule of failing 3 times in a row as a safety measure? Sa Chongmun said, it seems you have read quite a few books from the commercial world. Jin Yomyong replied, will you do it or not? Of course I will, Sa Chongmun said. Let us raise the stakes. Young cult leader, young Master Jin appears to be your shield. May I request a reward for the moment I pierce that shield? Cheon-yura asked, what do you want? I am not asking for much, Sa Chongmun replied. If I win, please allow me private time with you. And if you lose? Cheon-yura asked. I will accept any punishment, Sa Chongmun said confidently. Jin Yomyong thought in confusion. Huh? Is this not a stage prepared entirely for me? As a former inner administrator, Jin Yomyong struggled to maintain a neutral expression while suppressing his laughter. A moment later, he thought, my swordless spar with Sa Chongmun began with his first strike. Sa Chongmun asked, what was the empire's total tax revenue last year, rounded down to the nearest 1,000? Jin Yomyong thought calmly, a question that starts at the level of treason. Fine by me, he answered aloud, 38,640,000 silver nyang. Sa Chongmun began to sweat. How do you know an imperial secret like that? My turn, Jin Yomyong said. 30 years ago, when the divine cult attempted to open a trade route south of Yangyang in Hubei province and failed, what was the reason? Sa Chongmun stared in shock. What did you say? He thought frantically. He is asking about something that happened before I was even born. Is that too difficult for you to answer? Jin Yomyong asked. Wait, Sa Chongmun muttered. I remember now. Back then, we were under the leadership of the Cheon clan and the SA clan. But at the time, those orthodox scoundrels, whispers spread again. You even have to know things like that to become a demonic faction lord. It seems so. Correct, Jin Yomyong said. Sa Chongmun clenched his teeth. Blast it. Half-baked questions will not work. Then how about this? He shouted. Ever since the empire implemented the single whip law. A man in the distance muttered, I do not understand half of what he is saying. Another replied, but I do understand one thing. He prepared obsessively because he truly wants to become the demonic faction lord. At the request of last year's Minister of Revenue, Wang Pil, Jin Yomyong continued smoothly. What were the losses suffered by the divine cult as a result? Sabion murmured. Young Master Jin truly is nothing like the usual Jin clan members. It is not just his build. Cheon-yura nodded slightly. Wait, Sa Chongmun shouted. How do you know that? Do I have to answer? Jin Yomyong replied. That is classified information. Sa Chongmun yelled. Only a handful of people, even within the SA clan, know that. If this information leaks out, this could become an issue between the Jin clan and the SA clan, separate from the exchange ceremony. Is that so? Jin Yomyong replied calmly. Sabion looked confused. Sa Chongmun suddenly pointed and shouted, You vile woman! How dare you sell our clan secrets to another clan? Sabion remained silent and walked toward him. She whispered coldly, You had better watch your mouth. Shut up, Sa Chongmun snapped. That is not the issue right now, Sabion said coldly. It is. In a public setting where everyone is watching, someone like you dares to speak rudely to a direct line heir with succession rights. Information leaks fall under the jurisdiction of the clan law enforcement hall. Yet you arrogantly jump to conclusions and spread accusations on your own. Jin Yomyong thought to himself, So I truly am the most kind-hearted among the direct lines of the 6 clans. Sa Chongmun lowered his head. Sorry, I misspoke, Jin Yomyong said calmly. I still have not heard your answer. Shall we move on to the next question? Sure, Sa Chongmun replied, thinking to himself. Losing once is fine, if I just answer the next one properly. Jin Yomyong continued. 35 years ago, the Gold Merchant Guild destroyed the then-established 5 major merchant guilds, including the Manjiang Merchant Guild. At the time, the SA clan's secret unit. That question has nothing to do with the merchant world. Sa Chongmun shouted. It does, Jin Yomyong replied evenly. I agree, Cheon Yura said. Of course it does, Sa Bion added. Others nodded as well. Yes, it is quite related. This is ridiculous, Sa Chongmun protested. I will skip this question too. Is that so? Jin Yomyong said. Then the next question will be similar to the one you asked me earlier. Sa Chongmun began to sweat. I have already burned 2 chances out of 3. This time, I must answer no matter what, Jin Yomyong said. Earlier, you asked me about the Empire's annual tax revenue. Then let me ask you this. What was the heavenly, demon divine cult's annual tax revenue last year? Sa Chongmun's eyes lit up. I know this one, he answered confidently. 3,570,000 silver niang, to be exact. 3,572,860 niang. Oh? Jin Yomyong said mildly. Is that so? Huh? Sa Chongmun asked, confused. How would you know? Jin Yomyong continued. That is a top secret known only to the inner administrator and the cult leader. Sa Chongmun began to sweat profusely. Why, you, Guardian Corps, Cheon Yura shouted. Suppress that traitor and all his men, at once. The Guardian Corps surged forward, surrounding Sa Chongmun and his followers. Wait, no, young cult leader. We are not traitors. We surrender. We surrender unconditionally. A few moments later, Ma Jinyun bowed deeply. I am sorry. I could not live up to your expectations. Chen Jumyong sighed softly. Ah, given the circumstances, that is understandable. As I told you before, there is only one thing I want in return for passing on the teachings. Ma Jinyun replied quietly. To make every candidate fail, the exchange ceremony will resume in 1 month, Cheon Jumyong said. Until then, refine the technique into something even more perfect. If you do, no one will be able to match you, not even the rising talents of the 6 clans. Ma Jinyun clenched his fists. Then even Jin Yomyong, I will train with everything I have, demonic gentleman, he declared. In another place, good work, Jin Yomyong, Cheon Yura said. Bion is indebted to you as well. It was nothing, Jin Yomyong replied. I am simply glad I could repay the trust you placed in me. Still, Cheon Yura said softly, I worry about the pressure that will be placed upon you from now on. It does not matter, Jin Yomyong said. This was my fate, sooner or later. Fate, Cheon Yura murmured. I do not like that word very much, but somehow this time it feels different. Young cult leader, no, Lady Qian, Jin Yomyong said. You said earlier that you hate having your people taken away. I am the same, Cheon Yura stared into his eyes. There are many mountains I still must cross, Jin Yomyong continued. Perhaps even skies, but I will never give up. Cheon Yura looked down. There is something I have wanted to ask for a long time. Why do you go that far for my sake? Jin Yomyong raised his hand. Because Cheon Yura froze. Suddenly, Sabion spoke up. All the guests have left, young cult leader. The moment shattered as Jin Yomyong and Cheon Yura turned toward her. Now we only need to observe how the main clan reacts, as Sabion added. Both of them blushed. Sabion turned away. Where is the young cult leader? There is no need for that, Bion, Cheon Yura replied. As Jin Yomyong began to walk away, Cheon Yura asked, So, have you made plans for what comes next? With this alone, it will be difficult to bring my elder brother down, Sa Bion said. So I intend to use this opportunity to dig up his other hidden misdeeds as well. Jin Yomyong thought to himself, in my previous life, the one who became the head of the SA clan was the eldest son, Sabihuan. After that, I never once saw Sabiyon again. Thinking that she might have survived after being dethroned is far too optimistic. Huh? Jin Yomyong froze as he stared at 3. No way, why did I not realize it until now, when it was right in front of me? That was something only Cheon Yura did, a way of honoring and longing for a childhood friend. In another scene, Heavenly Demon, Cheon Taejong said, so that is what he said. The master of the Heavenly Intelligence Pavilion, Cheon Jumyong replied. Yes, cult leader. The SA clan is desperately trying to explain that this incident was SA Chongmun's unilateral decision. Heavenly Demon Cheon Taejong chuckled softly. Hey. The inner administrator must be in quite a bind. That young man really is useful in many ways. If he were not harboring such presumptuous thoughts, I would have kept him close and made great use of him. The master of the Heavenly Intelligence Pavilion asked. If he is that talented, why not bring him into the Heavenly Intelligence Pavilion outright? Heavenly Demon Cheon Taejong said, I do not particularly care either way, but you should not underestimate him. The master of the Heavenly Intelligence Pavilion, Cheon Jumyoung, was momentarily stunned. Heavenly Demon Cheon Taejong continued, even if you are the master of the Heavenly Intelligence Pavilion, Cheon Jumyoung, you cannot help but be vulnerable to a blade hidden right under the lamp. Cheon Jumyoung thought to himself, me? Vulnerable to some brat who is barely past his coming of age? Heavenly Demon Cheon Taejong looked at him and said, you do not believe it. Cheon Jumyoung replied, no, that is not it. How could I dare to say such a thing? After a brief pause, Heavenly Demon Cheon Taejong asked, how is the investigation into those bastards progressing? Cheon Jumyoung answered, the purge is complete. As for the Elder Council, I am confident there is not a single leftover straggler. And those bastards are currently focusing more on the orthodox side than the divine cult. More precisely, they seem to be concentrating on matters around Anhui province. At this rate, the Sword King's downfall looks certain. Heavenly Demon Cheon Taejong frowned slightly. It is good when the orthodox side is noisy, but I do not like that it is because of them. Will you intervene? Cheon Jumyoung asked. No, Heavenly Demon Cheon Taejong replied. On our end, we have already fulfilled our duty simply by protecting the Sword King's granddaughter. Handle what we are pushing forward right now without any gaps, within appropriate boundaries. Cheon Jumyoung bowed. I will create the picture you desire. Go, Heavenly Demon Cheon Taejong said. Yes, cult leader, Cheon Jumyoung replied before leaving. Left alone, Heavenly Demon Cheon Taejong thought silently. Then he spoke softly. With your scheming, the picture I want will probably appear, but whether the process will also be what I want. I am a little curious whether that young man will see through my intentions this time as well. In another scene, Jin Yomyong thought to himself, Golden Demonic Emperor Sa Bihuan. In his past life, he accumulated an enormous fortune and became the divine cult's fifth elder. Arrogant, violent, and thoroughly filthy in the way he operated, he was one of the cursed traitors who stabbed the divine cult in the back. Even without Sabion's request, he was someone I would have dealt with sooner or later. Cheon Yura asked, Jin Yomyong, can you help Bion? If you wish, I would be glad to, Jin Yomyong replied. First, starting now, Lady Bion, you need to move proactively. You must catch the clan head's eye somehow. The reason you have not been able to wield influence in the clan until now was probably not only because of Sa Bihuan. The clan head's disposition must have played a part as well. But right now, this is a situation where any help is needed. So mobilize even the black market's information network to the fullest and show the clan head that you are useful. And do not forget to monitor Sa Bihuan's every move. Sa Bihuan nodded. Understood. I will become a very capable form of help. Thank you, young Master Jin. Even though you are doing this because the young cult leader instructed you to, if something happens, even you could be placed in serious danger, and yet you are agreeing so readily. Jin Yomyong smiled faintly. It is only natural to want to help a friend you get along with. A friend? Sabion echoed. Is that not what we are? Jin Yomyong said. That is how I see it, at least. I want my friend to survive. I hope I can keep seeing you like this. As Jin Yomyong smiled at her, Sabion recalled the smile of Cheon Yura from their childhood. She stared at him and thought to herself, ah, so that is why the two of them. Cheon Yura spoke again. Still, the help she can provide might not be enough. You have more planned, do you not? Of course, Jin Yomyong replied. From here on out, various things need to be gathered. Sabayon said softly, a friend's help. I will never forget that. Please remember what you just said, Jin Yomyong replied. Sabion felt a bead of sweat run down her back as she thought, you are still holding grudges. In another scene, Jin Yomyong asked, how is life these days? Are you managing well, Nethercrow? Guchil snapped, where are your manners? Nethercrow replied calmly. Thanks to gradually recovering through your efforts, I am improving little by little. That is good, Jin Yomyong said. Nethercrow then spoke solemnly, Boba demonic gentleman Chin Jumyoung and Nether King practitioner Chin Jumun. I was told you can lend me the strength to kill these two. I heard it from Guchil. If it is true that you will help me with my revenge, I will devote this life to you. She bowed deeply. Guchil said, Please take Nether Crow in, young master, as he knelt down. Jin Yomyong tilted his head slightly and asked, Can you really offer your life? Guchil and Nether Crow both looked at Jin Yomyong. Nether Crow averted her gaze and muttered, well. Guchil turned toward her in alarm. Hey, you are disgracing the Royal Demon Phantom Assassin Corps, Jin Yomyong said calmly. Before you get your revenge, you probably cannot bring yourself to do that yet. I do not expect a subordinate I have just taken in to immediately offer up their life. Just do not betray me. That is something I cannot forgive. Nether Crow straightened and said firmly, Of course. If I disappoint you, whether by my will or not, I will gladly die by Guchil's hand. Good, Jin Yomyong replied. For now, that is enough for me. He stood up and said, I am going to rebuild the Nether King squad. Nether Crow's eyes widened in shock. The leader of that squad will be Guchil, Jin Yomyong continued. You will be the deputy leader. That is more than enough, Nether Crow exclaimed. I will not ask for anything beyond that. Jin Yomyong thought to himself, It will be my own private force, independent from the demonic heavens Jin clan. That extra pocket money I made back then is really paying off. Out loud, he said, I am thinking of giving you your first mission. Guchil and Nether Crow replied in unison. Just say the word. Jin Yomyong smiled faintly. Let us forge some evidence. In a different scene, walked toward the meeting hall, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Cheon Yonga greeted her. You are a bit late, third elder. I apologize, Sabihuan said. I had something urgent to deal with. Asura King Jin Gunak smiled faintly. I am sure you did. You must have been running around like a hound, trying to destroy evidence, Cheon Yonga said evenly. We are missing someone, but all 6 clans are present, so we will proceed with the meeting. Clan head Ma snorted. Impudent fools. How dare they skip even a gathering like this? Blade Demon Pei Waryang, clan head of the Extreme Blade Pei clan, laughed loudly. It is fine if Yama Blade does. He is in the middle of intensive blade training after all. Clan head Ma frowned. You are far too obsessed with the blade. Do you not even realize you are the divine cult's first elder? Pei Waryang scoffed. That is not something I want to hear from a sword-crazed fool. What did you say? Clan head Ma snapped. Enough, Cheon Yonga interrupted. Enough. Let us get to the point. As you can guess, today's agenda will be somewhat uncomfortable for the SA clan head. The divine cult's tax revenue has been quietly shared among certain individuals, but the place where it was spoken was far too inappropriate. Pei Waryang stuck out his tongue in mockery. Asura King Jin Gunak chuckled. If it were only us, that would be one thing. But he shouted it aloud where even attendants and ordinary followers could hear. That says it. Golden demonic Emperor Sabihuan stared at Jin Gunak with a dark expression. Cheon Yonga sighed. Jin Gunak is right. After discussing this with the cult leader, we have decided to issue the following punishment to the Black Gold SA clan. He paused. Asura King Jin Gunak, clan head Ma, and even Pei Waryang fell silent. Sabihuan suddenly stood up. Wait a moment. Is that not too much? This punishment is far too harsh over one child's slip of the tongue. You are saying you will wipe out 1/5 of our clan's strength. What can we do? Cheon Yonga replied. It is the cult leader's decision. However, I heard the cult leader is giving the SA clan 1 additional week to provide an explanation. Sabihuan thought to herself. After we already submitted that much, they are giving us another week? Jin Gunak smirked. The cult leader is being far too generous to the SA clan. That is enough. Sabihuan snapped. Be quiet, Jin Gunak. Clan head Ma stood up. If we are finished here, I will be leaving now. Pei Waryang laughed. What is so urgent? You are acting as though your clan is on fire. What are you trying to imply? Clan head Ma asked coldly. Nothing, Pei Waryang replied. Just a casual remark. Clan head Ma stared at him intently before turning away. It is not you, is it? You do not have the brains for it, after all. Pei Waryang blinked in confusion. Cheon Yonga said quietly, You may be foolish, but your instincts are terrifyingly sharp. Explain it in simple terms, Pei Waryang replied. Cheon Yonga said, Having that kind of instinct is probably why you have led the Extreme Blade Pei clan through countless troubles. Pei Waryang said proudly. My children are good-natured. They do not go around causing trouble. I am bored. I suppose I will go see Yama Blade. With that, he ran off. Cheon Yonga turned to Jin Gunak. Asura King, do you have something to say? Jin Gunak replied, Looking at the situation, it seems that among the 6 clans, only ours and the Pei clan are being left alone. I am curious what the cult leader is thinking. You want to hear it? Cheon-yonga asked. Normally I would let it slide, Jin Gonak said, but this time I am genuinely curious. Cheon-yonga sat down. Fine. It is not some great secret, at least not from you. As you know, schemes do not work on the Pei clan. He paused briefly before adding, and the Jin clan remains untouched because of Jin Yomyong. The cult leader also thinks highly of that child, and even the master of the Heavenly Intelligence Pavilion wants to take him in. So for now, do not move. Just watch. If you interfere for no reason and distort the picture, you will earn the cult leader's wrath. In another scene, Golden Demonic Emperor Sabi-wan slammed her palm onto the table. Is this how you intend to work? What did you do for them to start talking about dismissing the inner administrator? We have 1 week. Figure out why the cult leader gave us 1 week at all costs. A boy hesitantly raised his hand. Maybe he is telling us to settle the incident in some other way. Another way? Sabi-wan asked coldly. Like what? I do not really know that either. Gasp! Sabi-wan's expression hardened. Lightning struck the boy, and he screamed, "Arr! Because of trash like you, I get mocked by that cursed Jinganak. If you cannot produce a solution right here, right now, be prepared for all of you to get kicked into the back rooms." The others immediately averted their gazes. She turned sharply. Sabi-wan, your lackey is the root cause of all this. How do you plan to take responsibility? This is not on me, the man protested. If you think about it, it is not like I did it myself. He muttered under his breath. I cannot believe I chose that thing as my heir, Sabi-wan. Blast it, blast it. Why is she pressing me for an answer when even the elders do not know what to do? His friend whispered. I think she is being excessive. A low grumble spread through the room. Sabi-yon raised her hand calmly. There is a solution. What? A man exclaimed. Is that true? Week-sa, what is it exactly? Why is that child from the Lesser Demon Pavilion here? Quiet! Sabi-wan shouted. She looked at Sabi-yon. All right, my daughter, what is this solution you speak of? Before I say it, Sabi-yon replied, I want authority. Authority that allows me to take responsibility and resolve this matter myself. Take responsibility, Sabi-wan thought. Is she saying she will drink the poison chalice herself? Exactly how much authority are you asking for? She asked. At minimum, Sabi-yon said, authority on the level of the young clan head. Do not be ridiculous. How dare you spout such nonsense? Gah, sorry clan. The protesters collapsed after being struck down. Fine, Sabi-wan said. Let us hear your solution first. If you grant me the authority, Sabi-yon replied, I will tell you. What? Someone muttered. She will be eaten alive. My goodness. She dares to bargain with the clan head? A merchant never hands over goods or wisdom without a price, Sabi-yon said evenly. That was the first lesson you taught me when I was young, clan head. Even to your own family? Sabi-wan asked. You said the closer someone is, the stricter you must be, Sabi-yon replied. Those were your words. Right. That is true. Sabi-wan laughed softly. I like your guts. Were you always such a bold child? I had excellent learning materials around me, Sabi-yon answered. Fine, Sabi-wan said. If it solves the problem, there is no reason not to give you that much authority. Weak Essa turned pale and lowered his head. Now tell me your plan. It worked, Sabi-yon thought. The reason the cult leader gave us time again, she said aloud, is probably because dumping all the blame on one person is not enough. Not enough? Sabi-wan repeated. Yes, so we need to cover the fault with a greater merit. You think I have not considered that? Sabi-wan snapped. With the cult leader pressing down this hard, where are we supposed to build enough merit in just 1 week? Sabayan replied calmly. How about wiping out the remnants of the heaven-defying group? They were connected to the yin-yang fist demon, but they slipped past the Cheon clan search net. I know where they are. What? Sabi-wan exclaimed. How do you know that? This can work, she thought. Yes, this will definitely work. I used the black market's information network, Sabayan said. Nether Crow's help played a much bigger role, though. Beyond, Sabi-wan said. Yes, clan head. I will assign 5 elders and 3 squads to you. Resolve this matter cleanly. You will not be disappointed, Sabi-yon replied. In a different scene. Young master, Guchil said. What is it? Jin Yumyoung asked. We received word from Lady Sa. She says it worked. Did that not take too long? Jin Yumyoung said calmly. Half a day has already passed, has it not? For a great clan like the Black Gold Sa clan, Guchil replied, this is extremely fast. Jin Yomyong sat down. True, the Jin clan is unusually fast because of their clan head. He turned his gaze. Nether Crow, are you ready? There was not even anything to prepare, Nether Crow replied. Those people were far too easy to deal with. She raised a sheet of paper and smiled. Thanks for tuning in. I truly appreciate each and every one of you who took the time to watch this video. Don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more content like this. If you enjoyed what you saw, consider sharing my videos or channel with your friends who might also enjoy it. Your support means the world to me and helps my channel grow. Let's keep this community thriving together. Until next time, see you in the next video.